Gersh Taicher. Inventor. Dedicated to my children, Avi, Mia, and Yulia. A bee on a petunia flower. The book the reader is currently holding, Inventor, is Gersh Taicher's fifth book. Therefore, it is now entirely possible to talk about a retrospective view of this unique author's work. I am pleased to have foreseen this flowering of writerly creativity in my introduction to one of his other books. Many readers believed me, and, to our collective satisfaction, we were not mistaken. But now, something else is also becoming apparent. This level of productivity is not due to irrational garrulousness. On the contrary, in his new book, Gersh Taicher is even more laconic and clear. All his books are now coalescing into one whole. Not just because the main character is the same, Semyon Glazer, but also because they all are about love and struggle, success and disappointment, the creative process and the kind of solitude that helps one succeed. After reading the author's first book, Glazer, it was 100% clear that the next one would be titled Student. Many readers could have guessed that the third book would be titled Teacher, though its contents were almost certainly a surprise. It would not have been a secret to any Chernovitzer that Emigrant would be the obvious logical continuation of the three preceding books. Inventor, though, was an unexpected surprise for the reader, completely out of the blue. The most patient readers, those who will read to the last sentence of this book, can confidently await the next book, titled Businessman. As for what comes next, we will see, because Gersh Taicher is completely unpredictable as an author. Between one book and the next, the themes change from childish ones to adult ones, and the writing changes from emotional to rational, from fractured to united. Taicher's unique writing style changes as well. The writer matures together with his character. In Gersh Taicher's first book, Glazer, the author expresses a very interesting and meaningful thought that is what unites all his books. When he writes about his parents' generation, he is surprised to realize, and this is how my parents not just survived the war, but started living after the war like normal human beings. But in that generation, as the author writes, there was no full and real certainty in the future. Formally, it existed, but practically, it did not. But as for Semyon, the weight of this uncertainty has fallen from him. There is no risk to his prosperous life anymore. Okay, so he earns half of what he expected, big deal. Next time, he'll earn 3 times as much as planned. And practically speaking, neither sum will affect his lifestyle at all. That is, when there's no certainty in the future, there is no drive to create. A person isn't free to do what he likes, but has to do what he has to. In that case, there is no way any real invention can take place. Thus, this is the book about the stage in his life when Semyon is already mature and active, and when he wants to create and can do so. It is pure chance that he had become an inventor. He started out as a glazier and could have become anything else. But this is how it turned out. Semyon Glazer states it this way: my struggle for survival in Israel was, for the most part, over, and I began my confident and methodical ascent up the mountains, conquering one summit after another, and they both made it. Semyon Glazer got there as an inventor and Gersh Taicher got there as a writer. Gersh Taicher, once again, surprises his readers with the breadth and depth of his talent as a storyteller and raconteur. Every one of us has known since childhood about many of the greatest inventions of humankind. But as for how these inventions happened, what an invention is, and what kind of personality an inventor has to have, the author has described this masterfully. It seems to me that this is the first time in literature that this has been done, at least in Russian. This is probably the first book I have read about the most ancient art of humankind, invention. It is written well, with the author's characteristic sense of humor, and does not at all look like a pile of formulas and scientific calculations, even though it would have been fitting for the subject. In our childhood, we read books about various contraption builders, and at older ages, we read about Kolovin or Tesla. But the authors of those books never delved this deeply into the true essence of the subject. Judge for yourself. I will cite this unusual summary of what he writes about. My next book is about the creative process, which can be present in many areas of human endeavor and expressed in many different ways. He immediately clarifies that by inventor, I mean just those who earn their living by invention, not the other way around. I know how hard the author is working, how he sweats over every word, and how much he wants to create a book that the reader can understand and relate to. He makes us think about things that seem very simple and ordinary. For example, where did the wheel come from? Did it appear in the Stone Age or later, in China, Mesopotamia, or Egypt? It's not important. It has been useful to humanity for many thousands of years, therefore, it is necessary. It no longer matters who created it, but that person was an inventor. In the author's opinion, inventors are solitary. Only the strongest people can withstand solitude, only people who are tired of adjusting to, or considering someone else. Inventions are also unique and solitary. You can't invent things every day on a whim. Gersh Taicher's observations about invention as a creative process are also highly interesting. The author thinks that music is not invented, it is written, meaning that it is overlaid on something that already exists. Music uses notes, poetry uses words. For music and for poetry, there's always an author, even though sometimes, the only thing we can say is folk music or folklore, it is still authorship. But inventions are always unique. They incorporate the inventor's soul, their will, their power. Usually, no one except for specialists knows who the inventor is. Reading this book, we delve into the mystery of inventorship and are initiated into a certain ritual and mystery that only the author knows. He generously shares it with the reader. This is why I have the credo: invention is originality, originality is individualism, individualism is solitude. Though, being solitary does not mean being an individualist, and being original does not mean being an inventor. So, what is being an inventor, then? A new invention, according to Taicher, is always a holiday, and the peak of harmony between a person and their environment. What accurate and confident words! As is always the case in Taicher's books, this book sweetly intertwines the personal and the professional, as well as Chernivtsi and the other places that the author loves. In one of his stories, Gersh Taicher very accurately describes the essence and the purpose of a Chernovitzer. After lunch, the thought buzzed around in my head like a bee at a petunia flower on a warm summer day at the theater square in Chernivtsi. When I was reading this book, I immediately noticed this thought and understood that this is the leitmotif of all his books. Every Chernovitzer has this kind of bee buzzing around inside. It finds him no matter where he may live or what he may do, and makes him invent, teach children, make up formulas, drive buses. It's obvious that there are other varieties of bees at a petunia flower, the Kishinev one, the Odessa one, the Tashkent one, but only the Chernivtsi variety is interesting and surprising to the author, and to the rest of us, the readers. Reading this book, and Taicher's other books, one can easily notice that they were written by a Jew about a Jew. Nonetheless, It could have been a Ukrainian, a Russian, a Romanian, or even a person of mixed ethnicity, as is the custom in the town of his childhood. The most important thing is that this person has to be baked from the special Chernivtsi dough. So, what should we call Gersh Taicher, an Israeli writer, a Spanish one, a Singaporean one, a Jewish one, or a Ukrainian one? The writer himself gives us a hint. In one of his books, he writes, "But grandma's tea time with her 3 daughters, back in Chernivtsi, was something natural and genuine, not made up by anyone. It is the dearest possession I have. So valuable that it cannot be bought or sold. It is always next to my heart. It is the center of my life. It is me." No, reading Gersh Taicher's new book, I have come to the firm conclusion that he is a Chernivtsi writer. And a great literary inventor. Vladimir Kilinich, Chernivtsi, October 2022. Author's Foreword. My latest book is about the creative process, which can be present in many areas of human endeavor and be expressed in many forms. I am sure that this process is essential and unique for every person. A person begins to create practically at birth. He applies his individual creative approach in learning about the world his whole life, from the beginning to the end. Thus, the life itself of every person is a unique invention. The book Inventor opens up several new pages in the life of my main character, Solomon, Semyon, Sol, Shlomo, Glazer. In April of 1985, 33-year-old Semyon, together with his family, returns to Israel from England, coming back to the hot climate of the country that has already become his homeland. There, over the next 11 years, he sinks into the routine of ordinary days and holidays, the engaging creative process, and the relatively complex and sometimes sophisticated work of an inventor. Usually, our first impressions of people stay with us forever. Often, we have no desire or reason to change our opinion of a person. Thus, those who knew young Semyon as a schoolboy in Chernivtsi are still sure that he has remained the same scamp and prankster that he used to be. Those who remember him in his college days have retained in their memory the image of a lost and oversexed young man. And so on. It is difficult to not agree with this if you see it from the outside. Semyon, however, never saw himself as defined or settled once and for all. His personality is impulsive, emotional, and ever-changing according to rules that no one knows. We only know that they do not depend on other people's opinions, in the past or now. As the author, I am very familiar with the totality of my character's thoughts and plans during this 11-year Israeli period of his life, and I can now confidently hang a tag on his neck with the laconic word inventor. It is rightfully due to replace the tags that said glazier, student, teacher, and emigrant. Semyon was born to become a glazier. However, because of a surprising and improbable confluence of circumstances, he became a student. Due to an explosive mix of romanticism and foolishness, he worked as a village teacher. With a complete absence of any understandable reasons for it, he was forced to become an emigrant. But the right to become a successful inventor is largely not dependent on circumstances. Semyon paid for it with his youth, which was mostly spent on self-improvement and hard work in place of normal mundane pleasures. Yes, dear reader, at this stage in Semyon's life, he did, in fact, become an inventor. Someone can object that there is nothing new here. We are all inventors in some sense of the word, and everyone invents one thing or another throughout their life. I will immediately state, by inventor, I only mean someone who earns a living by their inventions, not the other way around, spending their life's resources irreversibly and senselessly on a fruitless, though seemingly brilliant idea. I am talking about an inventor, not a dilettante whose inventions, even if revolutionary, are not really capable of changing the world even slightly. This book, in some places, analyzes the subject of high and not so high technology. However, I hope that it has not turned out too boring for the readers who know little about the subject. The world of technical and other professional publications has changed a lot, especially in recent years. Mostly, this is because there are too many writers these days, and only a few readers left. But as opposed to other writers with a technical bent, I have decided not to burden the reading public with unnecessary professional detail. This is why I do not attach engineering calculations, drawings, or diagrams, as well as copies of official financial reports and tax declarations for the relevant time period. However, it was impossible to avoid certain scientific or technical subjects. Ignoring them would have interrupted the story. The reader should not worry, I do not abuse this privilege. This book is about the harmony between life and inventorship. All the events, names, places, dates, quantities, and qualities described in the book are fictional. The author bears no responsibility for any coincidences. Gersh Taicher, Israel, September 2022. Prologue. Looking from afar. Lunch had stretched out till very late. The last guests left our apartment only at the time when we would normally have dinner, which would not happen today. The reason for it had vanished, just like the noonday heat and our dear guests' loud voices. In recent times, I've been spending more and more time thinking about the things from the past that seemed simple and easy to understand not too long ago. As life goes on, the importance of certain events changes. The only exception are the rare events that we never forget, because they are especially important. For example, every year, we celebrate our birthdays, our wedding anniversaries, the birthdays of our children. We all remember the dates we entered university, graduate school, or the first job. Only the dates and the names for each of us are different. Trying to understand my tangled thoughts, I went out on our spacious terrace with a view of the sea. I wanted to relax, breathe the warm and humid Mediterranean air, and of course, to admire the infinite expanse of the sea. The sun was still hanging over the horizon, masterfully creating very long shadows of the high-rise buildings. To the south, I could see the highway to Tel Aviv in dashed lines between the hills. And further along the coast, the city itself could be seen, scattered colorful cube buildings. And directly to the west, as if extending from behind my back, sprawled the broad, calm Mediterranean Sea. Approaching the horizon, the blue of the sea deepened and darkened, and the color of the dimming sky reddened due to the clouds over the horizon. Despite this substantial difference in color, it was difficult to tell where the sea ended and the sky began, because the horizon was far away and hard to see in the haze over the sea. The sun's reflection over the rough surface of the water left a path from the horizon to the shore. From here, on the 22nd floor, the sea looked calm. At the beach, one could see white caps over the surf, rhythmically splashing over the beach and leaving a foamy trail on the sand. Only when you look at the horizon from far away, you can see the curvature of the earth. Yes, the earth is round, not flat as it may seem from a short distance when you're standing on its surface and looking down. I started thinking again, there's definitely a colossal difference between what you can see from far away and what you can see close up. On one hand, sometimes it seems that tomorrow's meeting with your boss will decide your entire fate. There were some moments, admittedly, short ones, no more than 7 minutes, when I was sure that there was nothing more important in my life than the love of a particular girl. But it later turned out entirely different. On the other hand, there are some rare events whose true importance one can't understand at the time. Only many years later can one truly realize their role. Those events, typically, are the defining events of your entire life. My old friends had just recently left, Felix from Chernivtsi, Foma from Moscow, Lova from Novosibirsk. Just like me, they had long ago adapted to the post-Soviet life and become ordinary Russian Israelis. I've known some of them for more than 60 years. It seemed like I knew countless details about each guest, where he was born, why he came to Israel, what he can do, what he doesn't know and will never know. At first glance, this is entirely enough. At least, all these years, it seemed that way to me. But it turns out that even this many years are insufficient for really, deeply, knowing a person. Only today did I find out, for example, that Felix can't stand dill, that Lova prefers a lot of pepper on his meat, that Foma does not like Benya Napoleon and admires Shurik the Macedonian. Also, there are events that simply cease to be important. For example, while already in Israel, I happened to meet my old Chernovitzer acquaintance with the nickname Ksibulkin Eyes. Even in my past Chernivtsi life as a gambler, he played no particular role, but now, in my new Israeli life, he became even more irrelevant and unnecessary, just like that past worthless life that I had long forgotten about. It is now hard to even recognize it, or to recognize him as an acquaintance, and I have no desire to do so. Evita came up quietly behind me. She had been cleaning up after dinner and had just finished. Noticing my almost 30-minute absence, she had guessed where I could be. My musing, impatient gaze during the second half of lunch had clearly indicated to her that I'd wanted to be alone. "What are you thinking about today?" Evita asked, sitting next to me. "The memories associated with meeting old friends." "Are you worried about something, Sol?" No, everything is fine. I'm admiring the view of the sea. We had made the right decision after all when we picked an apartment on the 22nd floor. From here, you can see everything, and it's easy to think, I answered quickly, not concealing my dreaminess. Looking from afar into my past, just like looking at the sea now, I can see an entirely different picture. Looking at the friends whom I've known well for more than 60 years, I can see the important events and their patterns. We have all had life-changing events. It seemed then that those were the important and deciding events. But now, looking from afar and knowing what it all has led to, it is possible to estimate the true importance of each event with high precision. Some events dissolve in long time intervals and their actual density over a lifespan rapidly approaches zero. I fell silent, watching a small boat slide across the horizon. Then, with the same deep certainty, I continued, if the intensity of an event is its importance per unit of time, the most intense event in my life happened on August 7, 1985. In the span of a few seconds, the idea for my most important invention came to me. The idea came to me in seconds, but everything else connected to that event and the invention itself had taken me decades. Really, I'm still working on this invention. 40 years, already. Almost my entire professional life. To the southwest of us, I saw the sunlight reflecting off the wing of yet another descending airliner. I looked at my watch and, smiling, imitated the voice of an airport announcer, informing Evita, "This is the London-Tel Aviv flight." We understood each other at once and held hands like it was April 25, 1985, and we were holding hands on the airplane flying out of London as it landed at the Ben Gurion airport. There were less than 5 months left between that day and August 7, 1985. Chapter 1. The Overture to the Invention. The Hangover. finally, the long-awaited end of our English life came. On April 25, 1985, we left the rainy and unseasonably cool weather of Oxford. We left England with no regrets, even though we had been happy there, and our future in Israel was for the most part unknown. We left intoxicated and deeply grateful for everything that had happened to us there. Mostly, we were grateful for Evita's being pregnant. I am still grateful to that country for many other things as well. It was in England that I had significantly expanded my scientific horizons and became more practical, both in the everyday life sense and in the professional sense. I became more focused, more determined, and more organized in achieving the goals I had set for myself. I got some experience of working in a team. I learned to correctly formulate the concrete tasks related to my work and to do them exactly on time, and I learned about the commercial side of scientific investigation, development, and implementation of high technology. Maybe subjectively, all of this knowledge and these skills were exaggerated, but I sincerely believed in them, and this confidence in my abilities was the most important addition to my already strong professionalism. My knowledge of the English language grew at an approximately linear rate, by a first approximation, during the time we had spent in England. My heavy Russian accent started to leave me, being replaced by an Oxford one. However, that process stopped when someone unexpectedly told me that for some English women, there is no sexier accent than Russian. I was drunk on England, as if I'd drunk its strong fragrant ale, and then gone to the royal ball still tipsy. It was strange, but it was the extremely conservative and buttoned-up country of England that gave me the sense of freedom that hasn't left me to this day. I was definitely expecting a hangover in Israel. First of all, because I didn't understand what to expect from my new homeland. Secondly, because I didn't know when and in what form the new and unexpected would appear. In other words, I didn't know when the hangover after my English intoxication would come, in what form and how it would end. On the way home from the airport, it seemed to me that Israel had been patiently waiting for me this whole time. The fragrance of the orange groves was inviting, the southern sun was hospitably warm, the sea breeze greeted me, and finally, Evita and I were embraced by Rehovot like long-lost relatives. I felt like the prodigal son returning home. At last, we found ourselves at the entrance to our apartment building, dusty, but so dear to us. On the bench by the entrance sat Enya, Aunt Rosa, and Klarochka. It seemed that they hadn't gotten up from that bench for the entire time we had been gone. Our home. It emerged as we climbed up the stairs reaching the fourth floor, and we felt the familiar, but somehow still strange, environment of a long empty apartment. Not a lot of things, just the bare necessities, a wardrobe, a couch, an armchair, a table, and a couple of chairs. No telephone, no TV, no crystal in a sideboard like in Chernivtsi. A few old books, 4 plates, and 2 cups. Out of them, we leisurely drank the tea we had brought from England and get used to our home again. We were finally home. I sneaked a glance at Evita. She had changed a lot during her pregnancy. No, she didn't complain like some women in her condition. Almost nothing annoyed her, she did not faint nor ask for bird's milk or any other impossible thing. She only became tired faster. My wife, like the brave tin soldier, courageously accepted all the hardships and deprivations of the process of preparing for motherhood. The travel was long and hard for her. I knew I had to be more considerate and take better care of her. I decided I would do my best. Evita went to sleep, and I sat in the armchair by an open window. I wanted to smoke, but I remembered that it was bad for our child, so I didn't. I simply turned off the light and became lost in thought. The room got darker as night approached, maybe to not interfere with my thoughts. And I felt a very real hangover. We came to Israel with nothing, and not a single thing was awaiting us. Except for my family and the new project that I brought with me. I have nothing to fill the surrounding empty space. In such a case there are an infinity of possibilities and no restrictions. How do I start this stage of my life? I had written about my other beginnings already, and everyone knows how much I love them. I am a startup guy. There is just one thing, unfortunately, a lot of those promising beginnings ended in nothing, or almost nothing. Now I have a new project and a new beginning. Its origin is in Philadelphia, where I had signed the agreement with the Americans. But who am I? Nobody. And can I do this project? Now, it does not matter whether I am better or worse than everyone else. There are many nobodies on the planet, and I am just as average as the rest of them. The only difference is that the other ones hadn't imagined themselves to be Nikola Tesla, the way I did, and didn't take on projects that were almost impossible to fulfill. I am the one who takes on everything, as if intoxicated, to impress the public with. I am sure I will be eventually punished for this theatrical tendency. I had a good job, after all. I was respected and valued for my knowledge, even though it was in a narrow scientific area. It didn't matter. Now, my future looked like a big empty trough. I had held in my hands the magic golden fish from the Russian fairy tales that grants wishes, but then it slipped out and swam away, not saying a word, while I was intoxicated. Now it is clear that it was never mine and was probably never golden either. After heavy drinking in the evening, there is always a hangover in the morning. This was my hangover, though it had come in the evening. Patience alone is definitely not enough for solving the complex technical problem set in front of me. But what can I do? Alas, I have nothing else, except for patience and a sober rationality. I need to sober up immediately. On that first evening in Israel, it was that sober rationality that told me that my chances of success were close to zero. But not zero. Chances only reach zero if one does nothing with them. I have to try. All my achievements in life I attained in solitude. I will get there this time, too. The hangover will pass eventually, and I will get into the rhythm of my work. Those who have set complex problems for themselves and then succeeded in solving them will understand me. They had no idea about their future success when they first set out. It came later, after exhausting hard work. And I am used to hard work in life. I had a new job in an empty new place. No connections, no relatives, no friends, no colleagues. I had no office, no car, no telephone. I couldn't discuss things with anyone. I was alone with my dreams, and moreover, even my dreams were solitary. They, like my plans, are floating in the clouds and consist only of hot air. But that's okay. I am fighting for success. I have always gone into battle on my own. The reader will recall that I had decided that my mentor and assistant would be the great optimist and the no less great adventurer Nikola Tesla. I had not forgotten about him. But now, at the very start of my journey, I need to temporarily set his advice aside. Now is not the time for adventure. Now is the time for calm and sober calculations, clear and simple plans, considered decisions. At that time, I clearly lacked the experience and the wisdom in order to distinguish between creation and craft. I was simply collecting quantities that would eventually turn to qualities. I put together my fire stick by stick, but at the time, I had no spark and no way of getting it. While Evita was sleeping, I gradually came out of my hangover. It would not bend me or weaken me. My hangovers always end. First steps. It just so happened that my life contained many memorable moments that were interesting and pleasant. Of course, this was only my personal, subjective point of view. Perhaps someone else would not have perceived it this way. But that does not matter, because this is my life and only I get to decide what moments were interesting and pleasant for me, and therefore memorable. Even back in 8th grade, I decided to live according to the principle of not a single day without adventure. But I have to admit that it wasn't every day that something interesting happened to me, though I tried hard to make it so. And if something like that did happen to me after all, I paid dearly for it afterwards with the anticipation of the next pleasant moment. Only with the years did I fully understand that two happy events absolutely have to be separated, not by the celebration of the anticipation of the celebration, as in Iskander, but by a rather boring stretch of time. Note that Fazil Iskander is a Soviet and Russian writer and poet known in the former Soviet Union for his descriptions of Caucasian life. It is precisely those breaks that define the subsequent event and make it remarkable. It is payment to the Almighty for the fun. I think that it is in those periods of waiting that the most important human qualities reveal themselves. Simply enjoying the gift of the pleasant moment is something anyone can do easily. In the USSR, after the creation of allegedly developed socialism, we were supposed to spend a long time anxiously awaiting the arrival of communism, the most wonderful time that would undoubtedly arrive. I had never officially joined the Communist Party, but I was raised with strict proletarian traditions. And because I was still relatively young, the alluring ideas of communism would occasionally call to me. And thus, it is not surprising that while I had lived in the Potila district of the Chernivtsi region, it occasionally came into my head to build a bright communist future in a particular district, in a Stalinist way, not according to Trotsky, who had advocated to implement communism immediately, in a military way and everywhere in the world at once. But there, in the Potila region, due to certain theoretical and practical problems, this turned out to be impossible. Or maybe I hadn't finished reading some of the Marxist classics to the very end. Though, it is true that I hadn't read any of them then, or now. Only now did I acquire the very real opportunity and desire to found my own company according to real communist principles and to build my own bright future for myself and around myself. The morning of my first workday in Israel did, in fact, turn out to be wiser than the evening, as they say in the Russian fairy tale. Even before I'd finished my cup of coffee, I prepared a list with the working title "Forward to a Communist Victory," consisting of 5 items. It lay there on my desk, warmed with the first rays of the sun. Banking and bureaucratic procedures, office and laboratory, transport, communication, and the formulation of the technical problem, all of those were action items for me, for now. Every business and every serious course of action in any country in the world begins with a lawyer. In some countries, though, you also need protection before you start a business. In Israel, you have to protect yourself from mistakes with your own virtue and dignity. And so, I had to form a company, a legally established entity. This is important. With an entity like that, you could take part in civilized society, for example, go to the bank. But it turned out that creating such an entity and equipping it with everything it need was not that simple. I could even say that it was complex. Still, the most important part of creating the company was one that I had, in fact, achieved. I came up with its name. It would be called Numalog, which is stand for nuclear magnetic logging. But there were many other questions remaining that awaited answers. For example, there was the simple problem of having a telephone for communications. Simple. Yes. But the Israeli communists and the labor unions had hoarded all communication devices in the country and caused a shortage. Telephone lines were among them. Throughout the world, communists managed to cause shortages of everything. Israeli communists do it the Israeli way. I had only recently left the USSR, the country of constant and chronic shortages, but I had had enough time to forget it already. Yet here we go, just like a sledgehammer to the head, another shortage. A worldwide shortage epidemic. They promised to install a telephone line in our building only in 5 years, or possibly 7, and only for good behavior. So, for the near future, the telephone question had been tabled. I simply didn't have one, and there were no mobile phones then. I did what I could with the vital question of communication. At least the transport question was resolved. Moreover, it helped me solve the communication problem as well. My Japanese bicycle that had served in the army with me was still there in our apartment. In those early days, I'd bicycle to the next town over to use the phone at various friends' houses in the evenings. During the days, I'd bicycle to the Weizmann Institute to work in the libraries. Soon, as a recent graduate student and thus, someone who still had relationships with some professors and part of the administration, I got an office for my company in one of the buildings of the Weizmann Institute. That allowed me to save time and money. The office had a desk and a chair, and on the desk was an internal phone. Through that, I could communicate through the telephone center of the institute. There was also another device with the fascinating name of fax, through which I received documents from America. It sounded like a dog's name, like Rex. But I soon got used to it. The fax worked well for me and quietly sent my weekly reports to America. I had started writing those back in England. Because I was working diligently and professionally, those reports, week after week, painted a complete, but alas, joyless picture of the project. It was becoming clearer and clearer that the problem set in front of me, unfortunately, still had no solution. But I was not discouraged. To improve my transport situation, I soon bought an old German car called a Beetle. A funny situation happened with it. I bought it, opened up the hood, and was extremely upset when I did not see the engine. I started walking around the car, confused, but finally found the engine, in the trunk. I figured I could drive it like that, with the engine in the trunk. However, my Beetle did not want to start moving on its own. To get it started, I had to either ask a passerby for assistance or park on a slope. Thankfully, there were plenty of steep enough slopes in Israel. After a while, I had a business necessity for a minibus. Of course, I wanted a used one in relatively good condition. I found one relatively fast, but the bargaining process upset me a little. The seller had asked for a price that was comparable to the budget of the Potila district of my beloved Chernivtsi region. Of course, I could not put up with that, and started actively negotiating. "Why are you bargaining like it's your own personal money?" the seller asked me insolently. "Whether it's my own personal money or not is none of your business. From the very start of my business, I want to spend money intelligently, something that you're clearly incapable of understanding," I replied with my head held high. The seller reluctantly reduced the price to only half of the budget for the Potila region in the pre-reform currency of 1960, which suited me much better. Thus, I had made my first decisive step to being respected by any of my partners. After that, I did it all the time. To finalize my preparations for the creation of individual communism, I went into the bank branch in Rehovot where everyone knew me from past visits. That time, I had to open an account for my company. Since even as I entered, My face showed the firm decisiveness of an experienced financier. They welcomed me and graciously freed me from unnecessary formalities and delays. The path to communism was open. Even though I was extremely busy after returning to Israel, from time to time I was overcome with the familiar gnawing feeling of extreme loneliness. I had to do everything myself. But this time around I knew very well that neither loneliness nor other circumstances would break me. 33-year-old Shlomo was as different from 17-year-old Semyon as 33-year-old whiskey is different from 17-year-old distilled spirit. Learning the oil business. I might not know where many things begun, but the oil extraction process obviously begins at the bank. Even though I have the entire Encyclopedia Britannica, leather-bound, decorating the bookshelf in my office, I haven't opened it in many years. I simply never needed it. Not because I know everything in it from cover to cover, rather, for the opposite reason. I am certain that full knowledge of its contents could seriously interfere with the dynamics of the creative process. That's why I look in it only on rare and desperate occasions. My understanding of the world and my creative process are based on several base facts, simple logical reasoning, and brief and clear informational schemas. I will explain with 2 examples. From early childhood, I developed the habit of knowing exactly how much tomatoes cost. I am paralyzed and my financial models and my trust in civilization are lost if, at a certain time in a certain country, I do not know the price of tomatoes. In my childhood, still in Chernivtsi, my head wasn't stuffed with useless information, and I knew the exact price of all the foods we ate. Thankfully, in those times, there weren't too many, as we know now. So, eating my tomato salad, I knew the price of what I'd eaten to the nearest kopeck. Later, I calculated the energy I'd consumed to the nearest calorie. The other example is more complex and more relevant. In our everyday life, we don't think about where our modern conveniences come from, our electricity, gas, or water. The only exceptions are when we earn our money by those conveniences. But now, in Philadelphia, the modern convenience of oil had become the source of my income, and would continue to be for the next couple of decades. I now needed to learn about the price of oil and the products made from it, learn something about the oil and gas industry, make a couple new logical reasoning chains, and understand the schema of searching for oil. In short, I now needed to learn the oil and gas business. What did I know back then about oil and how it's extracted? I had no experience in that area, just like most ordinary people. I never even celebrated Oil Workers' Day. Nevertheless, I took on this task. In the first months of work in this new area, I made a simple diagram of the entire oil industry. I based it on my well-established algorithm using the price of tomatoes, which made it easy to calculate the price of the entire salad. From time to time, in my learning process, I encountered situations in which I had to take on the role of Nikola Tesla. We shouldn't forget him, and we should not say no to honest adventurousness. Without adventurousness, no business will ever take off or get anywhere. As a minimum, you have to present yourself in the right way. That's one of the most important rules. If you, for example, cannot introduce yourself and explain your business in 7 minutes, it can mean that you either don't have a business or don't understand anything about it. Moreover, you don't have to guarantee the truth of what you say. What you say just has to sound plausible and probable, and you have to inspire trust in your listener. It's analogous to the situation where a physicist, with a serious look on his face, writes out a lengthy formula and makes every effort to shield himself and his lack of understanding from any criticism. This also happens in business, politics, and academics. Of course, you can say your work is classified and avoid talking about it this way. But this won't work for long, it may only work once and only for dilettantes. So, having been the general director of Numalog for several months, the first thing I did was to clearly formulate my starting pitch. Suppose that one day, an enterprising and rather promising oil man comes to a bank for money. It's a tricky business and requires thorough preparation. It does not matter that they know him well at the bank and that he is a familiar face. When big money is at stake, it doesn't matter who is familiar and who isn't. And so, the oil man says to the banker, "I've come across an oil field, not far from here, and I'm here at the bank to ask for a loan. I want to borrow money to buy a license to develop the oil field." But the banker is no fool and says to him, "And what guarantee do you have that the bank will ever see its money back?" "Here, look," the enterprising and rather promising oil man confidently responds, "the data from the Geological Survey show extensive oil reserves in exactly this place. All the neighboring fields are profitable. Compared to the gigantic potential profit, the license price is nothing." At that point, the first meeting with the banker is successfully concluded for most oil men. For the most part, it had ended successfully for our oil man too. The next meeting with the banker happens after a year or two. Now the oil man has a license and concrete plans for the survey of the oil field for optimal future productivity. These surveys include boring several wells to the right depth. That requires a bit more money than the license, but still immeasurably less than the potential profit. The second meeting happens in a rather restrained and business-like atmosphere, and usually does not involve any unexpected surprises. The third, and most important, meeting happens when the oil man goes to the bank to ask for a much larger sum of money to actually develop the oil field. That very large sum of money is needed to bore a network of oil wells, lay kilometers worth of steel pipes, cover them all with a casing string or a production pipe and cement it all in place. During the countless meetings and endless questions asked by the banker, these will definitely come up: how fast will the oil be extracted? Even if the oil field is large, the speed of the oil extraction is limited, the profit may not be enough to cover the interest payable to the bank. How much water will be in the crude oil? It is expensive to separate crude oil and water. To answer these and many other important questions, among other things, it's needed to install measuring devices in the oil well several kilometers below ground. The yearly expenses for these are substantial. Even part of the sum is definitely huge for any poor person, which by implication includes any scientist or beginning oil man. This was me at the time, too, as you understand. Who was I at the time, anyway? I had just turned 33. I was the general director of an Israeli company and the vice president in charge of the science department of an American company. I had a fashionable engraved business card, printed on rather thick cardboard, with all these above listed titles. The official address of the company, the Weizmann Institute, was printed there as well. Even Tesla could not dream of that. I had become stronger both de facto and de jure. That is why I got the loan at the bank, but I didn't need it yet. In principle, at that moment, I could have stopped working 24 hours a day and enjoyed my achievements in the title business. But I wanted more than just titles. For that, I needed to work, and I was ready to do so. There was another nuance, most likely unknown to most oil businessmen and bankers. Across the street from the gates of the Weizmann Institute, on Herzl Street, was a bar. That bar was the gathering place for those who, not too long ago, also had important sounding titles and fancy business cards on thick cardboard. And then, they'd lost all of that. I knew well that that bar was not part of my creative process, and never went there. The technical task. My personal success, the future of my new project and the perspectives of my company, not to mention their cumulative effect on global warming and world peace, were things I put together bit by bit. One of those bits, one could even say the cornerstone of everything I'd planned, was the correct formulation of the technical task before me. It's taken me almost a week so far to write a short paragraph in which I attempt to explain to the reader, in an accessible way, just what my scientific and technical task really was. The reader will definitely want to know how I managed to solve it, and to know various other details. But as the time is ticking, my half-written paragraph clearly demonstrates that this educational and writing task is still beyond me. Still, I will have to explain it in a maximally succinct and relatively understandable way. I am hoping to provide enough material to round out my story without burdening it with technical detail. And so, here it goes. Most likely, many people are aware of the existence of magnetic resonance imaging and its extreme importance in diagnosing human illness. MRI is a way of generating images for visualizing the internal organs and tissues of animals, including humans. But not everyone knows that it can be used to investigate many types of objects and substances as well. This technology is based on nuclear magnetic resonance. In NMR, the resonant absorption or emission of electromagnetic energy by the nuclei of the atoms of a substance. With standard laboratory NMR studies, the object is placed inside a special apparatus. But what do you do if the object you wish to study is several kilometers underground? There is only one solution, to bore a very deep well and to lower different measuring devices into it. This is, to put it mildly, an unusual sort of problem, but it has to be solved. I turn on my imagination. I see myself taking a notebook and pencil from my desk and going to the well. I have to go very far, even to fly in an airplane, but after all that, I find myself in a hot desert. Even though I have to embark on a long journey, I am not at all tired, since the journey is all in my head. As we know, there's nothing in a desert except for sand all the way to the horizon. In my case, there is also a 6-inch hole at my feet. I look into that hole, and see absolutely nothing and understand absolutely nothing. I have no idea what to do next. I mentally return to my office, collect myself, and start studying the question in detail. In oil and gas surveying, one uses well logging to obtain a continuous record of the physical properties of the rock formations that contain these products. Well logging is the most common way of geophysical surveying of an oil well. Well logging is lowering a special device into the well, a logging tool, and then raising it again. The goal of well logging is to determine the structure of the cross-section of the well in detail. The main measurements are made when the logging tool is raised, but some parameters can be measured while it is being lowered. This method has a small radius of visibility around the well, from several centimeters to several meters, but it is highly detailed, and can allow one to not only determine to the nearest centimeter the depth of the oil formation, but also the detailed properties of the formation itself throughout its thickness. Well logging is simply lowering various instruments on a cable into an oil well to record petrophysical data, by using various sensors. The logging tools, developed over many years, measure natural gamma radiation, electrical and acoustic parameters, stimulated radioactive reactions, electromagnetic resonance, nuclear magnetic resonance, pressure, and other properties of the geological formations and the liquids contained within them. What comes next is not very complicated either. NMR well logging uses the electromagnetic radiation emitted by the perturbed nuclei of the geological formation in order to determine its porosity and permeability. The main application of the NMR sensor is to determine total liquid volume, including oil and water, in the formation. Several years after the first successful use of NMR in 1946 and its demonstration of the net spin magnetization precession in the Earth's magnetic field in 1948, the oil industry realized the potential of NMR. Let us delve deeper into the history. A lot of interesting things happened before I was born. I bear no responsibility for any of them. The same year, month, and even the same week that I was born, the brothers Russell and Sigurd Varian from Silicon Valley patented a method for using NMR for well logging, but this was just the start of so far, a 70-year marathon. In the 1950s, several multinational companies began extensive research with the object of understanding the use of NMR in porous media for determining the characteristics of oil-bearing rocks, porosity, permeability, and liquid content. Along with laboratory experiments, these investigations also included the development of logging tools and methods. In the following 2 decades, many patents were granted on logging tools, and many other accomplishments were made. But this was still not enough for any commercially, or even practically useful, logging application. A useful application would be if the pointer on the measuring tool shivered ever so slightly, and always did so at the same depth in the well. In those 2 decades, not a single pointer moved at all. At the same time, and completely independent of the fact that I was by then in my 3rd year of university, there was a world energy crisis. In connection with this, and completely without my consent, some of the scientific, technical, and intellectual resources of the Los Alamos National Laboratory were transferred from nuclear weapon development to oil technology. This action immediately strengthened world peace and intensified global warming. The budget allocated to the development of oil technology would have been enough to build another Baikal-Amur mainline and the simultaneous reversal in the direction of all the Siberian rivers. Without naming names, I will note that many scientists from different countries took up this important work. Though Enrico Fermi, Richard Feynman, and Robert Oppenheimer did not transfer to the well logging project for personal reasons. And so, the year of my arrival in Israel, 2 exciting events happened in the area of NMR logging. Los Alamos received an important patent for its alternative technology. They had developed a logging tool that used permanent magnets for creating a stationary and uniform magnetic field. Though that particular construction had serious limitations, the concept laid the foundation for the development of modern commercial NMR logging tools. Then it turned out that the NMR logging services provided by the Schlumberger Company, which later became the world's leading supplier of technologies for the complex analysis of geological formation, well drilling, oil extraction, and hydrocarbon processing, were in low demand due to low quality, and the Los Alamos project shut down, also because of low quality. In response to this incompetence of science and technology, an American Jew named Hermann Schwartz, already known to my faithful readers, having studied from cover to cover the Manual for Spiritual Awakening and a lot of other bourgeois literature, bought the NMR well logging technology from the Los Alamos National Laboratory. The next, rather logical, link in the chain of all these exciting events, was that this very Schwartz hired me, in March of 1985, to solve all the unsolved problems in this area. Yes, I, Solomon Glaser, enter the arena. The technical problem has been stated definitively. So, there should be no more problems, the rest is just craftsmanship in technology. I did not know then, but the solution of this problem, which neither Silicon Valley nor Los Alamos could solve, took me only 4 months. The method of insolent voluntarism. All of my early childhood was spent under the leadership of the unforgettable Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. The young pioneers' trumpets sang me songs about corn and animal husbandry, and their drums gave a constant drum beat, calling us to fight for world peace. But throughout that time, no one had ever heard the fanfare announcing the arrival of communism. It was later, in 1964, that dear Nikita Sergeyevich was accused of subjectivism and voluntarism, but while I was growing up, this Khrushchevian voluntarism and subjectivism was what I'd fed on, along with a fresh-baked bun in the mornings. It was easy and organic for me to take voluntary decisions, as a real Soviet citizen and passionate Khrushchevian. So, in 1969 after finishing high school, I vowed to never dance again, even though I'd liked dancing. In 1978, I vowed to give up cards, then and forever. I made other significant voluntary decisions in life as well. The reader already knows about some of them, and will soon learn about the others. The moment I came back from England to Israel, I started insolently preparing for my meeting with Abrashka, already known to the reader. Who else? I'd voluntaristically allocated exactly a week to preparing for this meeting. This was despite the fact that I remembered the time when, during my first year of graduate school, I came to his office for something, and he unexpectedly asked, "Why do you have two hands, Shlomo?" I knew even then that one shouldn't answer Abrashka's questions immediately, even if it seems that the question is transparent and the answer is clear. I was silent, and he continued in an agitated and stubborn way without waiting for my reaction. "Your left hand is for holding a sheet of paper with the thesis of your theoretical calculations and estimates, and your right hand is for the sheet of paper showing your experimental results. Don't come to my office with any other combination of papers." After letting 7 seconds pass, for politeness, he barked in Russian in the proper Khrushchevian voluntaristic manner, "Get out of here." This time around, the fact that I had no experimental results in my right hand was obvious. It was equally obvious that I could not present anything theoretical. Even the problem statement was not clear at this stage. Nevertheless, a week had passed, and my insolent voluntaristic rules did not allow for extensions. With a thumping heart and empty hands, I went to the Weizmann Institute to meet with Abrashka. The initial data for the introductory conversation looked like this: because I am a specialist in magnet design, my task is to develop a method for improving the parameters of the homogeneity of the magnetic field, and the other development tasks for the device, including the antenna, will be done by corresponding American experts. Who that will be and how they will do it is something my partners never told me. According to my young chekist's oath I'd taken in my distant Chernivtsi childhood, I ask no questions. If they want to tell me, they will, and if they don't, there's no point in wasting time asking questions and creating an awkward situation. It was almost instantly obvious to me that the Americans couldn't solve the problem by themselves, even when it came to stating it. I understood that because I knew well that someone who doesn't understand the problem himself can't give a clear and acceptable explanation of it. Instead, the Americans used definitions like "it is complicated," "it is secret," or "it is a trade secret." I was not satisfied with that, because I'd staked everything on that project as my only source of income. Once a day, usually before lunch, I would have some depressing thoughts about the problem being unsolvable, and would immediately go to lunch to dispel them. But it was, in fact, true, because such a complex problem should have been worked on by a large group of specialists in various areas of physics, engineering, programming, well logging, and other sciences. But I was alone and I could not simultaneously solve the entire complex of problems. And I had no time to learn all of the above. All the knowledge I needed could be roughly divided into 3 unequal groups. The very small first group comprises the subjects with which I work regularly and know well. The majority of the subjects I required were in the second group. Those are the subjects that I had learned well in university or at work. I could get them back to fighting trim, but it would take me several weeks for each subject. But what to do about the third group of subjects, the ones I had never studied? There are some among them that I had taken exams on and even achieved a good grade in. But I'd retain the knowledge only for the day of the exam, to free up working memory for the next exam in another subject. If I had to use some knowledge from the third group to solve my problem, there could be more than 2 months of delay involved. With favorable circumstances, I could maybe learn no more than one such subject without serious harm to my project schedule. So, I cut away those areas of the field of science and technology where I would not look for the solution to my problem. In short, I decided to act according to the lamppost principle, where you look for a lost item in the dark only where there's enough light to see, under the lamppost. Of course, this was a serious risk, because the remaining space would contain the solution, and then it was all over. But there was no alternative, and there's nothing simpler in life than a lack of alternatives. It was all extremely simple. If the solution to the problem laid outside my zone of competence, I would not find it. The ability to make decisions in uncertain and ambiguous circumstances is the most important quality of a manager. The higher up in the hierarchy the decision maker is, the more complex the problems. The underlings make the easy decisions, their managers make the hard decisions, and the hardest decisions are made by the highest manager on the hierarchy, who has to decide because there is no one else to delegate. I spent that week at the Weizmann Institute library to prepare for the meeting with Abrashka. I had to be careful to not let him see me before I had something coherent to present to him. At the library, after only a few days, I came to the conclusion that I had to design both the magnet and the antenna of the device, even though the Americans had told me that I was only tasked with the magnet. After that conclusion, I decided that I could meet with Abrashka and, unofficially and insolently, exchange a few words. The very next morning, I went to the electronics division of the physics department of the Weizmann Institute. As soon as I opened the door to Abrashka's office, I was surprised to hear his friendly voice. "Hello, Shlomo." "Good morning, Abrashka. Just last night, I was buying stamps and remembered that you were so far away. I was going to write you a letter to America. In our department, we still hadn't finished discussing whether Shlomo would come back from England, and you're now in America. I am working in America, but I live in Israel." It turned out that this is also possible. I had no time for banter, though, and I immediately changed the subject to my technical problem. He listened to my brief introduction and said, sadly and seriously, "You need to look for another job immediately, Shlomo. You have a family and a new addition to it is coming. You need a reliable and steady income. NMR logging is neither of those. The thing is, dear Abrashka, that if I had any alternative, I would have thought about it. Even though there are 300 million Americans, I won't be able to find any other suckers like these from Philadelphia. So, I absolutely have to find the solution to my problem." I rattled off in reply. "Have you ever been at an oil well, or even seen one from a distance?" "I've never seen one or been near one, even in my dreams," Abrashka said, looking abstracted. "Me neither." Even though we parted at that point, after our meaningless conversation, I saw a lively interest in the subject in Abrashka's sly eyes. That was the most important thing, that I could interest him. Now I will have someone to talk to about logging, and what a someone. That's not insignificant. After a few days, we came up with a list of questions, the answers to which could be found in the library. Of course, I would be the one to look for them, with my insolence given an extra push by Abrashka's help. I understood something else, too. The people who go to oil wells regularly and see them, don't know how to solve NMR problems. Their heads are full of different problems altogether. And those who have never seen an oil well and know nothing of the subject, but know how to solve NMR problems, aren't ready to make risky decisions. Only we, the real inventors, insolent, self-centered individualists, narcissists, voluntarists, and subjectivists, can tackle these problems. That is why only we have the right to the sweet successes, final victories, and generous rewards. Chapter 2. The Harmony of Inventorship. Il cemento dell'armonia e dell'invention. In Italian, The Contest Between Harmony and Invention, a set of 12 concertos by Antonio Vivaldi for solo violin, string orchestra, and basso continuo. The first 4 concertos are known as the Seasons, in Italian Le Quattro Stagioni. Allegro, Le Campanie stanno suonando. In Italian mean, merrily, the bells are ringing. A new invention is always a holiday, the peak of harmony between a person and their environment. It is the culmination of the creative process. And of course, this kind of holiday doesn't happen every day. These holidays of harmony and creativity happen very rarely in life, and can take a multitude of forms. But they are united by one thing. It seems to all the participants and related parties that they are hearing the happy ringing of bells that cannot be seen by the ordinary eye or heard by the ordinary ear. For different people, the melody and volume of this happy ringing is different, but for each person, in different areas of their endeavor, the ringing is characteristic and very pleasant. Personally, for me, despite the transition from science to business, from music to art, or from discussion to writing, the creative process is invariant. It is the result of my personal upbringing and development, as well the evolution of civilization during the millennia that preceded my birth. Let us lift the heavy velvet curtains and imagine such a holiday. On such a momentous day, one has to behave accordingly. For example, one can go to the Philharmonic for a symphony concert. This absolutely has to be done while wearing shoes that have been shined to a mirror finish, freshly pressed trousers and shirt, a suit jacket with a handkerchief in its pocket, and of course, with a bow tie matching the color of the handkerchief. On such a holiday, one can take a little nap after lunch, then shower, and immediately before the concert, drink some hot chocolate with a small piece of Napoleon cake at La Primavera, the restaurant next to the Philharmonic. And already at the concert hall, trembling with the anticipation of delight and watching the orchestra from one's seat, one can see the musicians' faces as they ceremoniously take their seats. They get their instruments ready and set up their sheet music. They sit more comfortably. They straighten their suit coats and bodies. It's easy to see the exact moment when they are ready for the creative process and are only waiting for the conductor's baton. The conductor appears, approaching the podium with speedy steps. The audience applauds. He bows to the public, turns halfway, greets the orchestra, and is still for a moment. The baton soars up and stops above his head. Everything is ready for the magical holiday of harmony. The preparation for the magic and harmony of invention is similar. Its attributes need to gradually gather critical mass, fill the soul, mature, and overflow over the rim. The signal for readiness of the invention will be the happy ringing of invisible bells. I know for sure that inventorship can easily compete with music and other creative processes for primacy in the world of harmony. The process of inventorship swallowed me whole, and I dissolved in it. Sitting in my armchair at home, I stared into space, noticing nothing in the room. In reality, I was looking through the walls at the universe. It was there that the keys to solving all my problems were found, as well as my future inventions that anxiously awaited their discovery. From time to time, some of my sensations and instincts would sharpen, drowning out everything else. For example, an acute, almost painful sense of smell would focus on one particular fragrance, ignoring every other one. My vision allowed me not just to see, but to feel the depth of the universe. I did not see the stars in the sky with my eyes, I felt them with some of my other senses. My self-confidence grew with every hour. If there was a device for the precise measurement of my self-confidence, it could have registered its hourly growth. I'd worked several years on the theory and methods of NMR. I had accumulated a unique amount of experience in the physics and technology of magnets and antennas. Moreover, in the past few months I'd learned the physical principles of the movement of the mixture of oil, water, and gas in geological formations, oil production, and various methods of logging. Even though I wasn't yet wearing jeans with a belt decorated with an enormous belt buckle taking up half my stomach, a Mexican hat, and crocodile skin cowboy boots with thick heels, like a real Texas oil man, and even though I hadn't yet learned the Texas two-step, I already knew the price of an oil barrel in the world market. Its high price gave me confidence not just the following day, but as a minimum, the entire following year. I also learned, for now, just in my imagination, how to lower myself down into an oil well. Sometimes, I'd spend days there. I got so accustomed to my new environment that I could have lived there. I'd learned, almost intimately, the nuclear magnetic resonance configurations of various measuring devices. For each one, in a couple of hours according to a well-practiced procedure, I could calculate a numeric value that demonstrates the effectiveness of the device. By early August 1985, I was already ready to invent, and was only awaiting the magical conductor's baton that was already raised high above the conductor's head to begin the magic of harmony. It's too bad that by that time the wheel, the bicycle, and the Singer sewing machine had already been invented. I would have invented them too. I also knew that it wasn't enough just to be ready for invention, even though it was absolutely necessary. This state of expectation, expecting magical harmony, is the rarest and most pleasant phenomenon in human life. I'd only encountered it a few times. In those minutes, there is a strange dissociation. On one hand, you don't want to leave the pleasant languishment of anticipation, the holiday of anticipating the holiday, but on the other hand, you wait for its end, so that it can usher in the invention itself. From my own past experience, I knew that I am most interested in the beginning, the prelude, of invention, and the process itself. After the culmination, there is the cooling off period, which was less interesting to me. But for some reason, I thought that it would be different this time around. The entirety of the creative process, the competition between harmony and invention in all its forms, is based on the same things, uses the same experience, and evokes the same emotions. At least, in me. One has to constantly prepare for it and patiently await its blessed arrival. During that period of my life, I also had to be extremely considerate and patient in my home life, especially where it concerned my pregnant wife. Pregnancy and the birth of a new person, in essence, are also creative acts. In my life, Evita's pregnancy and my work weren't parallel processes. They merged into one, intensifying each other. I simultaneously physically felt the heartbeat of my unborn son and the rhythm of my project. But while I knew when my firstborn would arrive, with a fair degree of accuracy, Unfortunately, I did not have the confidence that the solution to my problem would arrive at the same time. But I wanted that. How I wanted that? Dreaming, I looked into my future and saw the success of both processes. In between my, as yet, unknown plans, I was coolly busy with the complex physical calculations of the models of my magnets, antennas, and the other elements of my future device. Going to sleep, I'd always hoped to see my future in my dreams, where the sense of reality is for the most part absent. But those hopes were never fulfilled. Vivo crescendo, grandezza dell'invenzione. In Italian this means lively, increasing in volume, in the greatness of the invention. And now, a little bit that is not about me. The thing is that at this stage in our story, it is important to define what an invention is, who has the right to call himself an inventor, and finally, how the invention process begins and how it proceeds. Since there is no unified approach to this subject, we will cite a few illustrative examples. Let us begin with the simplest, but most important one. The wheel. As we know, the greatest invention in human history is the wheel. It is from that invention that many other inventions arise, for example, the bicycle. This is why we say don't reinvent the wheel when referring to something obvious. It is by pure chance that the wheel was not invented by a self-taught Russian peasant. It is considered that the most ancient wheels appeared no later than the 5th millennium BCE. It is interesting that if the prototype for the airplane was a bird and the prototype for the submarine was a fish, the prototype for the wheel was a log roller that was used to transport a heavy load. The wheel was created and implemented by the greatest inventor of the human species, and the only witness to the process was the Almighty. Since in those distant times, globalization had not yet settled in a thick fog over all the continents of our planet, human communication was exclusively local in nature. In those conditions, it is likely that the wheel was invented by multiple inventors independently of each other. It is also likely that the improvement and modernization of the wheel also proceeded in parallel and in various different ways. In any event, the fact of the invention of the wheel is the triumph of civilization, and it has swept in a victory march all through human history. If the most civilized drinkers usually drink their third toast to the ladies, or to those at sea, the first toast has to be in honor of the inventor of the wheel. I will brook no objections. Some say that there are three types of inventors: those who want to get rich quick, those who want glory, and random romantics in science and technology. Maybe this classification was accurate during the invention and initial improvement of the wheel, but I will say at once that in the modern world, it is inaccurate. Absolutely every inventor contains in him all three above-mentioned types. In every case, one only has to determine the proportion of each type for a particular inventor. Since most of my readers are inventors, they should easily accept this hypothesis. The electric light bulb. The incandescent light bulb is a light source in which the transformation of electrical energy into light happens by means of heating a high melting point conducting filament by electric current. Thanks to its inventors, the electric light bulb has lit up our lives for many years. Today, the overwhelming majority of people do not know, and more importantly, do not want to know who it was that gave the world the electric light bulb. 100 years ago, among the educated minority, it was considered that this was done by the American inventor Thomas Edison. Half a century ago, people in the USSR were convinced that the great Lenin had invented Lenin's bulb. Both are mistaken. So, who really invented the incandescent light bulb, and when? Electric lights using coal were known at least 40 years before 1872, when the Russian scientist Alexander Lodygin was able to make a coal rod glow in a vacuum in a glass vessel. He received a patent for the coal light bulb in 1874. A little later, Lodigian replaced the coal with tungsten, which is still used in light bulbs. Thomas Edison received the patent for an electric light bulb that was practical and usable in a home on December 20, 1879. Even though Edison had not invented the entire concept of the electric light bulb, his invention is considered the first, due to the widespread adoption of his invention. In 1898 to 1908, many high melting point materials were tried in incandescent light bulbs. In 1909, a zigzag-shaped tungsten wire began to be used. In 1912 to 1913, incandescent light bulbs were filled with nitrogen or inert gases, and the tungsten wire was spiral-shaped. But the most important thing is that in this invention, the romanticism of discovery, the thirst for glory, and the banal desire for money intertwined in a fascinating way. We will skip the details. Sound recording. Just like the incandescent light bulb, sound recording was invented over a period of decades, and hundreds of inventors contributed in a significant way to its creation and improvement. And all of them, without exception, also wanted glory and money, and were just a little bit romantic. The phonograph was the first device that could reproduce sound. Thomas Edison, once again, got a patent for it on February 19, 1878. The gramophone was invented in 1887 by the German-American Jewish inventor Emil Berliner. Instead of a wax cylinder as in a phonograph, the gramophone record was a flat disc. The recording process, just like in a phonograph, was done by a needle that left a spiral groove on one of the surfaces of the disc. Nowadays, sound recording is done completely differently, but the method invented by the above-mentioned romantics and businessmen had made them famous. With years, as people used their invention, the money and the romanticism were forgotten, only the glory remained. Though there is no justice in the world if only Edison and Tesla are remembered. Let us summarize. In the past, people become inventors out of illiteracy, desperation, and the passion for improvement. They created their own, new things without the burden of too much experience. It is important for an inventor to not know too much and to not think that smart people had already done everything that could be done. It's important to trust in your own creativity and create something of your own. That is how you discover an unexpected solution, and that is what an invention is. Now there are no more great individual inventors, everything new is created by groups, so who can figure out whose idea is whose? This is why inventorship is originality, originality is individualism, and individualism is solitude. Given this, being solitary is not the same as being an individualist, and being an individualist is not the same as being an inventor. That's what I think. And now, a little about me. I have always known that I am limited in many ways, that I am not well educated, and that my spirit is weak to a certain degree. With the years, I understood that others are not that different from me in that respect. I will admit that my inventions are not all that great and not all that brilliant. Perhaps, because of my lack of refinement or education and, to put it bluntly, my low intellect. They are not even all that significant. I will tolerate even that. But I assure the reader that I have the true romanticism of the inventor in my soul, and that all these years, my ears continued to ring with the symphony of creative inventorship, audible only to me. Presto, tempo impetuoso di estate. In Italian mean fast, summer thunderstorm. As the concert begins, during the overture, we still don't know exactly how it will go. We can only approximately guess at it. But the young people who sit in the first row and compare the concert with the sheet music they'd brought, They think they know. But do they really know? If they know everything, why do they go to concerts and waste their precious, hormone-infused time? An integral part of the festive holiday mood is the intermission. During that short and intense interval of time, you can sip a bit of cool champagne, look at the audience in detail, exchange a few words with your companions or acquaintances you meet at the concert. And when the concert ends, we already know what really happened there and how the musical culmination came to be. Now I know that it happened in the evening of August 7, 1985. Before that day, I'd felt nothing. Because you can't plan such an event, or predict it by the position of the planets or the shape of the coffee grounds. You have to always be ready for it, like a young pioneer. When it happened, I felt it at once. But only with the years, looking back from a long distance, could I understand its true importance as a culmination, which I hadn't felt at the moment. It was late but the sun hadn't fully sunk beneath the horizon. I was riding my bicycle home from the Weizmann Institute. After a long workday, my head was stuffed with formulas, diagrams, and graphs. That nutritious cocktail circulated in my body along with the blood, and fed it generously. But that cocktail conspicuously lacked an infinitely small, but very important, component, the catalyst for the solution to my problem. Instead of the road in front of me, I saw an oil well, and I slowly lowered myself into it by turning my bicycle pedals. From time to time, my body was pierced by a hot impulse, and it seemed that the solution was very close, but in some improbable way it slipped away every time, leaving a dryness in my mouth. My lips were completely dry and the middle of my lower lip was adorned with a crack. The wind in my face dried my lips out further, and the crack ached. Halfway home, when I was heading along Durakyov Street and crossing Rozansky Street, my experience of the external world suddenly disappeared and fell, together with me, into the imaginary oil well, but even faster and deeper than me. Riding another 500 meters or so, I felt an especially intense and hot impulse. And suddenly, it was like lightning struck me. My palms sweated at once and my back was covered in sweat. I stopped pedaling. I crossed the street by inertia, left the road and stopped by a deserted bus stop. Dropping the bicycle, I lay down on the grass and put both sweaty hands under my head. The grass was dried out, just like my lips, but I paid absolutely no attention to that. I understood that I'd solved the problem. Solved it correctly and definitively. That solution had flashed in my head more than once for the entirety of last week, but each time, I lacked the oxygen in my lungs or something else and couldn't concentrate and bring the solution to its concrete and understandable conclusion. Now a technical note about NMR apparatuses and methods. Many of my readers are physicists, and they can assuage their curiosity by reading my patent. Nevertheless, they can have a whole line of questions on the strategic level, related to the process of invention. I will attempt to answer those questions. For the other readers, my explanations can seem rather unclear, and will, alas, not satisfy their thirst for knowledge. And so, NMR is the most powerful and informative method of investigating molecules. Even though the word nuclear appears in the name, you can calm down, NMR is in no way related to nuclear physics or radioactivity. NMR devices aren't assembled in a kitchen, in a dark corner, or in an old barn. They are made in a well-equipped laboratory. Those devices are among the most expensive of scientific instruments. As a minimum, they can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the most expensive spectrometers cost several million. In an ordinary NMR experiment, the object to be scanned is placed in a stationary magnetic field inside a magnet. The magnetic moments of its nuclei are excited by a short and powerful impulse by a radio frequency magnetic field in a direction perpendicular to the stationary magnetic field. After the impulse, the signal produced by a radio frequency coil is recorded. The conditions for resonance require that the frequencies of the two magnetic fields be equal, and also require precession of the nuclear magnetic moment around the stationary magnetic field. In some area, the magnetic field is homogeneous if the vector of magnetic induction at every point in that area is constant. In other words, this is a field with zero gradients. Because technical drawings and formulas are beyond the scope of this book, I will explain it in words. There are no magnetic monopoles. The simplest source of a magnetic field is a dipole. In every NMR device, the object to be scanned is placed inside two magnetic fields that are perpendicular to each other, a stationary and a radio frequency magnetic dipole, whose field is naturally homogeneous. I have to note that NMR does not require the homogeneity of these fields, it just turned out this way for greater accuracy of measurement. The requirement for NMR can be formulated this way: at every point in the object to be scanned, the stationary and radio frequency magnetic fields have a constant amplitude and are perpendicular to each other. So what do you do if the sources of stationary and radio frequency magnetic fields are inside a cylindrical oil well and the sample is outside it? Stop requiring that the fields be homogeneous. End of the technical note. No, I was not mistaken. Everything looked incredibly simple. There was no room for mistakes in the answer. Of course, as soon as I got to a pen and paper, I would definitely calculate the efficiency of my new design. But I had no doubt that it would be 2 orders of magnitude better than the competing devices from Schlumberger or Los Alamos. It seemed to me that everything around me, the whole world, had changed. But I looked around and didn't find anything different. I was the one that changed. What changed was my perception of the world. I absolutely clearly understood that my life had changed at that point. I had reached the summit, to which I'd climbed so long and with so much effort. Maybe it was the highest summit of my life. That thought made me simultaneously scared and sad. In the next minute, my whole life flashed before my eyes. Chernivtsi, Belz, Novosibirsk, Zamohila, Oxford, Chernivtsi. The faces of my loved ones, past and present, flashed before me. Among them were my teachers, friends, and relatives. For a moment, my father and mother appeared before my eyes, with the same lost expression on their faces that they had at the railroad station when I was leaving, the last time I saw them. And of course, I clearly saw Evita's face and felt, on my dry lips, the taste of our first kiss. There are no words to describe the whirlwind of emotion that caught me up and carried me somewhere, maybe to the past, or to the future, or to some third multidimensional space. I felt happiness overwhelm me. It had rushed here from somewhere in the infinite universe, touched me, and was instantly swept away into infinity. I was chosen. I was worried I'd lose my mind, and this is what kept me from crossing the line between reality and madness. I felt acutely that everyone was waiting for me, Evita at home, my mother in Chernivtsi, Abrashka at the Weizmann Institute, and Hermann Schwartz in America. When I came home, I immediately rushed to my desk and calculated the efficiency of my new design. I didn't even eat my dinner. Though maybe I did, and just didn't notice. That's probably what happened. I am not the smartest person in the ensemble of the smart people, and not the best scientist in the scientific community. But I'd found the key to the door that I'd discovered and opened. I had searched for that door for a long, long time. I'd spent half my life on it, but I did find it. Not everyone can manage it, but I had enough patience. Perhaps this is the only significant character trait that distinguishes me from others. This time around, the flute in my orchestra did not play out of tune, it played its part perfectly to the end and led me to that magic door. Now I was absolutely sure that I would have a job not just for the next few months, but for the next few years. Though as it turned out, I was deeply mistaken in that latter belief, as the near future, then unknown to me, would show. Before bed, as always, I came up to the open window beyond which the universe extended, and everything looked ordinary, just like on any other normal August night. But to me, this was an unusual night, and the sky was even pierced by an evening August lightning bolt, which wasn't supposed to appear according to the laws of nature. Just a minute ago, the symphony concert came to its end. There was enthusiastic applause. The conductor left the stage, the public slowly filed out through the open doors, and the orchestra musicians slowly collected their sheet music and put away their tired instruments into their cases. Everything that was visible had ended and dissolved in the mundane, but the invisible continued vibrating harmoniously, beautifully, and eternally. Presto, è necessario un esperimento. In Italian mean, quickly, an experiment is needed. The next day, early in the morning on August 8, 1985, I was already in Abrashka's office. We had parted late in the evening yesterday, and in the morning, we met again like nothing had happened. It probably seemed like we'd never gone home at all, but simply slept at the institute in different rooms. But in reality, we had not seen each other for an eternity. That is how much had happened in the past 10 hours. Abrashka only glanced in my lab notebook, and understood everything. He only asked a few clarifying questions. Everything was so elegant that it seemed simple, understandable, and crystal clear. The solution ideally fit the problem. It was as ideal of a fit as when the leather gloves made by Yasha the Glover, working at the atelier on Lenin Street across from the Passage store in Chernivtsi, perfectly fit my Aunt Janya's hands. Glancing at my empty right hand and seeing no sheet showing experimental results, Abrashka took a deep breath into his mighty lungs in order to exclaim, as customary in this situation, "Get out of here." But no, he ceremoniously announced in resigned and prophetic tones, "We need a pilot experiment." I understood it. I could have expected nothing else from Abrashka. Still, I experienced a spiritual dissonance. I had come into Abrashka's office happy and excited, and left it anxious and dejected. All my emotions for the past few weeks had experienced massive oscillations, reaching extreme values. Now, it was time for anxiety and dejection. The thing is that even setting up a very straightforward NMR experiment is not at all simple. This is not like setting up hypothetical experiments and philosophical speculations. You need special and expensive equipment. You also need a real oil well. You even need special magnets. Now, I think, the reader can understand why theoretical physicists are everywhere, while experimental physicists are much harder to find. But after I left the office, I stayed dejected for a few seconds and stayed worried for no more than a minute. I immediately began a systematic tour of all the professors and graduate students of the Weizmann Institute Physics Department. After a couple of hours, I still had enough fingers to count all Israeli physicists specializing in NMR. When I crossed off my list the ones who were working abroad at the moment, there were only 3 left. For me, as the former president of the Young Chekist Club of Chernivtsi Middle School No. 18, this sort of reconnaissance operation was not difficult at all. By lunchtime, I had phone numbers for all 3 local experimental scientists in NMR. After filtering by NMR resonant frequency and further reconnaissance, by evening, there was only one scientist with whom I could be in resonance. But alas, he and all of his equipment were working in a highly classified scientific organization in Israel. Once again, I drew on my Chekist background and my ability to keep my mouth shut. The Israeli military industry has a lot of important secrets. And who needs secrets when they want to brag to family, friends, and neighbors? Well, I'm not like that, and I would never tell anyone where I'd found the equipment I needed. This is why people trust me. Professor Heimfogel was a smart person, even though he'd gotten his education in chemistry. He had 30 years of experience in NMR. It surprised me and even scared me a little that he didn't tell me to go jump in the lake at our first meeting, but listened to me carefully. We agreed that I would make the magnet, antenna, and a model oil well, and he would connect all that to his electronics and we would make the required measurements. I took one sheet of graph paper and drew a diagram of the magnet and antenna by hand, listing the dimensions. They were approximate. The final dimensions would be determined when we knew what materials we had on hand. It can take a long time to prepare for such an experiment, at best, no less than a month. I wrote a final report for Schwartz with an estimation of the expected results, in which we were hoping for at least 100-fold increase in efficiency compared to the Los Alamos system. At the time, even when I optimized the Los Alamos configuration, it would be only a 2-fold increase in efficiency. While I was preparing for the experiment, Hermann Schwartz sent my report out to a dozen experts, and they simultaneously declared in various tones that from the theoretical point of view, my idea will not work and that is why nothing will come out of it. In support of their position, they listed a whole set of general and not so general principles that my invention allegedly contradicted. Only Abrashka supported me. And only because he was a well-known person, and respected and recognized in the world of science, did I get the opportunity to run my pilot experiment. Years would pass, and the same experts that had rejected my invention at the time would tell stories about how they had personally made a huge contribution to the attainment of world domination by NMR logging. I had no time for personal PR at the time. I had to prepare for the decisive pilot experiment. Even after that, too, I had more important things to do. At the time, the only distributor of permanent magnets in Israel was the Magma factory at the Gesher kibbutz, which was on the Jordan River just south of the Sea of Galilee. I immediately drove there in my car. Who loves sitting in traffic on big city streets? Absolutely nobody. But a pleasure drive in good weather along the intercity freeways in Israel is an entirely different matter. That's pure fun. It's like the feeling you experience while listening to symphonic music. When there's an intermezzo or some other moment when you can relax, catch your breath, and even get some rest. At the time, it's good to just let your mind wander or just not think at all. My long solitary road trip was absolutely necessary for me. The need for rest and relaxation had built up over several months already. I loved traveling around Israel, especially to the songs of Zohar Argov, my favorite Israeli singer who performed in the Mediterranean style in the 1980s. By that time in Israel, I'd already traded in vodka for Iraq, and Zohar Argov took the place of Muslim Magomaev for me. I arrived there to the music of the Mizrahi songs. The communists of the Gesher kibbutz looked at me suspiciously. My lack of party affiliation was noticeable. And here, at the most interesting place, I will stop my narrative. Those readers who can't wait for the experimental results will have to be patient and wait, just like I waited a whole month for my magnets to be manufactured. But there was another important reason for this stop. I was preoccupied with the birth of my son. Largo e pianissimo semper, per non svegliare il bambino, all'inizio di una nuova vita. In Italian this mean, broadly and always very quietly so as to not wake up the baby, the start of a new life. The percussion section of the symphony orchestra gathers strength and increases in volume, adds some drama, and reaches a culmination. Drum roll. Nights can be very long, especially when you're impatiently awaiting the birth of your child. My son was born on one sleepless night, right in the middle. Then I understood that the middle of the night is not midnight. The middle of the night is the hour when babies are born. The preceding couple of months, I had been very busy with my work, but even so, I could not help but notice the daily increase in Evita's already huge dimensions. She was growing larger each day. Her usual ordinary and reasonable behavior had evaporated. Instead, she would often laugh for no reason, or, as it seemed to me, cry for no reason as well. But mostly, she was quiet, became more thoughtful, and changed her diet. It was as if she developed an even clearer understanding of her responsibility for another life. While I was pondering my scientific problems, I tiptoed around her. Mostly, I was thinking about my own problems, but when I saw her, it was like I would sober up and also fill with responsibility for our common future. Because there was nothing practical I could do, or needed to do, at that point, I approached our condition from a deeply philosophical point of view. We are not the first or the last, what will happen, etc. And continued thinking about my invention. That consumed me entirely, 24/7. As the 40th week of pregnancy approached, the tension started increasing exponentially. In addition to everything else, my mother-in-law arrived from Spain. Her stay with us immediately, radically, and positively changed our menu, but did not lessen the above-mentioned tension. The first contractions. Then, more and more often, more and more powerful. By the last day of the 40th week, I was already fluent in pre-birth terminology. We decided to go to the hospital, though her water had not broken yet. At the hospital, we were sorted. Evita got a bed in a hospital room with the other women who were ready to give birth, and I anxiously joined the other future fathers in the hall. Who loves hanging out at the hospital all night and being present for the incredible torture of an innocent loved one? No one, of course. Though. The birth of one's child is another thing entirely. At this point, I will clearly say that I'd lied to Evita when I told her the day before that I really wanted to be present for the birth. But that night, the option of fleeing somewhere in fear was not possible. But what a divine blessing rewarded me, I was the first to see my son appear in the world. And that event, in an amazing way, coincided with the most important invention in my life. Those things don't happen by chance. When happiness comes, it always multiplies and grows new facets and branches. Happiness, unlike trouble, does not come alone. Apparently, this is the way our world works, and then, that night, I felt it completely. As soon as the baby's little head appeared, I jumped up and yelled so loud the whole hospital and surrounding regions could hear me, "He's just like me, only smaller." I said the same thing many more times while the mystery of birth continued. I didn't notice Evita's face, but I am infinitely grateful to her for this gift she has given me, the most important one in my life. I knew with certainty that we would have more children later, in a few years. But the firstborn, our son, and his birth, were simply magic. The birth of a baby is the most elevated and culminatory event in nature. It gives meaning to everything connected with human life. It is an amazing symphony of being that everyone plays, even if they don't play a single musical instrument and don't know how to read music. Though no one ever reproduces all alone. It takes two. And it connects those two so well that only death will part them. But that will only happen later, in 1,000 years. The morning after the birth, I was as exhausted as if I'd spent the night working in a quarry. On the way home, I went to an early opening restaurant. I sat down at a table in the corner. The waiter who came up to me was a young man, who reminded me in some intangible way of myself about 10 years ago. Everyone who was born or whom I met that day somehow amazingly resembled me. The waiter understood that it was useless to wait for me to take initiative and started offering me food choices himself. I exhaustedly nodded in agreement and we relatively quickly arrived at a mutually satisfactory order. Having had my supper, or maybe my breakfast, I finally came home. On the table was a list of things for me to do or to buy while Evita and the baby were still in the hospital. My wife, knowing my impressionability, had written this list in advance. The purchases and preparations took up my first real day as a father. By evening, our small apartment was graced by a wooden crib, a stack of baby clothes, a baby bath, a package of formula, and the very first toys for my son. In the kitchen, there was an amazing red baby carriage, made by some world-famous German company. Evita and I had picked it out several weeks prior, but according to the well-known superstition, I only bought it today, when my firstborn was actually born. When all the things I had to do that day were finally done, and when the apartment was sparkling clean for Evita and the little one, I wearily sat down on a stool in the corner and started recalling my childhood. The solitary violin in my soul was playing a solo, and I cried with happiness. There was so much of it. Presto molto, essere o non essere. In Italian this means, very fast, to be or not to be. It was stuffy in the lab and it smelled of burning, but no one paid attention. There are no temperatures, smells, or any other environmental parameters that can distract passionate experimenters for even a second. The room we'd picked to conduct an experiment was in a secret Israeli organization. It was in a large barn, and it was difficult to call it a lab, but it suited us just fine. With the years, I developed a good methodology for experiments in developing new products. This methodology is applicable to any project, product, or new idea. Just like many things in life, it can be divided into three unequal parts. The pilot, or, in other words, the proof of concept part of the experiment is conducted to test for the existence of a physical phenomenon and the actual operability of a method for its discovery. It is conducted without a strict control over the variables. That part allows one to eliminate serious errors in the formulation of the hypothesis, to more concretely focus in on the goal, specify the method of conducting the experiment, and estimate the chances of achieving the desired effect. The elements of a pilot experiment can be found in one's own lab or borrowed from a neighbor. Of course, one does have to buy or order something. But the time for delivery has to be short and well controlled. If the pilot experiment was successful, produced a reassuring result, and money remained in the budget, one could go on to the second part, the follow-up experiment. That is conducted under conditions of strict control over every base-independent variable. That experiment requires a lot of financial and human resources, as well as time, discipline, and attention to the smallest details. At the last stage, which can happen in a few months or even years, the first prototype is constructed. If the nth prototype is successful, it turns into a product. That will realistically take several years, but now let us return to the first part, our pilot experiment. As our model oil well, we used an ordinary plastic plumbing pipe with a plug on one end. That pipe was placed in a wooden wine barrel, unfortunately filled with water rather than wine. The NMR magnet was about 20 ferrite blocks covered in wooden boards, and was a parallelepiped with the external dimensions of 50 x 75 x 750 mm. Around that wooden parallelepiped, along its length, was wound a flat-woven copper wire, which was an antenna for both excitation and for receiving. Connecting and setting up this equipment took a whole week, though it felt like Vogel and I had only spent a few hours on it. That is the well-known relativist contraction of time in a laboratory system under condition of scientific excitement and engineering urgency. And so, after we'd set everything up, we got signals that were distinguishable from white noise. It was like a ringing that would sometimes appear and sometimes disappear. It seemed like the troika with bells on the sleigh had lost its way in a snowstorm and the coachman was looking for it in the hills. But soon, the ringing got louder and the bells started ringing in earnest, announcing that the signal was clearly there and that it was comparable in both magnitude and form with what was expected in our calculation. And so, with all due respect to the symphony that I am trying to perform in this chapter, the brass band struck up a victory march. Whether this was an army band or a firefighter band, I can't remember, and it's not important now anyway. The next morning, to the sound of the same brass band, I came into Abrashka's office with 2 sheets of paper, one in each hand, the way he liked it. This was the only way one could come to his office uninvited. The result was written on my face in large print. Really? Abrashka asked carelessly, noticing the 2 sheets of paper in my hands and my corresponding facial expression. There's an indecently small deviation between the experimental results and the theoretical calculations, I said, smiling even wider. The experimental results differ from the calculation by only a few percentage points. To believe this entirely, I have to see it with my own eyes, Abrashka pronounced firmly in the voice of a non-believer who had been offered the opportunity to meet God and exchange a few words with him. Immediately, Abrashka and I headed to the barn where the experiment was conducted, where Chaim Vogel had been preparing since morning for the new demonstration. Everything was supposed to go well, but it could mysteriously fail. This often happens when you show something to a guest for the first time. Chaim and I were very nervous. Even the sounds of the brass band in our heads had disappeared somewhere. But our anxiety was unfounded and the brass band struck up another song. The results were just like they had been the previous evening. I am a suspicious man. Convince me that the signal is coming from the water in the barrel. Where else would it come from? I asked indignantly. Pour out the water. Abrashka abruptly commanded. We started pouring out the water from the barrel, and the signal started decreasing until it disappeared. There was no more water left in the barrel. Pour it back. Abrashka ordered just as abruptly. The percussion section of the brass band took up the lead, and the sound started intensifying. It got stronger in direct relation to the rise of the water level in the barrel, the amplitude of the signal on the oscillograph, and the unconcealed joy in our hearts. When all the results were absolutely apparent, I put my theoretical calculations on the desk right next to the estimates of the ratio between the NMR signal and the parasitic noise in our experiment. The numbers were very close. But the most important thing was that they were 2 orders of magnitude higher than the competitors. I need 2 witnesses, I said, pointing Chaim and Abrashka to the sheet of paper with room for their signatures, and today this short, but historically very important report, just like Neil Armstrong, One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, will be faxed to America to Hermann Schwartz. And I quietly shouted hooray. Allegro, ballo e canto di Villanelli. In Italian this mean, with joy, the dance and song of the peasants. There are melodies in music that give one extra special pleasure. It is because they are special to us for some reason. We sing them in the shower, during long solitary walks in the park, or while driving. They are connected to our happy moments, our tender daydreams, and our dreams come true. In the late fall of 1985, one of my main harmonic components reached its maximum. It could have happened for many reasons, unknown to me, and now I cannot check these hypotheses. That is why I will have to take what happened that fall as a result of ordinary prophecy. When I was very small, I witnessed a conversation between my grandmother and her neighbor. In that conversation, my grandmother, placing her hand on my head, pronounced in prophetic tones, "I know that little Semyon will go far," and to describe this far distance in her fluent Belts dialect, she added, "Money will shower upon him like rain from the sky." I did not understand entirely what my grandmother meant. Her neighbor didn't understand either, but said, "Just in case, when hair grows on my palm, then Semyon, like his father, may they both be healthy, will get there." Many years have passed since then, and I do not know if anyone's palm grew hair. And I have yet to be showered with money, despite my grandmother's prophecy. Nevertheless, I had reached that happy time in my life in which my soul was full of my favorite music, the melody of creativity and creation, childhood fantasies, and youthful dreams. Now my fate was in my hands. I was the composer, the conductor, and the performer. I had my own project, my own invention, and my own company. And everything that happened there happened in the way I'd decided, which is a consequence of the unified theorem of harmony. There is always an enclosed space in which everything can live in total harmony. Looking from afar, I come to the conclusion that that period of my life was one of the most important calibrating stages for my personal gyroscope. What a year that was! For 12 months, the violins talked to the violas. I hadn't even turned 33 yet, but I was already the head of a family. I had a beautiful wife and an amazing son. By the end of that year, we were already living in our own apartment, in the center of the city with a view of the Jerusalem hills, and we had 2 cars, for convenience. So perhaps the money actually was showering down? And that was just the overture. I rented an empty house with an orchard for my company, within 3 minutes walk of my house and 5 minutes from the Weizmann Institute. By Rehovot standards, the orchard was huge, and by the types of fruit trees in it, it was luxurious by any standard. Comfortable workplaces are very important for a company's success, but they're not the most important thing. What is more important? Some people think that it's an innovative idea for a new product, and some think that it's the super professional, well-educated employees. Others will say that cutting-edge technology is very important for success, since it gives one a good competitive edge. Many will agree that it's necessary to have money in the bank. Anyone would put a big check mark by the word necessary. There are many other important and necessary things. But in reality, and I am completely certain of this, the most important thing in work is how we use all our energy to solve the problem that exists today. One day, Abrashka and I were walking past a gas station across the street from the Weizmann Institute, and he pointed out a small store next to it. In it, one could buy practically anything one needed. "See, Shlomo, this is a real businessman," Abrashka said, pointing at a 50-ish man behind the counter. He determines what goods are in demand and how much of them he needs, buys and sells it, is in charge of the finances, and scrubs the floor in the store. His sales volume does not allow him to hire employees. He has enough experience to successfully manage a large store, a supermarket, or even a chain of stores. In fact, this kind of businessman can manage just about anything, because he started at the bottom and gradually worked his way to everything else. He knows his job from the inside out due to his daily practice, not by book learning. On one hand, I understood that in my own company, I had to know how to do everything. On the other hand, I understood that I would need more than 24 hours in a day to do everything myself. Thus, in a simple conclusion, I needed to look for employees. And one can only do that kind of search when you know how to do everything yourself. If there is a situation where you hire a specialist who can do the job better than you start learning from him immediately. Only after a few decades of managing my company did I admit to myself that maybe, without wanting to, I was constantly competing with my employees, all my co-workers and consultants, and even with the secretary. And I had to win the competition. There are some puzzles where the solution is obvious but only after we read the answer. I will not give the reader any puzzles and will not ask them to guess who the first specialist was that I hired. Only because the reader will never guess. The first employee I hired was a cook. Even after a few days of solitary work in my rented house with an orchard, I got very hungry on an exclusively fruitarian diet, and understood that I could not sustain any sort of productivity this way. I had already formed certain general principles for dealing with people. I grudgingly got used to the fact that in life, one has to deal with people who are not terribly smart, and that those people are plentiful. But I will never get used to the people who, despite their obvious stupidity, consider themselves smart, or even extremely talented. Though it is not their fault. And one has to be even more careful around stupid people with initiative and boundless energy. It is a special variety of people, it is very difficult to overcome this tendency. And even initially, it is very hard to see it. To get rid of unnecessary bureaucratic work and devote myself exclusively to science and invention, I hired a manager, the company director. I even gave himself my office and moved into a smaller room on the periphery. But instead of the freedom I'd planned on, I had to go to stupid meetings every day. After a couple of weeks of getting used to the job, the hired director decided to hire a secretary for himself. It turned out that the secretary could manage all our corporate bureaucracy perfectly well by herself and did a very good job at it. Though not better than me. It became obvious that the director was not needed and that I needed to let him go. Then, I understood that the hardest job in a company is not hiring, but firing. Because everyone thinks they are the center of the universe. In some way, this is correct, the universe is infinite and any point can be its center. From that time onward, I developed a firm rule, regardless of my role, I would not spend more than 50% of my work time on administrative tasks, and when I did work on them, I always had to learn something new. I had extensive experience in the area of lying on the couch and thinking up abstract things. But hiring concrete people for a concrete job was an extremely new experience for me. I was learning it as I went. The first candidate for the job of head of experimentation at my company was, of course, Chaim Fogel. We worked well together and even became friends. I made him an offer and waited for the Americans to confirm my decision. He was hired soon thereafter. After the recognition of my invention and the successful pilot experiment, I was given a lot of latitude. There were boundaries, of course, but I did not feel them at all at the time. Everything I needed to do was to prepare a well-drafted patent. Nahum Fish, my old teacher in patent law, helped me. The American management decided to throw unlimited resources at improving the efficiency of the new magnet antenna system. But can 9 women give birth to a child in 1 month? Of course not. But we decided to hire another physicist anyway. Now there were 3 of us, the 3 musketeers. And so, a few months in, the company employed 3 physicists, 2 electronic engineers, a technician, a secretary, and a cook. Yes, this was doubtless the happiest time of my life. My productivity was confidently at 100%. The magical music followed me everywhere at all times. I was very lucky. But then, I did not understand that it would never be better than that, and I vainly hoped that everything was still ahead of me. It turns out that one only turns 33 once. Chapter 3, Step by Step, Beginner's Luck. I hope you agree that everything in life can be divided into 3 parts. In any event, this fact has been confirmed multiple times by the Army, and there are thousands of witnesses to that, both uniformed and non. Along with this, there are objects and phenomena that, at first glance, consist only of 2 parts. And it is absolutely natural that those parts exist in opposition to each other, like the 2 sides of a coin. They are dichotomous and dualistic. The list of banal examples is well known: black and white, electricity and magnetism, Maxwell and Tesla, day and night, communism and capitalism. The antagonism between cooperation and competition are also 2 sides of the same coin. They have always been opposites, but it took several decades before I noticed it, appreciated it, and understood it. I have already written about what can be called internal and external professional rivalry, and I have not heard any significant objections to my assertions. Competition is a natural process and the engine of progress. But cooperation and friendship are also important human needs. This duality has always existed in my relationships with people, and I felt it even within my family. Competition and cooperation had intertwined themselves in our company staff. In the metaphorical boat of my project, there were already a dozen passengers, 2 of whom were gunning for the captain's spot, others of whom considered themselves brilliant officers, and almost none of whom wanted to be just a regular sailor. And no boat goes anywhere without sailors. So, there were multiple times when I personally felt the unity and conflict between those opposites. We all had to learn a lot and gain a theoretical understanding of a lot of things, but our main task was experimental. We had to develop a full-scale well logging tool in a very short time. An especially complicated part of this task was the assembly of a powerful radio frequency pulse amplifier and a highly sensitive radio receiver. This task was complicated by the fact that the amplifier and receiver had to be connected to the same antenna, so, there were kilovolts transmitted into the antenna from one side and microvolts received from it on the other side. Thankfully, there was an entire millisecond between the transmission and receiving. And if this goal seems insufficiently complex to some of you, imagine that all of the above listed equipment had to work in an environment that reaches 150 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the pressure on the well logging tool when it is in a deep well is literally unearthly. Even during my pilot experiment, I had already prepared a list of critically needed unique laboratory equipment for future investigations. A few days after the success of my pilot experiment, the requisite equipment, that required a long time for delivery, had already been ordered. My favorite thing to do at the time was to make regular trips to the used electronics stores in Tel Aviv. One could find anything, or almost anything, there, for extremely cheap. I bought some laboratory furniture, high-voltage capacitors, and some simple but necessary tools. But the most important advantage of those commercial establishments was a unique social scene for electronic engineers and technicians, who gathered there regularly. That was a bottomless well for potential employees and consultants. There, I gathered up sailors for my boat with pleasure. Our technical challenge received a worthy response. We developed a great group of scientists, engineers, and technicians. It seemed that all of Israel was helping us. Cooperation and competition, insolence and friendliness, good education and dilettante's luck were all moving our project along. But I think that the most important thing that helped us was an important law for card players. Beginners and dilettantes often have baseless good luck. We got lucky too. Every day, we got new results. Finally, my life could be described, in every parameter, as an adventure every day. To increase the density of adventures per day, we worked from early morning to late night. No one had any time or energy to reminisce about the past, dream about the future, or worry about something from the present that had nothing to do with our common project. Due to our encouraging results and the breakneck speed of the progress of our work, Herman Schwartz and Michael Levin started visiting Israel more frequently. Often, they would bring American experts with them, specialists in some very narrow field. They would always stay at 5-star hotels in Tel Aviv. I had to meet them for breakfast early in the morning, then bring them to Rehovot or somewhere else for the whole day, and then bring them back to the hotel, where we would have a late dinner. Usually, these visits would last a week, and during that time, on one hand, I would lose a lot of sleep, and on the other hand, I would gain at least 4 pounds due to the numerous calories consumed during those daily banquets. Although, as stated above, everything consists of 3, or at least, 2 parts, we had as many as 5 highly important technical questions that were still unanswered. Given my agreement with the reader, I will not specify exactly which ones. In the spring of 1986, the full-scale logging tool that was shielded from radio interference was already working under laboratory conditions. We came up with a lot of additional improvements, but in practice, none of them led to a significant increase in efficiency. Thank God that at least it hadn't gotten worse. Nevertheless, the ship of our project, by that time filled with close friends, was ready to tackle both the known problems and the problems that would soon appear. We set out into the open ocean. Our harbor was still visible, but no one wanted to come back to shore. It seemed that anything I tried during that time turned out well. Even while playing tennis on Saturday mornings, instead of going to synagogue like a good Jew, I noticed that my serves had gotten unbeatable even without any prayers. My family, too, gave me joy. Even though my 3-month-old son wasn't talking yet, he was crying much more confidently and much louder. I did not want to say goodbye to my wonderful 33rd year, but what has to happen, has to happen. I celebrated my birthday with my family, close friends, and co-workers. For the first time, in the same room, I had to communicate in 5 languages simultaneously, with my wife and Israeli employees in Hebrew, in Russian with my old friends, in Spanish with my mother-in-law, in Yiddish with my grandmother, and in English with my American guests. My former school colleague Octavian, from the village of Zamohila in the Potila district of the Chernivtsi region, could not participate in the festivities, so at least I did not have to speak Ukrainian that day. Though it turned out that my American guests still had a few Yiddish words left from their parents' Bessarabian past, so this eased my challenge somewhat. The simultaneous communication in 5 languages and the need to translate from one to another reminded me of walking through a minefield. But it was still nowhere near as tense as how I felt while doing my oral exam with Professor Sergei Konstantinovich Godunov at the Novosibirsk University. From time to time, after dinner and after my son was asleep, I'd sit on my balcony at twilight and look at the Jerusalem hills. I felt a certainty that my deck of cards had 5 aces and I had them all in my hand. But I was also sure that I would never play cards again. Because my life now was 100 times more exciting than any card game. Under the starry sky of Jericho. In 5th grade, I visited the Chernivtsi Planetarium for the first time. It was in the Natural History Museum. I remember sitting in the center of the hall. The lights went out and a small sun started moving along the sky projected on the ceiling. It set behind the dark silhouettes of well-known Chernivtsi buildings situated at the circumference of the ceiling. The sky dimmed, then darkened entirely, and then magic, the planets and the stars lit up. I lit up then too, and that magical astronomical flame still burns in me to this day. Ever since then, I had the insistent need to systematically examine the night sky. In the evening, after an important or simply a damn hard day, the starry sky outside the window hypnotizes me and draws me in. At least for a few moments, I have to look at the sprawling universe and imagine myself flying in interstellar space. It's best to admire the night sky outside the city, far away from civilization. I'd understood that early on, still as a child, while I was in summer camp. At first, I was watching the fireflies in a dark forest. Their glow, too, had something mysterious and hypnotizing, though entirely earthly. But then I lifted my head and was instantly mesmerized by what I saw. In the dark Carpathian sky twinkled a myriad of stars, large and small, bright and dim, colored and almost invisible. Some of them disappeared behind clouds and then reappeared. I wanted to fly between the stars and enjoy the freedom of wide open space. Then, I got to the next stage of learning the night sky, and I came to love August. In August, one could admire the meteor showers. Meteor showers create a dynamic picture of the sky, a unique feeling of moving deeper into the universe. I did not know yet that these were the famous Perseids, the meteor shower that appears each year in August from the direction of the Perseus constellation. It forms when the Earth passes through a cloud of dust particles approximately 1 centimeter in diameter that were released by the Swift-Tuttle comet. The small particles burn up in the Earth's atmosphere, forming a meteor shower. Its intensity gradually grows, reaches a peak, and then decreases. I write about it in such detail because there is just too much symbolism in all this, and too many rather mysterious coincidences that happened in my life while I watched the starry sky in August. No matter what, I've enjoyed the meteor shower for many years. Every year, one night in August, I embark on a mental journey through the stars, sink into the infinite universe, and freely fly through intergalactic space. At first, many years ago, I did that while lying on my back on dew-soaked grass, smoking Bellamore Canal cigarettes. Now I am grown and thus, I go to the terrace of my apartment with dignity, taking my specially acquired telescope, and put a laptop next to me on a table, with a detailed map of the night sky on its screen. In such wondrous journeys, my imagination knows no limit. I made that interstellar journey again late in the evening on Tuesday, August 12, 1986, smoking a Hoyo de Monterey cigar that, both in shape and in price, reminds one of a rocket. But after that day, I quit smoking forever. On one hand, even without waiting for death and the subsequent autopsy that would show the damage that smoking did to my health, I had always been sure that smoking is bad for you. On the other hand, I had never quit smoking. Looking at those who did, I was afraid that just like them, I would not be strong enough for this superhuman challenge. Quitting card games was a similarly superhuman challenge. But I managed it, because it was linked to another significant event, my emigration from the USSR. What happened on August 12, 1986, was the catalyst that caused me to quit smoking once and for all. So, what did happen on August 12, 1986? Many events happened that day, but for me, it was the culmination of everything I'd lived through in the prior half a year. Prior to that day, I had simply looked at the starry sky in August and it looked magical to me. But then, on that very day, my personal battle of Jericho happened. In the vicinity of that town, not just my personal problems, but the fate of the entire project, were decided. And in my dream, under a starry sky, there came to me the great Hermann Schwartz himself and bade me rule over the entire Judean people in my company, and to set up an experiment as close to real-world conditions as possible. And he pronounced in stentorian tones, "The device exists. We need to test it thoroughly in real-world conditions, in a real oil well. Onward, Judean soldiers. We will come out of the fairy tale for a bit, so I can update the reader on what actually happened, so that you won't think that I had actually flown out into space." The thing was that for the first 6 months of 1986, my company had been developing a field device. The magnet was assembled from ferrite blocks glued together, polished, and put in place. Above it was a single coil antenna. In one secret organization that manufactured rockets for the Army, they made us a carbon fiber cylinder to protect the magnet and antenna. The resonance contour was outside the protective cylinder, and beyond it was a coaxial cable consisting of a central conductor and a screen, located concentrically and separated by insulation. One does not need to be very smart or have any fancy degrees to come to the conclusion that this device needed to be tested. That is why we jumped to obey Schwartz's instructions. And I sent out 2 scouts to investigate the vicinity of the city of Jericho, not too far from the delta where the Jordan River flowed into the Dead Sea. The scouts did not find Rahab the harlot, but without even spending the night there, came back to our camp with the necessary topographical and other information. Now, what happened in Jericho would decide our fate and our future. And I commanded them to take the city. You shall march around the city, all you men of war, you shall go all around the city once. This you shall do for 6 days. And 7 priests shall bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. But the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow the trumpets. Quoting the book of Joshua, 6:3. Getting this sign of support from the starry celestial forces, the army surrounded the city walls for 7 days. On the 7th day, apparently, my army actually did march around the city 7 times along with the priests who incessantly blew their trumpets. Yeah, we spent 7 days working on the oil well in Jericho. 7 times did we lower and raise our 7 meters of piping together with our device. 7 results did we get during our experiment. And they all matched. I changed 7 pairs of shorts and 7 t-shirts during that time, because they became so filthy with my sweat and tears. But we were victorious. The story about the magical fall of the city resulting from the sound of trumpets resulted in the common and rather trite expression, the trumpet of Jericho. The story of our success also made it into the annals, though not historical ones but rather scientific and technical ones, as our indubitable victory, and I called it the oil well of Jericho under the Perseids. I believed in our experiment, and thus provided myself with a bottle of champagne that was stored in a large silicone container filled to the brim with ice. When we obtained the first NMR signal, all the participants of this expedition gathered around the oil well. Then we got the second noticeable signal, and by the third, we started jumping up and down and clapping, hugging each other, and sprinkling sand on each other's heads. When the experiment was successfully concluded, we drank champagne and silently started getting ready to go home. First, the truck with the heavy equipment left. Then a microbus with all the people. Finally, I walked around with my flashlight about the empty work platform surrounding the oil well, where a mere few hours ago there had been a real battle. Making sure that everything looked just as it was before our arrival, I went to my car and turned off the flashlight. Everything real disappeared for the moment, and the starry night in the Judean desert near Jericho took its place. I lifted both arms to the sky and shouted. There wouldn't be anyone to hear me, because all of this was in interstellar space. The meteor shower answered me, and a cosmic wind blew into my face. Now, looking back, I know that it was that very day, August 12, 1986, that was one of the very few days that changed my fate. That is why I love August and the starry sky over Jericho. Petaley Suburban Corner. I am an inventor. And even if this assertion is not formally confirmed, for some objective reasons unknown to me, I don't care. Because I confidently think of myself as an inventor, an innovator, a discoverer. Responding to a highly probable objection, I will state, no, I am no Tesla and no Edison, but I am an inventor. Let someone else be like Tesla or Edison, but as for me, I would rather be myself. Because an inventor is unique. I have never spoken of this to anyone, and even though I do care what people think of me and what they say about me behind my back, someone else's opinion cannot affect my feelings about myself, and I have never ascribed a great meaning to it, nor will I do so. My work took up a lot of time and attention, and required immense effort, but there were a lot of other things that, at the time, made up my multifaceted everyday life. There are hundreds and thousands of sides, facets, spaces, and subspaces, and other geometric figures inscribed in my character and in my life. Some of them do not intersect, others form a relatively acute angle, and some are direct opposites of each other. Some of the qualities don't even fit in any geometric space. The only thing that unites them is my personality, my essence. I was born to a proletarian family, and the imaginary pump of my education pumped me full of proletarian spirit, which lived within me. That is why the idea and the characteristic of being a consumer was something alien and incomprehensible to me. My stomach turned at the idea. But by the end of 1986 something changed. I didn't notice this change at once. It silently and unnoticeably sneaked into myself and my family. First of all, this change made itself known at the bank. My positive bank balance let me know that my expenses could have been much higher, though there was no concrete need for it. A few times a year, I had to fly to America for work, and there, casually, I got used to this damaging and alien consumer psychology. I felt accepted there, and the Americans considered me one of their own. Maybe this was because I had an important American job and a commensurate salary. I really did not feel any difference between myself and real Americans, imperialists in the full sense of the word. Real Americans, because the concept of native-born Americans exists there too but does not carry much weight in the American identity. By Israeli standards, we were not at all poor. We had no debts and no mortgage. Because I had never been interested in luxury and already had the coolest tennis racket, I was quite satisfied with everything else. Our life in this small provincial town became quite comfortable. We became ordinary consumers in the best sense of the word. I loved our Rehovot, where I lived, worked, and studied. My son was born there. I enjoyed running half marathons in its suburban orange groves on Fridays after lunch. I loved running out of the house for a minute to buy some hot flatbread or to eat a slice of cheesecake with a Turkish coffee at the cafe around the corner. Rehovot is a small town and its center is really tiny. I knew everyone and they all knew me. If someone passed by and did not say hello, it meant they were from out of town. After sunset, when the heat lessened, my wife and I took our baby out in his stroller to the nearest park. There, our young neighbors were expecting us. They too had little children, all dressed up in their brightest and prettiest clothes. I really liked these unofficial parent meetups, and with the years, I grew to miss them. I felt it with my fatherly instincts. I realized just how damn nice it all was. With time, I learned that the density of hair salons per inhabitant was possibly only higher in Barcelona than it was in Rehovot. But if you only count men's barber shops, Rehovot immediately becomes the undisputed world leader. In those times, I still thought of myself as a descendant of Samson and ascribed the requisite meaning to my hairstyle. My barber, Foma, came to Rehovot from Chernivtsi a couple of years after me. We had never met in Chernivtsi. He worked at the hair salon on the corner of Russian and Ukrainian Street, and my barber Borya cut my hair on University Street, not far from the former school number 18. All the Chernivtsi hairdressers are incredibly jealous people. Before leaving for Israel, I went to Borya for a last haircut, and he magnanimously allowed me to cut my hair at other hair salons in Israel. It turned out that Foma was no less jealous. Sometimes I would have a thirst for something new, and I would buy my vegetables at another produce shop or drink my coffee in a new cafe. But I could not imagine switching to a new hairdresser and leaving Foma. We simply became two sides of the same coin, though I was not jealous of him having other clients, maybe a little bit. Foma's jealousy was not his worst quality, though. Worse than that, he talked incessantly during the haircut. Moreover, he would ask questions to make sure that I was paying attention. I, on the other hand, would always get sleepy during the haircut. Because Foma repeated himself often, by the end of 1986 I already knew most of his stories and could allow myself to drift off a bit and not worry that I could not answer his sudden question. To my amusement, there were cases when he would tell me different versions of the same story. Here is one example. When Foma came to Rehovot from Chernivtsi, he went to the town bazaar and asked several people the question, "Are there a lot of hairdressers in Rehovot?" "Tons of them, there are hairdressers on every corner," the townspeople would happily inform him. "Excellent. I am glad you've got a demand for hairdressers. I will also be a hairdresser in Rehovot." In another version of the story, the townspeople would say, "Compared to the other cities in Israel, we don't have anywhere near as many hairdressers. Some people cut their own hair at home, some do what they can, and most of them just walk around like shaggy Neanderthals. How nice. I am a hairdresser, and you've got a whole town of shaggy people." It turned out that the world of consumers has a lot of envious people. If you are unsuccessful, your envy for others can become an exhausting and enervating task. But if you are successful, the presence of envious people further underlines your success. The people who envied me were, first and foremost, Chernovitzers. They understood that I would never be a glazier, like I was in Chernivtsi, and it drove them to anger and stupor. But they still had a faint hope that my wife would leave me or I would lose my job. But that didn't work out that way either. Everything in my life was going well. Where are you now, my unique 80s? Where are you, my dear Consumer's Corner? Where are you, my beautiful simple consumer life? Ah. No, I wasn't trying to tame the virgin land and I wasn't galloping on a Hutzel stallion along the broad Carpathian meadows. I was not dreaming of the Baikal-Amur main line, because I wasn't the one who built it. But I was comfortable and cozy during that time, and that is the ideal environment for an inventor. At the crossroads. The end of August again, this time August 1986. It's been a whole 12 months, and I haven't invented anything new. I really wanted to. I impatiently awaited inspiration, but it wouldn't come. It's too bad, of course, but one can't argue with the facts. No, I didn't spend a whole year wasting time. Rather, it was the opposite. I was constantly busy and I chronically lacked time even for the absolutely necessary things. My plans required 120% of my time. Alas, inventorship wasn't on any of my daily to-do lists. Of course, it hadn't been rigidly planned before either, it appeared casually and happened by itself. Perhaps this was because lately, I hadn't been sequestering myself in my room and flying away into the universe to float in weightlessness. There's no time. I'm simply busy, each day, I'm busy with something important and urgent, and the next day I can't even remember what it was. It seemed like I'd moved in to live in a populated and lively place where I would constantly meet many important and essential people. It was as if I was standing, for example, on Kobylianskaya Street in Chernivtsi, and there was a crowd of people around me, and everyone was walking from the central square to Shevchenko Street and back. At first glance, it seems like they are walking aimlessly, but in reality, they are teaching me something. Yes, that year I'd learned a lot of new things that were important to me and to my business. I still use, to this day, the things I learned back then. Here is just one example. What type of lawyer are you? I asked one young attorney just recently. There are no types of lawyers, he answered immediately. Being a lawyer means having a particular form of logical thinking and an understanding of the law. Good lawyers definitely come in different types. For example, my financial lawyer does not understand anything about patents. A textile specialist would not understand anything about metallurgy. A good lawyer has to be knowledgeable in a wide field but to have experience in something very narrowly concrete. And also, he has to be at the crossroads of at least two disciplines. There are many examples like this. It's one thing to be a mathematician and to solve puzzles at home in your spare time, and quite another to be a mathematician with a genetic expertise or a geneticist with mathematical skills. In short, to be at the crossroads. Temporarily, I became a physicist with expertise in oil. But I hadn't stopped there. I continued learning many other things that were useful for my young high-technology company. I do not remember any theorems, lemmas, or axioms in which those scientific crossroads played an important role, but I have no doubt about their importance. I hate to say this again, but I must, everything in life is divided into three parts. For example, some people study, some people work, and the third part of humanity simply dreams about something, not studying or working. I spent 10 years in school, 5 years at university, and 5 years in graduate school, not counting the Ulpan, other short-term courses, and a year and a half of army service. Those were also crossroads, though maybe not scientific ones. Later, while already working, I always wanted to deal with the best lawyers and financial gurus. The top experts in high technology gave me friendly advice. By the start of 1987, I already couldn't remember what my original specialization was and where I came from into this new world. My knowledge was firmly mixed within me, and I was becoming more educated and more experienced. To organize and strengthen my newly acquired knowledge and managerial experience, I enrolled in a 2-year business school program to get my Master's of Business Administration in Tel Aviv. And so, one more street was added to my knowledge crossroads. I was always, in every way, getting ready for new inventions. Alas, this left no time for the inventions themselves. It was during that year that I formulated and finalized my personal strategic business model for the next 20 years, alone, or, in a group. It must consist of no more than 3 highly qualified specialists, to search for problems at the crossroads of various disciplines, to formulate technical problems and find their solutions, to conduct pilot experiments, to sell the work outcome to market leaders. And then, the same cycle all over again at a different crossroads. Some of these cycles can run simultaneously, each one lasts 3 to 5 years. The cycles of development and implementation of a new product in my areas of competence would be about 15 to 20 years. When I fill out various forms, I put physicist as my profession, though I had changed my profession a long time ago. Now, my profession is that of creator of patented intellectual property in unique areas. I will repeat myself, a real specialist must work at the crossroads, at the overlap of different knowledge and skills, otherwise he would never see success. In those long-gone 80s, it started to seem to me that I knew everything and that I could do anything. The sky's the limit. Onward to the deep blue sea. Now, looking from the distance of years, I understand, it was not the sea, filled with hungry sharks, but a puddle, filled with croaking frogs. The mistakes of a young inventor. People make mistakes not only due to youth or the lack of sufficient experience. A substantial reason for almost every mistake is simple muddle-headedness. Often, of course, these go together. Muddle-headedness is a characteristic of the young and inexperienced. On one hand, mistakes slow down the development process and cause a certain amount of harm. But on the other hand, only mistakes can teach us something, given that one can get rid of one's muddle-headedness for even a short period of time. It may also be possible to learn from others' mistakes, but the effectiveness of this method of learning is, alas, fairly low. Now, looking from the distance of years, I clearly see my mistakes from 30 or 40 years ago. For example, now I understand that a real inventor cannot give his invention to others for improvement, optimization, and working out the details. He must do it by himself. Then, in early 1987, I understood that I had to move forward. One can't stay still in the same place. The logging tool invention had already been made and implemented in a full-size laboratory prototype, which had been successfully tested under field conditions. What next? Can I improve what I have, or is it rational to create something better instead? More and more often, I was asking myself these questions and looking for the answers. It's known that even the most experienced physicists always think that the results of a pilot experiment can be doubled by optimizing the parameters. Physicists are incorrigible optimists at heart. But alas, this never actually happens in life. My company began a multi-year, tremendously boring process of the development of products and services that we were planning to send to market with the hope that someone would buy them. If I start describing all the elements of this process, the rest of the book will be spent on nothing but that. So, I will avoid excessive detail and give this to you in broad brush strokes. Any business involves various problems, large and small, complex and simple, important and unimportant, technical and administrative. Some of them need to be solved right away, some are best avoided, but in most cases it's best to find reasonable compromises. In any event, one has to do this and waste a lot of precious inventing time on it. But I found it uninteresting. And really, who could be interested in it? Only the most boring people. Nevertheless, I understood quite well that without solving a myriad of small problems, there can be no solution to the main problem and, in the end, no success for the project. But why am I the one to do it? Am I the only one? Is it just because of the money? I definitely won't do it just because of money. Thus, the person who absolutely has to, is absolutely obligated to solve these problems is Hermann Schwartz. He's got no other choice. He has no other project but this one. In addition to his own money, he borrowed money from relatives, neighbors, and acquaintances. If he can't borrow more money and spend it until the business turns a profit, he's done for. Because his creditors certainly won't sit around waiting for profit. Herman would sell the entire project at the first real opportunity. But if the potential buyer senses that the seller doesn't have enough money to make it to profitability, the price for the sale would be shamelessly low. In other words, by the second year of our work Hermann Schwartz started getting nervous, and one can't blame him. He was in a barrel and the pressure kept rising and rising. No one except him believed that some sort of commercial success was even possible. I didn't believe it either, though as it turned out, I had been wrong. But in general, these are his problems, not mine. What were my problems, then? There is no doubt that I was working more than the others. I was paid more than the others, too, but it wasn't so important to me then. The important thing was that the results of my work did not belong to me. If I had been working only for myself, it would have been all different. Not necessarily better, but definitely mine. There was another important circumstance, the fact that Hermann Schwartz started getting on my nerves. My discontent built up more and more until it burst out of me. One day, I asked him in a snide tone, "Hermann, are you self-taught or the result of an excellent upbringing and education?" He did not pay any attention to my tone, sank into thought so deeply that steam came out his ears, and said, "Both." And in that moment, when he said that to me, because of how he had said it to me in front of witnesses, in my head, I told him to go to hell. Even though I really dislike endings, it became clear to me that for numerology, the end was coming. Everything dimmed all of a sudden, and the snowball started rolling down the mountain. At the same time, a big article came out about our company in the Israeli magazine published in English, Economist. In it, Herman was presented as an American entrepreneur, Abrashka was the Israeli wise man, and I was a daring young inventor who emigrated from the USSR. By the way, that was the last time that the USSR was referred to as my homeland. In a few years, it simply ceased to exist, and the country of my birth became Ukraine, even though I had not been born twice. The fact that I was still young was undeniable. I understood that my life could, and had to, be different. Heimfogel found another job. He got bored with us too. He was a scientist, and what we were doing was pure engineering. I also got sick and tired of being the manager of a company. It seemed that every minute I'd spent managing the company was wasted, taken away from inventorship, stolen from my life. I believed I was capable of more. Though I would believe that anyway until the next failure. The fruit season ended in the orchard surrounding our company headquarters. The schnitzels and mashed potatoes that our cook made started giving me serious heartburn. The toilet started clogging a lot, and I had to go home for bathroom trips. Gradually, the distance to my house seemed longer and longer. The secretary already finished her boring, 7-day-long story about her school years in Geneva and was getting ready to start a new one, about her university adventures. In general, all roads lead to Rome, but my road was leading somewhere I did not know, but clearly away from the company. I wasn't learning anything at my job anymore, because there wasn't anyone to learn from, and I had no desire to teach anyone. I had accumulated extra money. It was the first time in my life when I hadn't made toasted bread for a long trip. I was simply certain that my next, important, and well-paid job was already awaiting me somewhere. That time, I did not want any title. Now, I wanted to just be the chief inventor, without any boss over me. And if there had to be a boss, I would be my own boss. I had a lot of energy, but even more stupidity. I regarded this stupidity as novel ideas, though in reality, at least, looking from today, it was idiocy, delirium, and muddle-headedness. Now, 35 years later, I know with absolute certainty how new products are created and how brilliant ideas are generated. At first, you need an innovative idea, and secondly, the carrier of this idea has to have energy. That's it. And then, it's all statistical. As the number of ideas approaches infinity, the probability that one of them will be successful approaches 1. At the time, I had a lot of innovative ideas spinning around in my head, but their number was very far from infinity. And so, one fine day, even though it was already past midnight, I said to Hermann Schwartz, I have decided to leave the company. I do not feel like I am needed here anymore. I hadn't expected this. What are you planning to do? Hermann asked, deeply surprised. I don't know. I will get a big pile of free time and then start looking for something, I answered, also with a bit of surprise, and added, I've been working so much up to now that I have had no time to look for another job. Regaining self-control, Hermann made me an offer I still couldn't refuse. You can do both, Schwartz started decisively. On Sundays, the first day of the work week in Israel, you can look for another project, and the rest of the week, you work at your current job. In America, no one works on Sundays anyway. I agree, I replied, somehow not surprised. And I turned to leave. He called out after me, our contract is for a year. Okay, I answered, not turning. Chapter 4, The Next Invention. A stranger. I will be frank, as a beginning inventor, I have made many blunders and mistakes. Now I can understand the reason for most of them, and even forgive myself for some of them. But the fact that one day, my work started feeling like a burden happened not because of my plan but despite it. Apparently, the situation came to be because of my inexperience and youthful impatience. It became exhausting and intolerable to sit at work all day. I wanted to continue making something new, joyfully inventing something, and to have a much freer work schedule. It came to be that my body was in one place and my soul in another, and that always ends badly. But this split can only be understood later on, looking from the distance of years, with time, and with subsequent events. The memory we have of the distant past is very selective, fragmentary, and not very deep. There's only a very small chance that different people remember the same fragment of life and remember it the same way. When I look at my past now, it always seems primitive to me, and the further away from it I am, the more primitive it seems. When many years pass, we remember our life more often, but the number of remembered moments decreases with time. That is how people are made, how they live and how they think, building their future and tenderly remembering the past. How naive I was 60 years ago. I remember, for example, a winter morning standing in line at the bakery at the end of Zankovetsky Street across from the Paraskiva church. I was very happy with my life then, it seemed that I didn't need anything else out of life than that. Well, maybe one more fresh bun for 3 kopecks. I was naively sure that I was living in the most amazing epoch in the best country in the world. I was born after a cruel and protracted war, and will most likely die before another such war. That is, I would live my entire life in peace and harmony. When you remember your past like this and don't feel that you were a total idiot, there's something clearly wrong with you. Most of what I did back then, many years ago, was pointless and stupid. I'm even ashamed of myself. Now, looking from afar, I understand it. Back then, it was all covered in fog. Using deduction, I conclude, the things I do today will look stupid at best even in the near future. But back then, I did not consider it stupid that I was sick of my job and leaving the company. Coming home, I went out on my balcony and looked out at the Jerusalem hills, lost in thought. In my imagination, I was no longer seeing the beautiful city at the foot of the hills and its web of streets and crossroads, but rather, felt like I was in the middle of an ocean, infinitely far from the nearest shore. How can I start planning for the future? Where do I start? I decided to imagine the crossroads of various disciplines and try to find myself at one of them. On one hand, for example, working in mechanical engineering means competing with an infinite number of other engineers, including many talented ones. On the other hand, in nuclear physics, for example, there is not as much competition, but I don't feel like I belong there. I can't learn this anymore, it's not my field. There, and in many other areas of professional endeavor, I was a stranger. Nowadays, I occasionally give advice to young entrepreneurs. Usually I tell them, you have no right to work in a business in which you're a stranger. But then, in the already distant past, I had no other choice, and I was exactly that kind of stranger with regards to many things. My reward for a lot of stupid and thankless work was that with the years, I accumulated a long list of work that I shouldn't do. Those who read these lines may think, how can this be? If a scientist, a physicist, or a company director is doing something, they clearly know what they're doing and why. Yes, this is true, but in reality, I had lost my way then and had forgotten everything I'd learned in my life, still very short then. The only path on which I didn't feel like a stranger was the application of nuclear magnetic resonance to medicine and to oil exploration. Because of my close, though not personal, acquaintance with Tesla, electromagnetism was the other path for me. But those two paths in themselves could not form a crossroads. I also needed the path of application. And I rolled up my sleeves and began to think. After thinking about it for a month, I decided to concentrate on 3 themes for my future business: the application of radio frequency and microwave technology in industry, laboratory equipment, and medicine. Having some experience in the development of new projects and understanding the uncertainty involved, I decided to start out with existing products. I started a new company, officially called Electromagnetic Technologies Middle East with its headquarters in Rehovot, and started looking for suppliers in America, Europe, and Japan in the areas I selected. For example, whenever I'd come to America, I'd always spend a week or 2 visiting various companies in the area of radio frequency and microwave technology. In the following 7 months, I'd driven through a huge part of this vast country and, to the surprise of many, entered into exclusive contracts for the supply of certain equipment to Israel. Before I'd come on the scene, the equipment I'd selected was completely unknown here. Among others, I'll name 3 companies that manufacture such equipment: Raytheon, an American military-industrial company, a world leader in large-scale industrial heating of large objects in radio frequency or microwave ovens; SEM, the world's largest supplier of laboratory microwave equipment, including high-pressure microwave ovens; BSD, the world leader in using precisely focused radio frequency or microwave energy to heat bodily tissues to required temperatures as needed by various medical Treatment methods, including hyperthermia. I had to meet and negotiate with many well-known and successful world-class business leaders. They were all very polite and said please or thank you after my every sentence. In reality, I was the one who was grateful to them for the lessons they taught me. I filled an entire thick notebook with their good advice, and even memorized the most valuable suggestions. But I am still surprised that they paid absolutely no attention to the fact that an outsider, namely me, appeared in their industry. That was strange. Moreover, when my contract with Raytheon was signed, their marketing vice president came up to me and said, "Listen, Sol. You're a great guy, I like talking to you, you're a very well-educated specialist in your technology," and putting his hand on my shoulder, added softly, "But your future success will depend only on one thing, learn to separate yourself from your work. Don't take things too personally." He gave me this advice, and I heard him. He did not know that I really do take things very personally, and I did not know that I would continue to do that in the future. And also, I did not know yet that an outsider has no chance of success. The meaty science. The reader will remember that not too long ago, having had my own bar mitzvah and then a Jewish wedding, I couldn't help but come in contact with various aspects of Judaism. So, I wasn't entirely an outsider to this particular crossroad of life. I found out from my own experience, not second-hand, that it is very difficult for a religious person to adjust to the modern way of life. So, I got the idea to, let us say, modernize the Old Testament in the question of kashrut as pertaining to meat. I started gradually learning about the problem. Of course, I could not solve such a global problem in one day a week that I had free from work. I had to find significantly more time for that. Moreover, my friends and relatives know very well that meatballs are very important, often central, to my life. Though to the world community, meatballs definitely aren't anything grandiose. And so, one day it came to me that the science of meat and related disciplines could be a base for a business for me. I decided, as a starting point, to learn about how kosher meat is made in modern conditions. For those readers who eat pork, for example, the problem of kashrut will have absolutely no relevance. But I hope that the simple desire to learn about the world will keep them from skipping over these pages of the book. After an animal considered suitable for food is slaughtered in the way prescribed by heaven, much more needs to be done before its meat will be considered kosher and suitable for use. I will note that in this story, I will only consider some of the laws relating to the blood that has to be removed from the meat. Additional details can be found in many written sources. For example, biblical prohibition on consuming blood can be found in Old Testament, Genesis 9:4, Leviticus 17:10-14, Deuteronomy 12:23-24. Though in some particular cases, it is always best to check with a competent rabbinical authority. I have to say that in many cases, kosher butchers had already performed the necessary procedures of salting and soaking before selling the meat to the consumer. But if there are no kosher butchers in the near vicinity, then what? To learn about that, let us sink into the icy waters of the principles and laws of kashrut as pertaining to meat, the way they have been for thousands of years before my birth. They say, just as a start, it is forbidden to consume the blood of cattle, animals, and birds, clean or unclean. That is what it says, therefore I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood, whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. Leviticus 17:12-14. One has to remove the veins and other blood vessels and extract the blood from the meat by salting or roasting. Before salting the meat, one has to wash it and completely immerse it in water for at least a half an hour. All the visible blood has to be washed away. If the water is very cold, it has to be warmed up by putting in a warm place, because cold water hardens the meat and then the salt cannot draw out the blood. Frozen meat has to be defrosted before salting, but it should not be put next to a hot stove. In special cases, one can soak it in warm water. The meat has to be covered in salt on all sides, so that there are no unsalted places. The meat has to stay in the salt for at least an hour. Then the salt should be removed, and the meat should be washed 3 times so that there is no blood left. Lately, things have changed significantly in the meat processing world. Now, after a clean animal is slaughtered in the prescribed way in Argentina, for example, its meat cannot be immediately eaten in Israel. To transport the meat from Argentina to Israel, it is packed in 20-kilogram cardboard boxes while frozen. It is then put into an Israeli grocery store in the frozen meat section until someone gets hungry and decides they can only assuage their hunger with Argentinian meat and nothing else. In that case, specially trained people start defrosting the meat of the unfortunate South American animals. This defrosting cannot last longer than a day. But while the meat on the inside of the carcass is defrosting, the meat on the outside may spoil. And even if the meat is not completely spoiled, it can lose a third of its weight due to water loss, while at the same time gaining a lot of uninvited harmful bacteria. If this is not enough trouble, ask yourself this question: how do you remove the blood from the central part of a large block of meat while it is still frozen? There you go. There can be a lot of other questions like this. You will wonder what I have to do with all of this. Let us now come to me and my role in this whole thing. I, with God's help, designed a microwave that was specifically sized for those large blocks of meat. In that miracle oven, the entire block of meat would be evenly heated up to a defrosted temperature in 37 minutes. With this, I got ready and went to Jerusalem to meet with Jewish sages and experts on God's laws. I explained my invention to them and they understood it all, because they were smart and educated people. What I did not expect from them, though, was that these sages turned out to be more inventive than me. Instead of my invention and my clever equipment, they simply came up with a prayer that solves all the kashrut questions. For the especially hungry, there was even a shortened version. That is a specific case of a general theorem of being: for any question, there is a prayer that solves it. Nothing but cold-blooded calculations. Robert Brown was the owner and president of BSD. We first formally met in his office during one of my visits, and then, we got to know each other better at the medical equipment trade show in Chicago, where BSD and their hyperthermia devices were exhibited. To me, Robert looked a little like the world chess champion Bobby Fischer, whom I, admittedly, never met, but only saw in photos. Brown was taller than average but not very tall. His long dark hair often fell on his forehead over his eyes, and he would toss his head to the right from time to time to get it out of his eyes. He also had thin and unusually long fingers. One evening during the Chicago trade show, we decided to have dinner at a quiet Italian restaurant at the hotel where we were both staying. The atmosphere was ideal for a deep conversation, almost like during a trip in the passenger compartment of the Sibiryak train from Novosibirsk to Moscow. Though we managed to only take 2.5 hours instead of 48, which is how much time one would have for a chat in that train. By well-established habit, my role in that opera was going to be the main character, Nikola Tesla, which left Robert with the aria of George Westinghouse. But he unceremoniously grabbed the score from me and took the solo himself, leaving me with the chorus part. After that dinner, I knew everything there was to know about Robert himself and his family up to the third generation. Though I had managed to show him the pictures of my family, mostly I had to listen to his stories. In the end, I was the one who needed him, not the other way around. In reality, it was the other way around, but neither he nor I knew it back then. Since his childhood, Robert succeeded easily in anything he tried. Even though he grew up in a well-to-do family, he achieved everything on his own power due to his considerable intelligence. He earned his first million in the stock market before he was 28. By 35, already a multimillionaire, he lost his older brother. His brother had cancer that was caught too late. The doctors did what they could, but he died in agony. Robert helped him fight the illness as well as he could, and in the last weeks, he never left his bedside. He endured the sickness and torment together with his brother. It was then, in the hospital, that Robert truly understood the transience of life. His hard-earned millions were now a burden, not an achievement. It was then that Robert Brown decided to dedicate himself to fighting cancer. The first skirmish in that war was the purchase of a small company in the area of local and surface hyperthermia. A few words about hyperthermia. It is the fourth type of therapy, together with surgery, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy, that is used to improve the quality of life of cancer patients. It has a low level of side effects and is an effective complement to the other methods of caring for patients in the last stages of the illness. The main principle of hyperthermia is the destruction of cancer cells by heating the tumor to 41 to 45 degrees Celsius. It turns out that at that temperature, cancer cells die after an hour and healthy cells do not. Of course, this is not 100% effective. But if this procedure is repeated many times over several weeks, the result will approach the desired result. At first glance, it will seem that this is how every cancer should be treated. Alas, this is not exactly true, because at these temperatures, some healthy cells will die too, and some cancer cells will survive. If the respected reader suspects that I am just making things up at this point, that is not fair. The hyperthermic properties of cancer cells and healthy cells are known to science, and there are well-documented experiments that confirm this. But suppose, God forbid, that the cancer cells are in the liver, lungs, or some other important internal organ. We can't directly take it out, heat it outside the body, and then put it back. No, we will heat it in place, because human tissues can be heated at a distance by a focused beam of radio frequency or microwave energy, as the attentive reader could find out from my earlier stories. In this particular case, the heating only needs to happen in one small area, meaning that the electromagnetic field has to be focused just on the tumor. Everything can then be reduced to the inverse problem: determine the positions of the sources by the shape of the resulting field. The fact that the problem is known to everyone does not make it easy to solve. But even hard problems have to be solved, after all. If not by us, then by who? It's good that people are different, otherwise, life would be boring. But to heat up a tumor, a substantial difference, the inhomogeneity of tissues, will distort the resulting field beyond recognition. And if you add the inhomogeneous and non-stationary cooling blood flow, the solution becomes entirely out of control. Though it will become significantly simpler if we know the instantaneous temperature at every point in the tumor. But how can you measure the temperature distribution in the space to be heated with sufficient accuracy? That is the most serious problem in what would seem to be the simple business of banal temperature measurement. My contacts with BSD and Robert Brown continued for an entire year, during which I, on one hand, sold their equipment in Israel as best I could, and on the other hand, learned everything I could about technologies linked to hyperthermia in more depth and detail. Gradually, I became less of an outsider in hyperthermia. At the time, only a few scientists understood all of its aspects. There were even fewer who could understand the methods of temperature measurement as well. It turns out that the crossroads between hyperthermia and temperature measurement had been empty for many years. What was my response to this hyperthermic challenge? At first, I designed a multi-parameter electromagnetic antenna that could instantly change its heating profile. Secondly, I calculated the continuous temperature distribution in the heated area by the temperature that was measured in a contactless way in only few points. The measurements of absolute temperature were done by nuclear magnetic resonance without an external magnetic field, with very high accuracy. I am only explaining the problem here in a general way. I'd spent a huge amount of time thinking through the details, rough estimates, reading related literature, learning the scientific areas I needed to learn, calculations, the analysis of my results, preparation for a pilot experiment, the experiment itself, corrections, and of course, the preparation of the patent. I consider this invention one of my best. Yes, I had many other inventions come to me. They were simple and complex, profitable and unprofitable, patented and unpatented, elegant and coarse. But the invention of a method for exact temperature measurement inside a living and suffering human being from a distance was my best patent, even though it cost me a lot of money and never brought me any profit. I will fast forward a few years and note that I'd continued working on this invention for another 20 years or so, until I decided to close down the project and write off the huge losses. The life of my most elegant patent then came to an end. To me and Robert Brown, this was more of a humanitarian project than a business one. We were guided by the noble desire to free humanity from the oncological plague. My description of the project can lead the reader to believe this was a story of a struggle and the subsequent triumph. But alas, there was no triumph, though there could have been. Alas, we had made tactical and strategic mistakes. We had formulated many problems more from the compassionate point of view than the technical one. We were in too much of a hurry to save patients. I don't want to be operated on by a surgeon whose hands are shaking with emotion. In science, one has to act logically, not impulsively. A scientist should be free of attachments. Thus, by the same logic, inventors need cold calculation, not all-absorbing compassion. Regression to the mean. The overwhelming majority of inventors fail. It's not their fault, this is just how the world works. I will say more, if you ignore the infinitely small epsilon around success, you can confidently state that no inventor will ever invent anything worthwhile. It is harsh, but true. I did not always understand this, which was a weighty obstacle to realistic thinking and often led me to incorrect predictions. My non-standard convictions, especially my self-confidence, pushed me to believe that my future success was highly probable. I interpreted any new information about my projects positively, without the requisite criticism, which incorrectly increased the calculated probability of success. The instant and brilliant success of a year ago was a highly unusual event. And now, instead of success, I blindly regressed to the mean, according to one of the consequences of the general theorem about the mean. It was to be expected, after all. Though I hadn't yet reached my ultimate end, which was at the very end of all my ends, I was already confidently walking along the wide road that would unite me with the disappointed majority of inventors. Even now, I can list all my failures and explain the reason for each one in detail, but I will not do that. At my age and with my high blood pressure, the doctors forbid me to stress out by remembering my failures. Though I will still do it in broad strokes, as an educational exercise. 1987 passed, and throughout that year, I spent 1 day a week on my own projects. Now I understood why the Jewish patriarchs lived several hundred years. If I continue my progress toward success at this rate, except for maybe with God's help, after 400 or 500 years of such a life, only the last 10 years will be left for retirement, rest, and relaxation before death. I kept thinking that after I leave the company for good, and when I can give my time fully to my personal projects, things will be different, better, and faster. It's true that things became different after I finally left the company. They got worse. First of all, my large salary disappeared, and instead of it, I sweated to earn the bare minimum by doing consulting work in the area of computing magnetic and electrical fields. Secondly, I still only needed no more than 1 day a week for my personal projects. Instead of energetic hard work at the company, I would sit like Edmond Dantes in the Château d'If, 4 days in my room, looking hard at the walls. Though, as opposed to Dantes, I was free and could look out the window every so often. However, I could never use this freedom, rather, the opposite. I became completely dependent on the partners that manufactured the equipment, and moreover, I became the total slave of my potential clients. My wife, sensing my weakness, according to everything I'd ever taught her, shifted into attack mode on the home front. Because of my freedom, I had to take my son to his babysitter in the mornings and pick him up from there after lunch. On Fridays, my to-do list was augmented by washing the floor in the apartment. The laconic character of this book does not allow me to list my domestic obligations in their entirety. But I had a lot of them. Understanding the importance and necessity of this period in my life, I endured it all, knowing that going through it was forming my unconquerable inventor's spirit. Tesla went through times like this, but others did not. They broke down along the way and now their names are forgotten. But many of my colleagues did not do what I did. They, understanding their situation, picked out an alternative path in life. They worked only as much as they needed, traveled, played sports, went to the theater, read books, in short, they enjoyed life. They still continue to enjoy it without looking back, while I continue to suffer while looking back. Some of my projects died a natural death and I manfully buried them. Some grabbed onto me for dear life while drowning, trying to drag me down with them. Others, like unwanted guests at a party, disappeared before it was over and carried something valuable away with them, though it was hard to define exactly what. Once, I went to the Misra kibbutz to meet people from the local slaughterhouse. There, everyone was a committed communist, and they got seriously rich by growing and selling pork. They reminded me of the old Bolsheviks in the USSR, who sang energetically as they destroyed everything good in the old world, built a rotten and cruel new world, and then had the nerve to demand to be honored for it, to be respected, and to get everything for free. Like an ideal businessman, I came to the meeting early and waited at their reception. Time passed very slowly as it approached the appointment time, but then jumped over it and rushed ahead. After an hour, or maybe more, the Pork World representative finally appeared, and instead of apologizing for his lateness, proudly said, "Today was my turn to clean the kibbutz cafeteria, so I was late." And without blinking, he snarkily added, "With us, it's not like with you capitalists. We respect and value physical labor, including cafeteria work." I decided to hold my tongue, though my neck muscles tensed up. I came to the kibbutz to sell equipment, not to argue with passionate communists. We came to the office and sat at his desk opposite each other. I opened my briefcase and took out the color catalogs of the equipment I was offering. My presentation of our offers was logical and convincing. I had thought through each detail for several days. Judging by my interlocutor's reaction and questions, he'd understood everything I said, but by the end of the presentation, he only said, "You salespeople are clever. You'll come up with so many ways to rob the working class." I was terribly hurt, and the whole way home I kept thinking how Dantes would have taken revenge. But I had no opportunities for any kind of revenge then. Now, looking from afar, I see myself as an infinitely small and insignificant part of the turbulent flow of classes. I still feel like an insignificant fluctuation. That same evening, I called the Raytheon marketing VP and blurted out, "I take my work personally because I don't know how to be any other way. I cannot separate myself from it, and take everything personally. We can't work together anymore." It was my next to last step in my regression to my professional mean. Out of that entire mass of projects, the only one left was the temperature measurement in hyperthermia. On the side of the road. Just a year ago, I could not find a minute of free time, but now the entire 1,440 minutes in the day were free in my calendar. I'd never noticed there were so many. There were many other things I'd never noticed, too. It turns out that just opposite my home, there are orange trees, loquat trees, and guava trees. How did I not notice it before? I started recognizing my neighbors, and occasionally would even stop to chat with them about the weather or local news and to discuss various cultural questions. I started playing tennis regularly, going to the pool and the gym, and twice a week, I'd ride my bike to the beach. The path from Rehovot to the Palmakim beach is interesting. Going there, it's half an hour of intense riding, and going back, it's 10 minutes longer. I needed an hour's rest at the beach. I drank water and aimlessly stared at the endless sea. It seemed to be a nice life. I had everything, and I'd have a suitable job soon. But looking from the distance of years, I can't believe how naive I was then. The naivete bordered on stupidity. How could I have retained even a shadow of optimism? Could it be because of my last invention involving temperature measurement at a distance, and the illusory mist of some sort of hope left over from that? Given all that, I will have to accept as a fact that I had continued to be an optimist. Though I did feel the absence of some sort of important element. Sometimes, I'd feel anything other than joy in my heart. I quickly understood that I needed everyday work and the busyness that came out of it, the responsibilities, the simple problems, and of course, the lightning-fast solutions to the problems. I withdrew into myself and became a recluse. I even stopped going to visit Abrashka at the Weizmann Institute. I didn't want to ruin his mood. Just like a Siberian bear, I climbed into my cave and curled up for hibernation. I felt completely unneeded by anyone, except my wife and son. My wife did not know how to help me, and stayed silent, and her silence resonated in a loud scream within me. On Saturdays, I leafed through all the newspapers and immediately sent out my resumes to all the announcements that could be even somewhat relevant. I wrote to all the companies and organizations I knew, except the illegal or forbidden ones. I didn't have a terrific memory, but I remembered the number of interview invitations that resulted from this. 0. Well, not entirely. A few times, I would get an invitation from some organizations I'd worked with in the recent past, asking about a possible consultation. The interview would happen, they would get my advice on their projects for free, and I continued looking for a job. Others had friends, co-workers, comrades in arms, fellow mafiosi, to help them look for work. I had no one. I was like a spider in the desert, all alone. On one hand, I was overqualified and exceeded the requirements of any concrete job I was aware of. For example, they needed to measure a person's axillary temperature for pennies, and I could offer them NMR technologies for hundreds of thousands. My qualifications and education greatly exceeded what was needed for a regular job. I wouldn't have hired such a worker either. It's like hammering in nails with a microscope. On the other hand, I couldn't expect that someone would offer me the position of director of something, or that of the Israeli Minister of Military Proletarian Matters. I was ready to take a lower-level job with a correspondingly lower salary and responsibility level. Apparently, some employers supposed that a candidate with a doctoral degree is overly specialized and that it would reflect negatively on his ability to perform an ordinary job. In the corporate world, some scientists were criticized as incapable of working in a team, though they were considered highly desirable in many jobs. In general, this was no fun. Almost an entire year passed that way. Many things happened that year, but I did not find any kind of job at all. During that time, many members of our large family had been working hard to get permission for my mother and brother to come visit Israel. Finally, it happened, and at a very good time, because I had more than enough time to devote the maximum level of attention to them. 13 years had passed since the last time I'd seen my family. They had changed a lot. My mother got a lot older, somehow all at once and unexpectedly. Though maybe it just seemed that way. If we had met regularly throughout those years, maybe I would not have noticed her age like that. Possibly, I had changed in their eyes too. I am sure I'd developed traits they hadn't known about before. Lately, when I met people freshly arrived from the USSR, I also noticed something new in them, something unknown that I could not understand. I think that the Soviet mentality had changed in my absence. When a country experiences a revolution or serious changes, its people change a lot. At the same time, for me and other people who left the USSR earlier, during the 70s, that Soviet mentality had somehow become preserved and remained the same. And so, Evita, my grandmother, and I finally saw our long-awaited guests. The reunion contained many tender and touching moments that happened on some sort of instinctive, maybe even biological, level. Then others started visiting, close relatives, friends, former neighbors, and simple acquaintances. I felt like I was in some sort of old Soviet movie, except backward, at first, the Chernivtsi train station, then the travel through the whole town to our home on Skovoroda Street, where many dear familiar faces were there to greet us. I will always easily recognize a Chernovitzer by the characteristic greeting, "My God. You got so old." But still, if I saw you in the street, I'd have recognized you even with my eyes closed. "My dear. You gained so much weight, but it suits you." If all my relatives and friends had come to visit us then to meet with my mother and brother, there would be a huge traffic jam in Rehovot. Fortunately, this never happened, because my Chernivtsi visitors and I traveled ourselves to visit as many of our friends and relatives as possible. It turned out that former Chernovitzers were not evenly distributed around Israel in accordance to the existing population distribution in the country. Soon, my mother began to tire of the frequent and lengthy trips. With the excuse that she needed to teach Evita to make gefilte fish in the Bessarabian style, she decided that she would not leave the house for 3 days. My travel agency took a break. For that entire time, my brother and I went to the southern Israeli town of Eilat, which is on the north shore of the Red Sea. The drive to Eilat took us almost 5 hours. I drove the car the whole way, and when we got to the hotel, I wanted to get some rest and even to take a nap. My brother, though, like a former sailor that smells the sea, decided to take an immediate swim. That is how we did it. I stayed in the hotel, and he went to the beach. When I woke up, the sun was already setting. It was just in time for dinner, I thought, and went to take a shower. Only a half an hour later did I realize that my brother was not there. And by the way, it had already been 5 hours since we'd last seen each other. I immediately rushed out to look for him. As soon as the elevator doors opened on the ground floor, I immediately heard that the noise level in the reception area was suspiciously high. Since I couldn't hear any explosions or shots yet, I bravely and confidently started moving toward reception. At a distance of a few meters, I realized that the source of all that noise was my brother. Standing at the center of a small group of surprised hotel employees, he was cursing them with Russian swear words, the kind that are usually used by Black Sea sailors, and in such a way that his Sevastopol crewmates would have been proud of him. But unfortunately, his Sevastopol crewmates could not hear him, and the people who were at the reception area at the moment could hear him but couldn't understand him. My brother, for almost 2 hours, was simply trying to find out how to get to his room, whose number he could not remember. When he saw me, he was sincerely happy. After his swim in the sea and the long wait, my brother was very hungry, and we had a good dinner, with pleasure and vodka. Once again, I felt busy and needed. But when my mother and brother went back to Chernivtsi, once again I was filled with an aching feeling of being useless and unneeded. A terrible feeling. Making a decision. What should I have for breakfast? I think a few moments and make an important decision, tea and cheese. I want some salty cheese for some reason. What color car should I buy? I look at the cars driving by for a week, and after a few flashes of desire, decide, the color of wet asphalt. That's it. Just like the creative process in general, the process of decision-making is a very individual thing. It does not matter what kind of creative process you're in or what problem you're solving, you pass through the same stages, but at different levels of complexity, color, and intensity. I had encountered the problem of job searching in the past many times. My successes, and especially my failures, had shaped my personal decision-making process in that sphere. A year of unemployment for a person who was the head of the family and who had occupied relatively important jobs in the high-technology business in the recent past is something that seriously decreases one's self-esteem. This can't be concealed, and even an inexperienced employer will notice it in your gestures and words. That's from my point of view. But from any employer's point of view, it's completely obvious that they are much less likely to look at a resume of a job seeker who hasn't worked for a long period of time. Long-term unemployed people are much less likely to get an interview than those who had recently become unemployed or who are working at the time. That is why I always advise job seekers to take any job they can at first, and then look for a better one. That is, as a minimum, much more practical. Candidates send in their applications in response to job advertisements, send in their resumes, and the companies look through them before deciding whom to interview. The key idea of the whole process is that there is some sort of set of qualities that a candidate has that is impossible to describe in a resume. It can only be revealed in an interview, and it is the most valuable thing for an employer. If the candidate successfully passes the interview stage, a person with these highly desirable qualities is quickly hired. Human resources departments of various firms know very well that it is less probable that they would find such a candidate among the long-term unemployed, and so they interview them much more rarely, or not at all. In any case, I am already one of the long-term unemployed. Why me? Why was I punished this way? Of course, there is a reason for everything. But what is it this time? Would I fail this challenge and break down? In the past, all sorts of things happened to me. Looking from afar, I can see that despite the pressure of my circumstances, for the most part, I bore them well and did not break. I wish I could know how long I would have to tolerate it this time and what kind of pain I would need to accept. I looked around, but I could not see Nikola Tesla anywhere. He had disappeared from my life, perhaps forever. My individual decision-making process and past life experience show that before a final decision is made, all the options seem bad. However, after the decision is made, I am sure that it is the most correct one, and that it is very surprising I hadn't thought of it before. One day, I decided to list my options. I had a very short list. It was strange. To some other person, more inexperienced and more nervous than me, the absence of numerous options could seem a drawback, but not to me. I always prefer to pursue my only option without hesitation. And even if there is another alternative one, I prefer to not even know about it. Doubt is an enemy, and it leads to a chronic indecisiveness in the style of Buridan's S. No more, enough, everything is in my hands. I can weigh and decide everything myself. I will implement my own decisions in my own life, all by myself. We sold our apartment and moved into a rental. This way, I became economically mobile. I could now make and implement any of my decisions without delay or significant loss. Also, we could now easily move to any other Israeli city or another country across the sea. At that stage, I accepted the idea that I could not find a suitable job in Israel. I did not feel it was necessary to go to Oxford, Novosibirsk, or Chernivtsi, and no one was expecting me in Zamohila either. I decided to go to the States for reconnaissance. I met with Robert Brown, who immediately offered me a job in his company. I was not too satisfied with the conditions, but I had no other alternatives. I decided to accept his offer under the condition that I would first talk to my wife. I came back, we talked, my wife took pity on me, and we decided to go. It was not a victorious action, but rather a tactical retreat. In that moment, I felt that I was temporarily renouncing the role of freethinker and solitary inventor, and joining the herd of engineers and physicists similar to me. I had no doubt that my job for Brown in the States would be temporary. A year, maximum. We started getting ready for the intercontinental move. By that time, we were already experts at moving, though my experience, accumulated through the decades and generations of Jews leaving the USSR, turned out to be useless here. When there were just 2 weeks remaining before the planned departure and when my books were already boxed up and one car was sold, I got a phone call from Omri Tallman. He was the director of a small company in Rehovot in the field of hyperthermia. For an entire year, I conducted negotiations with him about applying my thermometric technology to his hyperthermic equipment, but nothing came of it. This time, he was calling me, because he heard the rumors that I'd accepted BSD's offer and was leaving for the States. I don't know what prompted him, but he offered me the job of vice president in research and development. I now had the opportunity to work close to home from 9 to 5. I could walk to work and Evita could take our remaining car to her work and errands. Once again, our council of elders gathered around the kitchen table, and all the pros and cons were laid out for discussion. The decision was unanimous: we accept the Israeli offer. We lower the flag of our brigantine by a third of its height and drop anchor in shallow water. But I did not know what blessing to say for starting the new job. Chapter 5, tactical breathing space, mundane discoveries. An inventor's preferences and priorities are simple, just like any other person's. A gambler will always be attracted to playing cards, a thief will always be drawn to stealing, and an inventor will always need to invent and make little discoveries, even if they are simple. I no longer expected that Newton's apple would fall on my head and give me inventing inspiration. Invention became my new vice, my replacement for card games. Lengthy periods of tactical rest breaks alternated in my life with short periods of brilliant and successful inventions. For example, today, my inventing itch was scratched by making a simple but extremely important discovery. Now I know how to cut bread with a dull knife. It's all about the angle of attack of the knife relative to the bread's surface. Why hadn't I invented this before? I could have discovered it as a preschooler, before I became sex-obsessed and therefore had more time to ponder things. Moreover, a lack of education broadens the spectrum of potential inventions. But for some reason, I hadn't used my advantages back then and failed to make very important inventions. For example, the discovery that it's faster to eat from a common pot with a spoon than with a fork. I made that discovery very late, when I was stuffing my face with fried potatoes from a common frying pan in my university dorm room. But I can never make up for what I'd failed to eat during my long school years. I was standing by the buffet table in the large cafeteria, and all the employees were sitting at the tables, looking at me attentively. The president of Biodan, Omri Tallman, looking at me, ceremoniously intoned, as if he were handing me an Oscar, Dr. Shlomo Glazer, our new Vice President of Research and Development. I am really Shlomo, I said quietly and shyly. I am generally familiar with the science and technology behind hyperthermia, and I will familiarize myself with the specific details of the products made by your firm. I hope to have a good working relationship with each of you and with the entire firm in general. At the moment, I felt not like an Oscar winner, but rather the way I'd felt a long time ago, in the summer after 9th grade. Back then, I joined a construction brigade and they gave me a shovel, showing where to dig a ditch that would, by definition, have no end. My next 2 months at my new job were spent in the trenches of the firm library, reading everything I could find. From time to time, I'd ask questions of the scientists, engineers, and technicians. But most of my questions were for the firm's intellectual property lawyer, who was in charge of intellectual property and its competitive advantages on the international market. I was interested in the legal side of inventions and patents in the area of hyperthermia. I took a special interest in the registration of new medical devices in government agencies, including the FDA in the United States. During my work at Biodan, I deeply immersed myself in the patent writing style. That style saturated me entirely, including my internal organs and the cells that make them up. It's not impossible that the patent style has infiltrated my stories and books as well. I hope the reader forgives my frequent repetitions, they are a characteristic feature of the American patent writing style. In their patents, everything is repeated at least 4 times, though every repetition is phrased slightly differently. Ever since then, I learned to appreciate elegant wording and started to write with pleasure and invent with enthusiasm. For the first time in my career, most of my coworkers were female. That environment could have partially moved my cost function in a direction opposite from inventorship. However, after Evita's first visit at the office, all my female co-workers understood that the invention cost function is steady. The commander-in-chief of the Israeli army was one of a kind, but Dan Galil was in the second row, one of the most important generals. In addition to his important government posts, Dan was also the head of our board of directors. That was my first up-close and personal acquaintance with people making important government decisions. But even though they all, without exception, were smart and brave, I somehow felt more anxious about humanity's incapacity to govern itself. There were many examples of this, unfortunately. For the first time since I'd left the USSR, I had free time from 5 p.m. onwards on workdays and for the whole day on weekends and holidays. It seemed that my entire time in Israel until my job at Biodan, I was swimming underwater, and only now, for the first time, I'd surfaced to gulp some fresh air. Usually, an excess of free time leads to revolutionary changes, but for me, it led to unexpected social discoveries. December 25, 1991, the weather was cloudy. I was gazing at the Weizmann Institute building while drinking tea at home in my dining room by the window. At the same time, independently of my preferences, the president of the USSR, Mikhail Gorbachev, resigned, and the following day, the Supreme Council of the USSR accepted the declaration regarding the cessation of the existence of the Soviet Union. I had an ironclad alibi for the destruction of my former country, despite the predictions of Yekaterina Alexeyevna Maltseva, my social science teacher and the Communist Party organizer of our high school. The fact that the destruction of the USSR was not my fault was my most important social discovery at the moment. And importantly, it was completely unexpected. Though I had not influenced these events, they shook me. I made a second discovery for myself. In the 14 years of my absence, the people of the USSR had changed. It turned out that the model Soviet citizen of 1991 was very different from the 1977 model that had become ingrained in my consciousness during this time. Due to these global geopolitical events, I started reading modern books in Russian. For the first time, I had the desire and the opportunity to recall and ponder my past. And once again, I discovered that I could never rise to a higher level of being without understanding my own past. Working at Biodan, I saw that in the medical device development industry, in which I'd spent many years, on the one hand, it is hard to find some sort of concrete benefit for a given medical device and impossible to estimate the quantitative effect of this benefit. This is unfortunately for the patient. On the other hand, fortunately for the inventor and the doctor, it is impossible to prove that the device and treatment method are completely useless. I also discovered for myself that one should never return to a decision already made. Since the decision had been made after a lengthy and in-depth analysis, it usually has a high probability of being right. This has helped me many times in life, work, and inventing. I still don't see a single stage of my life, even if it was short or unproductive, that wasn't critical in forming my character as an inventor. My work at Biodan was no exception. Old Europe. More and more often, I admit to myself that I lead an unpopular lifestyle. For example, I can't stand the contemplative or dead style of tourism. That is, I don't like going somewhere just to silently walk around and look at some sort of ruins, potsherds, or canyons. Maybe many other people agree with me, but due to their stubbornness and feigned curiosity, they devise insane routes and mindlessly go to faraway places, even to the very end of the world, and obediently contemplate. For me, a journey is a living thing, and most of all, it is about meeting friends or complete strangers. That's the kind of selective and inventive traveler that I am. Working at Biodan, I often traveled around various countries of old Europe, all of them different. That is why I had formed a certain opinion of Europe. First of all, Europe is about traveling for everyone and everything. What did I know about the European West when I was living behind the Iron Curtain in the USSR? Nothing at all. We weren't told a lot, and I treated the things we were told with a lot of distrust. One stupid old Soviet joke stated that traveling around Europe was only possible in a tank. It turned out that it wasn't true, and that it was entirely possible to travel around it in other ways. Second of all, Europe is about many languages, in contrast to the States or England, where everyone speaks only English. In the USSR, we needed no language other than Russian. Soviet people could stay silent in several languages at once, like the carp in a poem by the famous Chernivtsi poet, Rose Auslander, a steppe town in a frilly green skirt, a thrush with clear enunciation, a mirrored carp, in a peppered stew, was silent in 5 languages. In Europe, though, people communicate in many languages, and some people can talk in several, frequently at once. I'd long had the desire to learn the main European languages. I knew some of them already, but here, at my new job, I had the perfect conditions for it: trips, meetings, and long conversations with interesting people during business and private dinners, occasionally breakfasts, and very seldom lunches. Thirdly, Europe is about food, good food. Inventors are people too, and often want to eat, and some of them want to eat all the time. And even if it's not all the time, like me, at least 3 to 4 times a day. And they become happier when they eat. It's clear that a happy person needs no clock. Inventors also don't notice the time, but they do notice the fact that it needs to be measured, the inventing of clocks and other chronometers. For the last few years, I haven't worn a watch, either on my wrist or in my pocket. I am completely satisfied with the accuracy of my biological chronometer. Of course, I calibrate it periodically by looking at a computer or smartphone screen. But still, a watch is a symbol of the past that will no longer return. And we will not become younger, and it will not become better or more perfect. The limit to its improvement has been reached. Meanwhile, in the spring of 1991, people still lined up in long hungry queues in the USSR, and the country was inexorably sliding into the wild 90s of the robberies, racketeering, murders, and other joys of the first stage of capital accumulation. I got into a first-class section of the Rome-Milan train. The seat opposite me was already occupied by a man my age, possibly a couple years older than me. He was very neatly dressed in a suit, a white shirt with a bow tie, and shoes that were shined to a mirror finish. As soon as I entered the compartment, he politely stood up and introduced himself: Salvador Brandolini. Lido di conoscerti, Sol Glazer, I responded, shaking his hand. This greeting in Italian mean, very nice to meet you. My 3 words in Italian were enough for him to understand that we needed to switch to English. Though from time to time, as true lovers of the opera and Italophiles, we threw Italian words into our dialogue to color our conversation accordingly. I also wanted to use the 100 Italian words I'd newly learned during the last weekend before my trip. Even before all the initial pleasantries had been exchanged, Salvador pointed to my Swiss watch and said, "The high technology level of testing guarantees that this watch's accuracy will be within 2 seconds per day, a very high standard that the Rolex firm is rightfully proud of." That phrase immediately identified him as an inventor, or at least, a person who knew a lot about watches. Sitting in this Rome-Milan train and talking about the accuracy of watches, I can't help but remember Enrico Fermi, whom you so resemble, I eagerly replied. After Fermi was appointed as a professor of the University of Rome in 1926, he and a physicist colleague traveled from Rome to Milan on this same train. It's possible that they were sitting vis-a-vis in the same compartment as us. Moreover, according to his companion's reminiscences, I continued with enthusiasm, during the trip, Fermi estimated the inaccuracy of a watch based on the module of elasticity of its materials, which in its turn depends on temperature. For most materials, this temperature coefficient is rather large, which is why even the insignificant difference between the temperature in Rome and Milan can make a significant difference in the function of a watch. My fellow traveler reacted with excitement, and only at that moment did I notice that he had 2 watches on each wrist. I immediately remembered the watchmaker, a gambler from our Chernivtsi Academy. And I thought about how a shoemaker goes barefoot, but a watchmaker, on the other hand, wears a watch on each wrist. That is how he checks their accuracy after repair. My interlocutor was clearly a watchmaker. And did you know that the most significant increase in accuracy for clocks came in 1657 with the addition of a balance spring to the balance wheel, an invention whose authorship is still debated, but which can be attributed to either Robert Hooke or Christian Huygens. That invention decreased the inaccuracy from several hours to about 10 minutes a day, which led to the truly epical addition of the minute hand to the clock. Signor Brandolini, the watch lover, noted and leaned back with satisfaction. The increased accuracy of the balance wheel attracted inventors' attention to the errors caused by the other parts of the mechanism, which engendered a new multi-century wave of inventions, discoveries, and innovations in the clockmaking business, I noted, taking advantage of the brief silence. The entire way, we continued our discussion about clocks and watches, the conversation of 2 inventors, a physicist and a master watchmaker. Though we were both inventors, we had absolutely different personal histories and our creative processes were completely different. I will have to tell you another time about our dinner at a small village restaurant on the outskirts of Milan after the trip ended. That real Italian dinner was worthy of it. We drank white, red, and dessert wine and talked about everything relating to the life of an inventor in general and the invention of clocks and watches in particular. I never met Salvador Brandolini again, or even heard of him. My Rolex still ticks away perfectly, though not on my wrist but my son's. I don't know how many generations it will take for the watch to stop and for old Europe to change. I hope it never happens. Many inventions were born and nurtured in Europe, but only time will tell what other new things old Europe will invent. The wars of inventions. Why was I happy in my childhood in the USSR? It was not just because everything was delicious and smelled good, but also because back then, everything was absolutely simple and clear in many ways, and this does not at all stimulate discovery and invention. And if some sort of confusion arose, a quotation from the current dear leader made everything simple and clear again, though a bit different. That is why I was happy then, the simplicity and clarity. Later, with the passage of life and years, I came across the opposite of clarity and simplicity. I learned about the conflict of ideas, the war of inventions, and the battles of patents. There were many, and there still are. I will name only a few of them, though they are well known to many. The sewing machine war. I have long been aware that the clearest and most elegant invention in the world is the needle with the eye by the sharp tip, which had apparently been first used in Singer's famous sewing machine. But many of the things I'd learned back then turned out to be somewhat indefinite, a bit inaccurate, or a simple factual untruth. That was also true of the non-existent patent of Mr. Singer, who had seemed to be such a great inventor. Reading Singer's original patent, patent number 8294, issued on August 12, 1851, I understood that his achievement in the creation of the sewing machine was greatly exaggerated. He was not so great as an inventor after all. It turns out that there could be no patent for a needle with an eye at the sharp tip, at least because this idea had been known to humanity long before Singer, and possibly long before patents. According to patent law, a patent cannot be granted for a known invention. That was one of the first attacks on the solid monolith of my youthful faith in the romance of invention. The sewing machine of Elias Howe, created in 1845, was very well designed and made up to 300 stitches a minute. But due to capitalist envy and jealousy, this invention was greeted in the United States with a lot of distrust and enmity, so Howe went to England. After failing to achieve success there and coming back after a few years, he discovered plenty of competition on the American continent. The most successful one turned out to be Isaac Singer, a successful businessman and not a bad engineer. Making several rather valuable improvements to Howe's sewing machine, he managed to start manufacturing it all over America and Europe, presenting it as his own invention. Howe had to defend his rights in court. After a lengthy lawsuit, he managed to win at trial and receive compensation for his losses. It turns out that officially, it is Elias Howe who should be considered the creator of the modern sewing machine, which is unjustly labeled with Singer's name, even without considering the claim for the needle with an eye at the sharp end. In 1854, all the warring sides in the sewing machine war, despite numerous lawsuits and judgments, settled their conflicts, united their patents together, and started successfully defending their newfound monopoly together. The War of Currents. This was no less dramatic. In 1880, Thomas Edison was careless enough to present his light bulb to the world and stated that he preferred direct current for the electrification of cities, since it was cheaper and more effective than gaslight, though it was limited in how far it could be distributed on electric wiring. George Westinghouse, a successful businessman and inventor, understood that alternating current was a better technology, since it could work at long distances and at much less expense. Edison and Westinghouse entered into a competitive battle. Westinghouse even wrote to the famous Tesla, asking to work together with him to create an electric motor that used alternating current. Could it be that Edison, the great inventor, did not understand nor want to understand the advantage of alternating current in the electrification of cities? Even a C student in middle school physics can figure that one out. It is hard to believe that Edison was so uneducated. Therefore, it was pride. There are inventors that suffer from the sin of pride, and there are many of them, since pride can also be the motivating force for invention. What kind of inventor am I? Will I fight for my invention, or will I find the strength to say that someone else's invention is better? The reader who reads this book all the way to the end will have to answer that question himself. The Vacuum Cleaner War. Before the vacuum cleaner was invented, things must have been dusty and dirty. No one wanted to live in dust and dirt, but no one took any radical measures to deal with the problem. Inventors, however, decided to do that. The first patent for a mechanical vacuum cleaner was issued in 1860. Then, in 1899, there was a second patent for a vacuum cleaner with a gas-powered motor. Finally, in 1901, there was a patent for an electric vacuum cleaner. At that stage, one could suppose that the invention of the vacuum cleaner was completely finished. But if someone thinks today that the war for primacy in the invention of the vacuum cleaner ended 120 years ago, they are mistaken. It's just the methods of that war that have changed. I believe that after the invention of Singer's sewing machine, Edison's light bulb, and the vacuum cleaner, the era of elegant inventions had ended, but brilliant inventors had remained for a while longer. Not too much longer, though. In modern times, competitive intellectual property all over the world is protected by hundreds of patents and patent applications. It takes years to develop a new technological product. A new product includes a multitude of important and less important innovations, each of which can have its own patent. Getting a patent is a long, complex, and expensive business, especially if you want to be protected internationally. Their yearly renewals can also be expensive. And if you need to enforce your patent in court, you will have to incur significant expenses, the destructive potential of which cannot be ignored. Therefore, there's absolutely no sense in filing a huge number of patent applications and bankrupting yourself. Any vacuum cleaner enterprise that hasn't yet gone bankrupt, for example, somehow legally holds a couple hundred different patents for this product, which in principle was invented a long time ago. This manufacturer then hires an army of lawyers to protect him from competition. This is why real inventors inevitably drown in the poisonous swamp of intellectual property law. Instead of them or their heirs, the people who prosper are the bureaucrats of giant corporations that create and manage brands, also with the help of those same intellectual property laws. The place formerly occupied by science and technology in the invention process is now taken up by dilettante tic-tac-toe games, black and white thinking, and other primitive ideas. The world has changed and there is no room for us, true inventors, in this world. The inventing spirit that has lived in me for many years is slowly dying in my frail old body. The timeline of the birth and destruction of an inventor can be roughly divided into the following stages: birth up to 25 years of age, study, 25 to 35, gain experience, 35 to 45, invent, 45 to 55, develop the invention, 55 to 65, sell the created product, 65 to 70, push the brakes and win things up, 70 to 80, write books, 80 to 120, invest your savings in the medical industry. In these stages, it is clear that sooner or later, it is time to finish one thing and start something else. The time for inventing is, alas, a very short interval of time. Just like life in general, in fact. Inventing, Soviet style. In the Soviet Union, almost everyone had to keep constantly inventing things. In that distant time and in that incomprehensible country, my birthplace, a whole lot of things had to be invented because there were shortages of everything, and some things weren't there at all. There are thousands of examples of that, from toilet paper and toilet bowls to automobiles and engagement rings. I will say more, we even had to reinvent the ordinary bicycle, even though this was not recommended by either the proverb or Marxist-Leninist theory. Why reinvent the bicycle and invent something when everything has already been invented by the Leninist party? Under socialism, the party ruled everything, including, of course, the sacred activity of inventing. That is why it organized a broad movement of inventors and innovators, uniting them in a group. Subgroups of this group were voluntarily created in every workplace and even in schools, where they became enthusiastic brigades of young inventors and innovators. There was even a holiday, the Day of Inventors and Innovators. It was no May Day, of course, but it was a good reason to have a drink. Especially since part of this holiday was bonuses for patent applications and innovations. In my native Soviet Chernivtsi, there were several rather well-known inventors. For example, at the leg match factory, the local innovators invented some sort of unimaginable glove-making apparatus, which, as they say, attracted the interest of even the boring Japanese, or maybe Koreans. In some countries in the world, these people would have instantly become millionaires, but not in the USSR. There, these inventors quickly descended into alcoholism using the fun bonus money that their trusting wives didn't know about. The indicator of innovation and invention was mandatory in socialist competition, and in some observations, even affected the birth rate of Soviet people. The more successful inventors and innovators were thoroughly, though reluctantly, rewarded with bonuses and praised in open party meetings. they got trips arranged through their union, the youth were encouraged to treat them as examples. And the youth did just that, inventing new constructions of slingshots and toy guns at their playgrounds. Here, I have to say a few words about innovation and how it differs from inventorship. Innovation is invention light. Just like non-alcoholic beer. It simply made Soviet everyday life more comfortable, improving it a bit, but it didn't change it substantially or cardinally. It was the everyday task of glum men in greasy coveralls and similarly greasy sleeve covers. They put special tactical safety glasses on their eyes and blue berets on their heads, holding a cigarette in the corner of their mouths with their rough tongues, turned on the machines they worked at, and innovated. The average Soviet folk, too, eagerly engaged in innovation and inventorship, both the party members and the non-members, and those who did not embrace either extreme. For example, there was an outlandish homemade car in our town, invented by some Chernivtsi tinkerer from a bicycle and a moped. It produced a lot of smoke along the uphill path from the train station, and looked more like a Singer sewing machine than a Cadillac. But the most widespread application of the folk inventing tendency was, of course, the home brewing apparatus. There were thousands of designs of those, which evidenced the incredible creative talent of the great Soviet people. The home brew came out great, different varieties, different strengths, and different quantities, much more so than whiskey or tequila. I will also tell you about the method for making sugar out of sugar beets according to my grandma's recipe. It's incredibly simple. Wash 7 kilograms of sugar beets, peel them like any other vegetable, and cut into medium-sized pieces of any shape, like potatoes for stew. Put them into a 10-liter zinc-plated bucket and add enough water to fully cover the beets. Put it on the stove. Stirring frequently, bring to a boil and boil it for about 3 hours. Stir every quarter of an hour. Take it off the stove, cover, leave it overnight, and let it cool to room temperature, without stirring this time. The next morning, boil the mixture again and cook it for 17 minutes over a low burner. Cover and leave it for an entire day. After 12 hours, boil the mixture for a third time, add citric acid, and boil it for 5 minutes over a slow flame, wrap it in a blanket, and leave it until it cools down completely. To continue, we use a strainer no less than 5 liters in volume. We pour off the remaining liquid and throw away the solid mass. And when we want something sweet, we go to the store and buy some sugar. If they have it, of course. But they did, and especially the sugar cubes that were hard as granite, Cuban cane sugar that wasn't sweet and was completely useless. Haha. I will have to also note that my grandma wouldn't have created a method that could only be good for making sugar. Of course, she, like a real Soviet inventor, developed general methods of the creation of edible things from anything, even if she had nothing at all to lay her hands on. In the Soviet Union, there existed, and was even practiced, a general theory of inventive problem solving, abbreviated in Russian as TRIZ. This system was developed by the Soviet engineer and inventor Genrikh Solovich Altshuller. It's a vaguely scientific theory of inventorship, Soviet style. Back then, creativity was considered to be an exact science, and creative thinking and art masterpieces were created according to known formulas. I will say at once that in my opinion, TRIZ had no relation to actual science. Even though some call this theory one of the most productive methods for the first stage of engineering design. In the Soviet Union, I often felt a little off after eating some sausage. If I knew what Soviet sausage was made of, I would never have eaten it at all. I could say the same thing about inventing according to TRIZ. That system was a theory, the Marxism-Leninism of invention Soviet style. In practice, the situation was both simpler and more complex, like everything Soviet. That is why in the USSR, the main goal of a patent application was a black and white, or even colored, photo on the board for distinguished employees, and also, unofficially, the 50-ruble bonus. And this is why almost nothing got invented in the Soviet Union. Even though, doubtless, there were skilled, smart, and highly educated Soviet inventors. According to one of the theories, the best Soviet inventors emigrated to various countries of the rotting West. The result of the activities of the inventors and innovators remaining in the Soviet Union was easily apparent. Everything that could have been thrown out was thrown out, everything that could have been poured out was poured out, everything that could have been sawed up was sawed up, and everything that could have been drunk was drunk. And when there was, in fact, a need for a technical solution to some specific problem, it was simply stolen from the rotting West. From the atomic bomb to the ordinary condom. That's how we lived. And what of my principle that all people are equal? It's true that the density of inventors in the population of Russia is not too different from any other country. The high percentage of unsuccessful inventors is comparable in every country. But the successful Russian inventors who, for some reason, hadn't decamped across the pond are inevitably crushed by the government or by private criminal structures. Nothing has changed. That's why no one disputes the truth of the famous quotation, "If I fall asleep and wake up in 100 years, and someone asks me what's going on in Russia, I will say that they're drinking and stealing." The only argument here is not in the meaning of this quote but simply in its attribution, Saltykov-Skedrin, Karamzin, or Zoschenko. Confidently, with style. My adaptation process at Biodan was moving along at record pace. The introductory stage happened in a record month or two, and the main part of my adjustment ended by the first anniversary, after 1 year of work. Having come to the company in February of 1989 and politely pushing my elbows around for the first year, by early 1991, I was deservedly occupying a leading place in its management. I had my own corner office with a secretary. I had a group of technical employees reporting to me. I became the face of the company in the science and technology area. Meetings with current and potential international clients became almost an everyday task for me. And the lectures, seminars, specialized scientific conferences, and of course, the endless lunches and dinners in the best restaurants in Europe became its meaning. Finally, though I wasn't expecting the transition from adjustment to friction, I felt that my available space was limited by the restrictions of Biodan. In inventorship, or in any other truly creative process, success depends not on the sum of all the results or the speed of their appearance, but rather on the impulse and motive force of success, not on the work performed or the time spent, but rather on the developing power of this process. Having spent one weekend aimlessly lying on the couch and looking at the ceiling, I read on it that I was chronically ill. I diagnosed myself too. Insufficient adrenaline. My salvation was either gambling or inventing. Not the study of boring patent law and not the boring work of creating competitive intellectual property, invention itself was the magical medication that would bring healing. That conclusion was evidence of my readiness. The most important thing is to be ready, the occasion to put things into action would always present itself. I was ready for the next stage of my professional life. And as it happened, in April 1991, Hermann Schwartz invited me to come to Philadelphia to meet with him regarding a serious and urgent question. He offered me the job of president of Numalog, the company I'd created that was now left without me, and the vice president of science and technology of the American firm Numer. I was theoretically ready to take the offered jobs, on the condition that I would spend no less than 50% of my work time in these companies inventing. I was ready to reasonably compromise on the other conditions of these jobs. I was 39 years old then. To remember it easier, you just need to know that it can be factored only into two prime numbers, 3 and 13. I was always good at listening, and with age, I trained to improve this highly important quality. If at the age of 33, at my first meeting with Schwartz, I knew very well what to say, by 39 I also knew how to say it. The skill of also not saying anything unnecessary also came with the years, but significantly later. If I met Schwartz in 1985 as an eccentric Tesla who was still searching for his path in life and dressed in worn jeans, sneakers, and a collarless shirt, in 1991, just 6 years later, or an entire 6 years later, depending on your point of view, I was an entirely different person. I came to my meeting with Schwartz dressed in the best business style of the late 80s, with the expressive power and glamour of the most fashionable designer brands. I was wearing a Ralph Lauren suit that I'd acquired for the occasion in Paris. Known for its shoulder pads, it accentuated my broad shoulders and created a great three-dimensional shape. My shoes were made by the Italian firm of Bruno Magli, and my shirt, tie, and Olimpo leather belt were Spanish. And of course, my left wrist was decorated with a sparkly Swiss Rolex. After my first 10 years in the West, the stale scent of Soviet fashion had finally left me. By that time, the Soviet Union was stagnating in every respect, including fashion, which was limited by the primitive ideas of Soviet harmony. Its boundaries corresponded to the boundaries of the Iron Curtain. As opposed to that, Western fashion of the late 80s did not have any clear boundaries, and men's fashion of that time was directed to blur those boundaries even more, with bold patterns, bright colors, and daring accessories. Under the influence of disco, pop, rock, and hip-hop, the 80s became a time of cult fashion trends, which included bold design and provocative style, which made this decade probably the brightest in fashion history. The fashion trends of the time, at least for men, were bold, unique, and unlike anything that came before. In many cases, men showed off their wealth and success with their fashion choices. Schwartz, too, adopted these trends, positively dripping with wealth and success. His office was large enough for a Chernivtsi wedding of average size, about 100 people. In the corner by the window, there were photographs of his entire family to the third generation. There were no fewer than 20 different pieces of furniture. We sat opposite each other at the conference table in the middle, which was large enough for at least a dozen well-fed people. Our conversation started. We both knew that my interlocutor had gotten a certain assignment from the board of directors to fix the problem and sign a contract with me. The only unknown was what conditions we'd agree on. It wasn't his money, why did he need to count it? I won't count money either, I'll just enjoy the intellectual component of the negotiating process with a professional, and win this encounter with a maximum score. It's a real gamble. Which, by the way, is also a creative process of sorts. I was in great form. After lunch, thoughts buzzed around in my head like a bee buzzing over a petunia flower on a warm sunny summer day at the theater square in Chernivtsi. I knew my material perfectly, but I felt that my interlocutor wasn't quite ready to decide. He was still green, he needed to ripen, and that would take time. Nothing more was required. Though I didn't know how much time it would take, I was sure I'd feel it when the moment was right. An overripe client is not the best thing to happen in any important business. The negotiations get more and more drawn out, but time is not a problem, there's still plenty of time before dinner. I was listening to him, and to not get bored and to stay in shape, I was multiplying 37,541 by 25,837 in my head. I was supposing that my interlocutor couldn't read my thoughts and could only see my attentive, thoughtful face. Those numbers are not universal, by the way. If you wish to use this method for looking thoughtful, pick out your own numbers. Throughout my entire meeting with Hermann Schwartz, I exuded confidence and power, which I was still lacking at the time. But after a few years, I would have both to excess and I would not need to pretend anymore. After 2 hours of negotiations, Schwartz felt backed into a corner. He started sweating noticeably and smelled of something unfamiliar. For some reason, he reminded me of a Simmental cow that had lost its herd and wanted to return to the farm as soon as possible. It simply wanted to be milked and then left alone. After the successful premiere of my official stylish spectacle in Schwartz's office, the signing of a long-term profitable contract including the right to invent anything I saw fit, and a joint dinner, I arrived at the airport and immediately went to the bathroom. Changing to my usual shorts and t-shirt, I went to the registration desk for my flight. In an entirely different style. A bright future. Unfortunately, sometimes people interpret the word invention narrowly as something purely technical and a bit dry. That's not true. The creative process of invention can happen not just in industry, but in art, sport, social life, really, in every field of human endeavor. It is always progress and an indubitable boon to humanity. Moreover, it is always a joyful process, but it can never be easy. Never. But who said that it should be easy to build a happy and bright future? Neither Marx nor Engels even hinted at that, and a certain well-known comrade with a cap on one never said anything about it from the top of the armored car. Everyone of any age knows it well. Now that 100 years have passed, of course, one can attribute anything to the classic authors, but if they never said something, they never said it. Ordinary normal people who regularly watch TV can, of course, despite everything they see there, unexpectedly see something relatively positive and happy there. But even those people are sure that the happy bright future won't happen easily and peacefully without massive bloodshed. At the same time, I knew many people who dreamed of communism, of a time when people would be truly happy and this happiness would be equally distributed between them. From time to time, I too wanted to live under communism and be happy. The happiness of others had never been a hindrance to me. I was always glad to see others happy. In my first year of university, I was incredibly happy and sure that the people around me were happy too. When everyone is happy, they do it in the same way and in equal doses. The equality of the happy, or the happiness of the equal, as long as no one is starving, is the bright happy future for me. I thought that what had happened to me then was real communism. You work hard according to your ability, and you live happily according to your needs. It's true that at the end of the year, approximately 1/3 of the students were asked to leave, which led to the disintegration of the university communist society. Since then, nothing like that ever happened to me again, though the desire for happiness never left me. From time to time, I'd even dream, not erotic dreams, but pleasant ones anyway, corresponding to this desire. I was always ready and was only looking for the right occasion to make some of these communist dreams into reality, and erotic ones too, but I've written about that already. After the conversation with Schwartz, I now had all the power necessary for that. And even though America, where I am kind of the vice president of science and technology of Numer, is rather far away, Numalog is very close, and I am a full-fledged director there, and the demands of me will be great. That's why I decided to start from what is closer and more familiar. It's true that, just like with the building of communism, I had to destroy everything at first and then start over. Well, not entirely, but almost. And I didn't have to destroy absolutely everything, either. Herman Schwartz, taking his breadth and immensity from the American prairies, gave me many important tasks. The most important one was the reanimation of the Israeli company Numalog. That company had accumulated many problems, and its future depended on solving them. The reanimation mostly consisted of returning it to a reasonable budget. This time, I definitely didn't need the expensive suit by Ralph Lauren, acquired by chance in Paris. I needed to roll up the sleeves of my ordinary shirt and work desperately hard. I thought about all of this while lying on my couch at night after returning home from my trip to see Schwartz in the States. I looked at my familiar dark ceiling and tried hard to imagine what I'd do at my new job and in what order. It is this lying on the couch and staring at the ceiling that is the first step of any invention process. Commands started floating across the ceiling. First step. Second step. Step by step. There. One step forward, 2 steps back. That is familiar from my Marxism-Leninism course, the most important science about bright futures. That's what I'll need. Though I'd never been deeply interested in the political crises of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, I still decided to use the well-known stepwise method of V.I. Lenin, stated in his work that was so popular with the provincial proletariat. Just like the proletariat, I had a number of problems, but I had to solve them while keeping in mind the professional conclusions I'd come to lately. Everything I had to do creatively, confidently, and with style. That's one. Second, I had to do everything quickly and accurately, and if possible, without a single mistake, as Comrade Lenin had told us. On my first workday, I didn't show up for work. Any business, and especially a successful one, has the tendency to develop, which, in many cases, entails additional employees. At first, the main departments are created, headed by managers. As a rule, they think like you. At the start, they are alone, poor, and motivated. They are enthusiasts, altruists, and penniless. Just like you are at the start of this journey. With time, often relatively fast, the enthusiasm runs out, the altruism dissolves, and only the goals remain. Some of them get further away, and others get nearer or change shape. Goals have to be achieved. For that, only 2 things are necessary: people who can achieve results, and resources that enable them to do so. Thus, the company is irresistibly drawn to expand its offices and increase its employee number. At certain stages, often on the way up, it happens without much effort and only helps the success of the enterprise. The company is developing, the profits are increasing, everyone is happy. But some time passes, and some of the goals are zeroed out and the resources simply run out. Meaning, some goals are achieved and crossed off the list, some others turn out to be wrong, and others still turn out to be simply unachievable. But this goal fall, as a rule, doesn't lead the people who had set these incorrect goals to leave together with them. One always feels sorry for people, even the most unnecessary, stupid, and useless. At least, I always do. Often, those who are tasked to achieve goals aren't involved in their setting or justification, and aren't responsible for their achievement or non-achievement. Also, every company has universal specialists, who are capable of work for many years. Those deserve consideration. Early in the morning on my first workday, I sat at my kitchen table at home, got the organizational chart and personal files for Numalog employees and started reading their contents. I'd pitilessly crossed out at once the various laboratory assistants, detritus experts and senior research applicants. My decisiveness was highlighted by the fact that my hand didn't even shake when I crossed off my wife's job, which I'd found for her a year previously. It happened so fast that I hadn't even had time to think of what I'd tell her. She understood me later, but never forgave me. More than half of the employees were laid off, the company settled its accounts with them that same day, and they were gone by evening. That was the first one of the 2 steps back according to Lenin. The second day, already in my presence, was the second step back. All the projects except for the main one, the logging one, were discontinued. Numalog, as I'd noted before, was a recognized expert in the area of NMR logging of oil wells. We had important advantages over our potential competitors, and it would be very stupid to forget about it. Later, after some time, we could come back to some of the subjects I'd abandoned then. Some of them would be revisited, but the majority of them died that day, forever. I introduced a few cardinal, and as it seemed to me, useful innovations into the everyday work of the firm. Now, I had daily meetings with each of the approximately 20 employees, most of whom were newly hired graduates of the best Soviet colleges. Every day, we would meet in the office at the approximately round table for brainstorming. In a short time, I was able to form an entirely new spirit in the team, the spirit of innovation, invention, and novelty. It seemed that our bright future was close. I write my books after long and deep thought, and it is hard for me to take even light criticism from someone. But this is a special case. I will take it. After all my surgical human resources and organizational steps to build a bright future for Numalog, it didn't happen. It didn't happen in a day or even a week. It's possible that it's not there to this day. But I'd still made a step forward and 2 steps back. After that, I had to change my tactics. The unforgettable Viktor Spanik Chernomyrdin was absolutely right. We expected something better, but it turned out the way it always happens, especially as pertaining to communism and our bright future. Anyway, at my age, any future I'd managed to live to is bright by definition. 1 Lenin. Chapter 6, New Realities, The Myths of the Round Table. From time to time, I recall and re-evaluate various events and facts from my life and find contradictions that I had not noticed previously. For example, several times, I felt absolutely happy and thought that this was the high point of my life. But now I understand that in reality, my life had many local maxima of happiness. As it turns out, they were unevenly distributed across the years and different in intensity. These are the minor details, as it would seem, to which I'm paying attention these days. Did it come with age? Perhaps it did. For someone, it may be true that happiness comes alone, while trouble comes in pairs, but this assertion was experimentally disproven for me, more than once. For 3 happy years, from 1992 to 1995, the inventing spirit was fully in bloom at my Numalog. It was a time of brilliant ideas, principled discussions and arguments, theories and experiments, planning and implementation, production and marketing. And all this collective work by these real professionals was filled to the brim with the sweet creativity of invention. It turns out that happiness does come in pairs, sometimes. This atmosphere, of course, was created due to a chain of coincidences and simple human intuition. Nevertheless, one can't discount the influence of the prior life experiences of every employee of the company. Mine too, of course. In my personal consciousness and memory, for example, the Knights of the Round Table of the Institute of Nuclear Physics, INP, at Akademgorodok in Novosibirsk were a living embodiment of a brilliant and happy atmosphere for science and invention. And really, if someone for some reason wanted to survey the sober population of Novosibirsk, the question of what is the best science organization in Akademgorodok would 100% be answered with the Institute of Nuclear Physics, of course. The second question of this hypothetical survey may seem more complex, like any question starting with why. It could be formulated as why do you think so? Of course, the answers to this question will be more complex, too, and many of the surveyed public won't be able to say anything reasonable at all. Nevertheless, there will be plenty of those who will answer approximately like this, because it is the world center of knighthood in inventorship. Was it only the INP myth, or a real reflection of reality? I don't know how to answer this question. I could have tested this hypothesis personally, but I couldn't get within 10 feet of the institute, and the image created by generations of INPERS has existed for many years and it is still maintained. I know for sure that all INPERS are smart and well educated, but as it turned out, I did not know then what kind of inventors they were. I still don't know. Really, I don't. Based on the objective facts known to me, I can say with certainty that the Institute of Nuclear Physics is the best science organization in Akademgorodok. The best physics students of Novosibirsk State University did their thesis work there. At the time when I had only begun transitioning from scalar to vector fields, my course mates at INP were already thinking in a relaxed tensor fashion. Even then, they were very different from other students, forming some sort of closed elite constellation. They were the smartest, the most educated, and spent more time wearing out the seats of their pants in lecture halls and labs. They had their own slang, their own customs, their own food, and even special clothing. They kept to themselves and didn't admit outsiders into their narrow circle of scientific favorites. Needless to say, the Institute of Nuclear Physics was considered the best in inventorship in Akademgorodok, too. Not a day would pass without an announcement of a discovery or, at least, an invention of monumental importance for world science and technology. As for ordinary innovations, they happened every minute and no one even counted them. Nevertheless, though it may be surprising to the residents of Novosibirsk, an overwhelming majority of humanity had never heard of any of the inventions devised at the Institute of Nuclear Physics, or even of the INP itself. That lack of knowledge, perhaps, is partially explained by the fact that this institute is not just a scientific institution, but a very secretive one. But, as soon as the words secret, classified, or military information are widely distributed in some sort of organization, many scientific careers are built there in less than above-board ways, snitching on your colleagues, eavesdropping, false accusations, and so on. In other words, the INP created more than a few unpleasant myths about itself, too, perhaps because it is easier to move up the career ladder by false and baseless accusations against your colleagues than by persistently generating brilliant and daring scientific hypotheses. And finally, the round table. That is a real worldwide folk invention. To this day, that is what they call any scientific discussions or disputes, if not in every sphere of human endeavor, then at least in most of them, politics, culture, and of course, science and physics in particular. At the round table, even if it is square, scientists are seated, the above-mentioned knights of the round table. The table itself has to be large enough that all the council members can sit at it. At the round table, many discussions take place, you can't even take a moment to think by yourself. There, you have to arrange your face into a maximally intelligent and manly expression, that is, look like a knight, and have a notebook and pen with you. It's desirable also to have gold-rimmed glasses, even if you still have excellent vision and aren't rich. I participated in many round tables, useful and useless, constructive and destructive, inventive and innovative. But in any case, I do not agree with those who consider the round table as humanity's greatest invention, like it is on the same level as the invention of the wheel, which is also round. No, in the USSR, it was simply a stupid characteristic of our government and our national heritage. Soviet round tables began and ended identically, following the meeting number such and such at the beginning and we assure our dear party and government at the end. Thus, expressions like at a meeting, I've gone back to headquarters, I've gone out for a smoke, or I'm at a round table were synonyms for a useless waste of time, and the time wasted was an exponential function of the number of participants. Despite its clear usefulness, at Numalog, we reduced round-table discussions to a minimum, since an inventor should work alone and only then bring out the invention to their colleagues at a round table. Though I had long quit smoking by that time, I held my meetings in the format of smoke break on a train. Usually, there were only 2 employees there, me and someone else. The average length of the meeting was 5 minutes. I had approximately 20 such meetings a day. Many brilliant personalities and true knights passed through my round tables at Numalog. Alas, with time their images faded in my memory, like much of what happened 30 years ago. But I'd invented a certain thing with the years. Before putting something on the shelf of my memory, I hang a tag on it that's only understandable to me. Then it's easier to get it off the memory shelf. That is why I named some of the participants of the round tables at Numalog Night of the Round Table. It was those people who, in the most direct way, participated in almost every one of my main inventions. Still, despite my contribution to inventorship, none of the round tables involved me being knighted by King Arthur, or even some party commissioner. Thus, it's simple, if I feel within myself the power and justice, nobility, and bravery, then I am definitely a knight of the inventing community and feel knightly. And how are you feeling now, knights of the INP? The tsunami generation. A bit of trouble happened to the USSR. It fell apart. To me, this was an unpredictable and completely unexpected explosion. The epicenter of this explosion was, of course, in Moscow, but the shockwave, like a tsunami, rolled through the entire Soviet Union, Europe, and the sea, all the way to Israel, covering this entire small country. This tsunami carelessly threw onto the Israeli shore, like last year's seaweed, an incredible number of formerly Soviet scientists, engineers, and inventors of all kinds. Of course, it wasn't the inventors that broke up the Soviet Union, rather, they had been links that held it together in some way. They hadn't invented this shockwave either, though they had somehow managed to be the first to take advantage of it and surf it. The majority of these inventors were, I'd say, hermetically classified and sealed in their fragmented homeland. In their intellectual and cultural naivete, and the childish simplicity of their engineering minds, they were sure that they were carrying within themselves something very significant and valuable. That was what they'd imbibed during their intimate chats, with no witnesses, in small dark offices of the most important departments of their scientific institutes and factories. They'd held on to their secrecy and pricelessness for their whole life, both Soviet and foreign. Their secrecy and pricelessness weren't important to me. The problem was that there were many inventors, and not enough people who could listen to them, let alone understand them. Just like Muslim pilgrims go to the holy city of Mecca, our firm, for many reasons, attracted Soviet inventors who had recently arrived in Israel. I hadn't talked to all of them at the time, of course, and thus, could only form my own private opinion of them without a statistical basis and thus, perhaps, not entirely correct. Nevertheless, some characteristic details were identical for all of the people who, just a few weeks ago, had been Soviet inventors. On average, they were called Boris, and during the conversation, they were always in a hurry. To me, they looked like people suffering from a mild and undiagnosed form of schizophrenia, who had lost, or never acquired, any connection to their new reality. Almost every day, I'd listen to another genius inventor. They all looked the same and wore identical Soviet sandals, through which one could see nylon socks of the most incredible colors and patterns. These patterns reminded me of the delicately patterned rainbows of the huge bodies of Arab parrots from the Amazon. The inventors were usually dressed in plaid short-sleeved shirts, sometimes decorated with ties in muted colors. The ties ended significantly above the belly button. These fashion masterpieces were, as I recall, produced by a factory in Tiraspol named after some sort of anniversary of the Komsomol. The shirts had to have breast pockets full of pens and pencils. They stayed in fashion for many years, only fading a little in the hot Israeli sun. This is why, I think, this clothing was especially popular among undemanding Soviet inventors. The other obligatory accessory for newly arrived inventors were huge horn-rimmed glasses, which were kept and transported in special brown waste bags. These were also used to keep their hard-earned first rubles. That accessory was as important as a musketeer's foil. All the inventors had the identical DIY hairstyle with no name, simply slightly messy hair that their wives trimmed a bit at the bottom with a trimmer made by Ural Machzavod. For many of them, this youthful messiness covered the inexorable and unavoidable early balding of various places on their large, and apparently, reasonably smart heads. The economic and political instability substantially influenced the mores of the time. After the fall of the Soviet Union, most men were left unemployed. Businesses, factories, and some state organizations were closing, which necessitated a search for other income sources. As a rule, those other income sources were illegal and semi or entirely criminal. The so-called New Russians came to be the new masters. But everyone who came to me was the complete opposite of the New Russian. They remained traditional Russians. The monochrome, gray simplicity of their appearance was a living demonstration of a rather minimalistic, and even a poverty-stricken, lifestyle. But this minimalism was accompanied by an aggressive and laconic manner. All of them laconically suggested to me that first of all, I needed to drop all of this stupid stuff I'd been spending time on, and instead devote my time to the truly serious and important projects that could only be spoken about in whispers, one-on-one. Secondly, they, like Archimedes, suggested that I team up with them to flip over the entire world, where I would be the fulcrum and they would be the lever of such a cataclysm. They had multicolor certificates from various party committees that confirmed their indubitable ability to be this kind of lever for the whole of humanity. But alas, not a single one of them could describe their invention even in general terms during a 10 to 20 minutes meeting. I could never figure out a single one of their inventions by myself, due to the absence of even a minimum of the required information and my limited worldview. But I did understand that all of the inventions offered to me in a broad technological spectrum were not presented in depth. I have to give it to them, inventors that had survived this tsunami, just like a KGB operative who finds himself deep in enemy territory, tried to blend in with the crowd and not attract attention. In principle, all people are the same, and a Soviet engineer is not any different from a Western one in capabilities or education. Maybe they only smell different. For example, an engineer from Kishinev smells of feta cheese and an American one smells of whiskey. But there was one other difference. A Soviet engineer newly arrived in the West always wanted to talk. For a long time, he had to control what he said or just remain silent. His thoughts were guarded by high fences of secrecy and censorship. And suddenly, the fences came down, and all the thoughts flowed out of control in all directions. The overwhelming majority of Soviet inventors were mature men, infused to their bones with the Soviet mentality. It seemed to them that no one understood them, and so they felt the need to prove something to everyone they met. With time, those tsunami survivors realized their uselessness, fell into a depression for many years, and finally ended up in old folks' homes or insane asylums, where they could still find people who would want to listen to them. I also came from that country, where even if you were a plebeian, you could reach success and have your picture posted on the board of honor, and where lackeys quickly moved up the career ladder. I had never been a lackey, the Soviet scent had mostly disappeared with the years, but the shards of the slave mentality, may it be cursed, had firmly lodged themselves in various parts of my body. I can't be a truly free human being. Even though I am an atheist, nevertheless, every spring I celebrate Passover with all my family. For me, this event signifies the liberation from slavery in Egypt. But liberation from slavery does not mean acquiring true freedom. A former slave cannot become free, only his descendants, born in freedom, can get there. That is the reason for Moses wandering in the desert for 40 years, the destruction of the slave mentality and the formation of self-respect and respect for his people. For that, a new generation was needed. The new generation was not broken down by inexorable slavery and servility. That is why it wasn't the newly arrived inventors, but only their children, that could unite the first-class family tradition of educational achievement and freedom of thought and creativity. This was what Chekhov described very accurately in his letter to A.S. Suvorin on January 7, 1889. It's like he had guessed my thoughts, or maybe I guessed his. This young man squeezes the slave out of himself drop by drop, and, having woken up one fine morning, feels that the blood that flows through his veins is no longer slave blood but real human blood. It was those people, the young people of the second generation of immigrants, that transformed modern Israel into the amazing land of real inventors that it is today. The truth about invention. Not every movie actor gets an Oscar, not every scientist gets a Nobel Prize, and not every inventor becomes a multimillionaire in his youth. The overwhelming majority of inventors lead a rather prosaic and unsuccessful life, maybe at least with a bird in the hand, but definitely not two in the bush. Not everything is simple in the world of inventorship, that is the truth about invention. On one hand, a startup inventor has limited resources and a narrow time window. For an individual inventor, like I was for most of my professional life, those limitations are even stricter. On the other hand, the least profitable thing to do for a large prosperous corporation is to invent something very new. Though this sounds like a paradox, this is not an April Fool's joke. It's also a truth about inventorship. A new invention for such a firm is a very labor-intensive business. One has to have either the invention itself, or a patent, or at least some sort of idea. And where would one get them? They don't grow in a garden, you can't buy them at a souvenir shop, and the employees of a rich corporation don't give a damn about projects whose results one can only see when one retires, 20 or more years later. And during that time, there will be failures, disappointments, long sleepless nights, and as a result, failing health. Who needs all these problems? And this happens despite the fact that in large corporations, they've got so much money that no one even counts it. I won't count it for them either. Nevertheless, engaging in the development of innovative projects is extremely expensive. Much more expensive than inventing something at home in your shed at your own expense, or at the university using government money. Okay, money is clearly something that one either doesn't have or doesn't have at all. But who will restore your psychological health? How do you restore your physical health? What is the cost of risk, in other words? I won't give you a quantitative estimation of risk or do some sort of statistical analysis of the parameter of success/failure. Even if I am in a good mood after lunch on a warm spring day, my qualitative risk estimate won't seem optimistic to anyone, especially to the management of large corporations. At the same time, one has to admit that large corporation managers aren't so stupid as to dismiss the need for innovation. But it's cheaper for them to buy ready or almost ready projects from universities, startups, or individual inventors. Why? Simply because they bear the costs of the initial product development just tenfold, but not 100-fold, as it would have cost them to develop the project by themselves from the start. Yes, the later they acquire a successful project, the more they have to pay, but the risk of failure is significantly decreased, out of proportion to the expense. And that is how, in Israel in 1994, various startups started rapidly forming. By their activities, they partially balanced the already existing demand for innovative projects at the final stage of development. Preferential treatment was given to those projects already tested by the markets, the profit from which can be calculated by a simple formula that any fifth grader would know. And that is why inventing something completely new is good, but it is still more profitable to invent something old. No pharmaceutical company, for example, will risk producing a promising but new, unknown, and untested medication. And what new thing did Apple or Microsoft invent? Nothing, that's clear. They simply scrupulously counted the profits from what was already invented. At best, it is an economic and/or financial invention, but not a factual invention of a radically new product. So, I will generalize, it is not enough to contemplate the world and write books about it. One also has to find solutions for world problems and implement them. An invention always starts with something. Something is the origin. During development, it changes a lot, and it can happen that the end result will lose any similarity to the original idea. I remember a Soviet joke from the Perestroika period that I first heard in 1994. A man walks along the street while pondering, for example, some aspects of the agricultural revolution. He sees a long queue of people and decides to join it so that he would have the chance to spend an hour or two talking to other similar specialists in agriculture or other revolutionary fields. This man is rather intellectual, which is typical for those times, and not too hungry, which was not typical at all. He doesn't cut in line, but goes to the very end, where he can only see the backs of the other people. Instead of starting a discussion, he asks the man ahead of him, what are they selling, for how much, and how many per person? But the man can't answer a single one of the questions, which would seem unthinkable for a foreigner or an alien. This know-nothing, in turn, asks the person in front of him, he asks the person in front of him, and so on. Finally, these questions reach the first person in line, who answers in surprise, I stopped for a second to tie my shoelace, and an entire queue formed behind me. And in our times, who can leave a queue if he's first in line? You can laugh here, but it's better to think. In inventorship, too, what's needed for a first impulse is the shoelace, an embryo of an idea, something to catch the imagination. And some sort of catalyst. I will admit that sometimes I'd create a fake invention to start a conversation with someone who may be useful to me, to enter the right social circle, or to introduce myself the right way. When you're out of ideas, you must never stop, you still have to keep moving, keep swimming, and keep looking for the best idea out of the ones that constantly appear to you. In our pneumologue, the shoelace was the 1,000 blocks of permanent magnets made of a samarium cobalt alloy. They had been waiting in my shed to take part in some sort of new invention. I understand that some of my stories are hard to believe, and nevertheless, I will fearlessly tell them. But the story of how 1,000 permanent magnet blocks ended up in my shed is so unbelievable that I won't even tell it. I think that any inventor worth his salt can find a use for the stuff lying around in his shed. In addition to the magnets, I had a lot of electronic blocks for NMR devices, and a worked out method for the analysis of geologic formations by NMR logging. In addition to these material resources, we had a multitude of physicists, geologists, engineers, and various types of learned people in and around pneumologue. All of this was immediately gathered into a single project. Its goal was a stationary laboratory NMR tool called CoreSpec 1000 to determine, using core and sludge samples, many useful petrophysical indicators of the geologic formation being studied. This product was rather prosaic, not too innovative, and not at all inventive, but it was needed and useful. Everyone agreed with that afterwards, though during the process of its development, the opinions would split in 2, 3, or a multitude, which is what usually happens when many Jews gather in the same place. At pneumologue, we conducted comparative laboratory measurements using NMR and standard methods of core analysis. Many petrophysical qualities were studied with our innovative NMR analyzer, CoreSpec 1000. This method allowed us to get new information about oil supplies and the effectiveness of its extraction. The results showed that a low-frequency NMR device is promising, for example, in studying the characteristics of extracted oil and bitumen. Note of acknowledgement: Professor Lev Borisovich Berman was a true innovator in petrophysics, the inventor of the NMR method of studying core and sludge samples. Without waiting for mass manufacturing of our production device, I'd sold some prototypes in America and Western Europe. I got a good chance to sell the CoreSpec 1000 to the Russian Federation as well. Even then, I could see that our new product had a decent commercial future. Over the years, my guess was proven right, and to this day, the method we develop is in wide use, and some NMR device manufacturers operate a rather profitable business. But at that stage of my life, even the word business made me recoil, and I was not ready to dive into the business world. I was a true inventor back then, and things don't always happen easily for them. And this is the final, bitter, truth about inventing. It's been more than 10 years, for example, that I've had hundreds of empty champagne bottles in my shed, and I still haven't come up with an invention that uses them. The inventors of the get-rich-quick method. After the perestroika in Russia, conditions were actually ideal for successful inventorship, but alas, not in the scientific or technical field as is usually implied by this term. There, inventorship was more of the criminal and barbarian variety. Everyone wanted to get rich by any means as soon as possible. The main elements of this process were cruelty, resourcefulness, and inventiveness, but not invention. Though that existed too, albeit in a very sophisticated and unpleasant form. Alas, only a few can get rich, and only at the expense of others, cruelly and pitilessly taking away money, and sometimes the lives, of thousands of innocent people. Those are the cruel laws of initial capital accumulation under conditions of zero or negative growth in production, which was definitely true for the entire huge country. During those uncertain times of the wild 90s, where a bloody battle for riches was going on throughout the vastness of the former USSR, I visited 3 times. I could safely say that I could be thrice a hero of the former Soviet Union, since those visits were always connected to many unusual and dangerous situations, requiring quick thinking and a fair amount of inventiveness. Many people who had lived there permanently also got their awards for heroism, alas, posthumously. Seemingly simple, everyday things like having breakfast or going from one place to another would happen in a different way every time and required advanced planning, imagination, and lightning-fast reflexes. It was a real application of Darwinian natural selection. You could easily not get from point A to point B, or simply not live to the following morning after having eaten something inedible. Surviving today never guaranteed surviving tomorrow. The strongest and luckiest would win. Those parameters were tested every day. I could describe my adventures in a separate novel, but we have no time, so I will illuminate these events in our typical telegraphic style. I will base this on a summary, with commentary, from the trip report I'd written for Numalog in April 1994. And so, on Friday, April 1, 1994, I told my wife that I'd decided to go to the former Soviet Union for business. Evita mostly trusted me, but because of the magical date and for many other reasons, she didn't believe me at first. And so, Monday, April 4, came. A huge 2-level IL-86 glumly flew out of Tel Aviv to Moscow. On board this stuffed airliner were many businessmen and only one inventor. That was me. The businessmen were flying to Russia, for the most part, to sell them Israeli artificially flavored fruit juices, because there were a lot of people there and they all liked to drink. It did not matter what, the main thing was to drink. Or to chase one drink with another. In those times, it was fashionable to chase down the local vodka with Israeli juice. There were Chernovitzers on board, too. How could a new capitalist country, the very dawn of capitalism, be built without them? They needed to share their experience. I immediately noticed Misha Yakobson from our school. Turned out that Misha buys factories in the Urals. What else could he do? He never had a concrete sort of profession, the way I did, for example. And he was mostly a C student. He unexpectedly asked me about my salary, for some reason, and was surprised by my sincere answer. Apparently, he liked my salary. At the Moscow airport, Sheremetyevo, a real human anthill was buzzing. It was like Babylon. Thousands of people were scurrying back and forth, all dressed in Adidas athletic outfits. Maybe not Adidas but rather just athletic pants with 3 stripes, I don't know exactly. It seemed like they were all participating in some sort of important sporting event and flying from one stadium to another, barely having time to take a shower, or not taking one at all. About half of these scurrying people were standing in line for the currency exchange window. Apparently, they were exchanging their payments for athletic activity, received in yen, to local currency for the acquisition of their next portion of steroids. Savvy people in Israel had warned me to never get in a taxi at the airport, but to only use public transport. But that requires rubles, and so I also had to get in line for the currency exchange. A few seconds later, a couple of athletic guys were standing behind me, wearing caps on their short-haired heads. In their convincing words, they were about to leave for America to go to a symposium on artificial insemination in cattle, and wanted to exchange rubles for dollars, and I wanted the opposite. So why waste time in line? Going off to the side, to a dark but cozy corner next to the bathroom, we happily performed the currency exchange. The kind guys were in such a hurry to catch their plane that due to lack of time I couldn't even thank them suitably. When I pulled out the stack of rubles in the bus, it turned out to be a dummy, one real banknote on the top, one on the bottom, and cut-up paper in between. These are the true Russian inventors, homegrown innovators. Our coolie bins. I thought with satisfaction. I was also certain that they'd foreseen everything, including making sure I had enough money to get from the airport to the city by bus. In Moscow itself, the drivers of four-wheeled vehicles unexpectedly turned out to be extremely polite. You just come to the side of the road, raise your arm, and all the traffic immediately stops and everyone is ready to drive you anywhere, even to the end of the world. For your money, of course. I lodged at the Ukraine Hotel, where all the official employees were employed by the Federal Security Service, and the unofficial employees were prostitutes that were simultaneously lookouts for the robbers and informants of the security forces. The view from the hotel was gorgeous, but everything else was simply disgusting. I didn't find any kind of invention there, not even the most primitive. Unless you count the fact that all the hotel services were basically reduced to the thorough and quick fleecing of the client and the extraction of as large a sum of money as possible, preferably in dollars. My first business meeting was at Gazprom. No one there was interested in science and technology. It seemed that the only ones left standing were the first, secret, department and bookkeeping. We had nothing to talk about. So, we had a bit of a chat about Sakhalin oil fields, the perspectives of African markets, and then we were done. Till today they continued inventing the quick buck at Gazprom without me. Apparently, they'd succeeded. Early the next morning, I was taken to Tver to meet Vasily Abramovich Gorenstein, a PhD in technological sciences, a professor and a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He was also the director of the Research and Development Institute in Geophysical Study of Test Wells, the JSC Gazprom Geophysics, the NGO Geophysics, the Bank GeoInvest Bank, and he was also the general director of the Research Institute Geophysical Test Wells. From the scientific and invention point of view, Vasily Abramovich was the author of more than 200 scientific papers and 78 inventions. At Tver, I met most of the department directors and their assistants. There were so many people that I came back to my Moscow hotel only late at night. The outcome of all of these useful conversations was collaboration in NMR logging. We reached even more concrete results in testing core and sludge samples. The Research Institute Geophysical Test Wells decided to buy one core spec 1000 device. This fact was clearly positive, since it showed not only the desire to earn money at once, but also the readiness to spend money on something useful. I met some of my old Chernivtsi friends in Moscow. Every one of them had protection over his business, and those few who had made something of their business also had a driver and a bodyguard, and sometimes more than one. Getting rich quick is not free of danger. On April 7th, I decided to go to Ekaterinburg for the day. I hired a private car to take me to Domodedufo and prudently sat in the back seat. I held onto a knife in my pocket so that I could cut the driver's throat if he veered off the freeway. The airplane didn't look capable of flight, but it surprised me and flew anyway. Moreover, even though it made a lot of noise, it did not fall apart in the air and even landed confidently in one piece. The most interesting part was that none of the passengers other than me paid any attention to that. There probably were bandits in Ekaterinburg too, but fortunately, I managed to not meet them. But the scientists and inventors I did meet reminded me of Akadem Gorodok in the early 70s, with the one difference that there was no budget left for technical development. It was stolen by the get-rich-quick inventors. Weird but true. The main outcome of my April trip to the former USSR were the infinitely many stories I later told Evita on our quiet evenings at home. it would have been easier to just make things up than to drive around this formerly mighty country and get myself into one fix after another. But these stories are the kind that you can't make up. For Hermann Schwartz, I saved up my other stories, about the great oil empire. He only had about 40 people under his command, whereas Gorenstein in Tiber had many thousands. Even that fact seriously impressed Schwartz and compelled him to go there. He would tell my stories to his wife. As a result, we decided to go to Moscow and Tiber together, with our wives. For this, my mother-in-law came over from Spain to watch our son, and Evita and I, making small changes to our itinerary, decided to go to Ukraine on the way to Moscow, and to go to St. Petersburg after Tiber. The first city of our amazing journey was Odessa. Mother Odessa. We lodged at the Londonskaya Hotel, to the left of which, at a few tens of meters, is the famous statue of the Cardinal de Richelieu and Potemkin stairs. We had a great time there. I will note especially the outdoor restaurant in the hotel courtyard. Though the restaurant itself belonged to an Austrian, their Ukrainian dinner was of the highest standard. At the next table, a middle-aged Jewish couple was eating. They'd come to Odessa from Argentina to sell different types of boats. My deep interest and respect for that couple was occasioned by the fact that before their dinner, they had a visit from a group of dark-suited men in two almost new black Mercedes. It was clear that these were top-wheeler dealers on, at the very least, the scale of the entire country of Ukraine. "You were born and raised here," the Argentinian addressed me in Spanish. "Give us some useful advice for our trip to Kiev tomorrow. First of all, immediately stop drinking alcohol, and tomorrow, at breakfast, don't drink anything, especially coffee. Don't forget to urinate thoroughly before you get in the car. Tell the driver to go as fast as he can, because there is not a single decent bathroom between Odessa and Kiev. There isn't even an indecent one, just bushes and thickets," I answered in Spanish, in detail and with high degree of politeness. That is how we parted with the surprised boat dealers. I think that they still refrain from drinking anything, just in case. As for Evita and I, we did not have our own Mercedes with a driver and bodyguards, so we decided to make the exciting trip from Odessa to Chernivtsi by an ordinary train. Even before our arrival at the train station, I, unlike Evita, knew what we could expect. That is why I was inventive enough to buy all 4 seats in the compartment. When we got in, I checked whether its door could be locked from the inside. Now, we had a rather cozy bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom in one. At the train station, we were careless enough to buy beer at a kiosk, in the hot southern sun. Taking a gulp of hot beer, Evita absolutely refused to drink any more of it. She thought it was the local version of tea. Instead of beer, my wife did, later on, drink an actual cup of tea, but it was so awful that Evita was in discomfort for 3 days instead of enjoying the trip. As a result, our arrival to my dear Chernivtsi was a little blurred. My wife wasn't impressed by the train station and wasn't even scared by the tank pointing its barrel at it. In Chernivtsi, I invited Evita to have breakfast at the fanciest restaurant in town, Dniester. In the 18 years of my absence, the restaurant interior still hadn't changed. I recognized everything and remembered it. The reason we were the only customers at this time, even though it wasn't too early, became apparent to us as soon as the slightly sleepy waiter came up to us. There was nothing edible in this restaurant at all. We had to give him some money to go to the market by the Philharmonic and buy 10 eggs for us. Then I decided to take a walk with Evita along Kobylinskaya Street. She held my arm, I filled my lungs full of my native Chernivtsi air, shook a dust mote off my shoulder, and froze in amazement. There was no one on the main pedestrian walkway in town. There was green grass growing between the cobblestones, the vodka kiosks were open, kiosks where you could get 100 g of vodka and a candy to eat with it, the Ruby was closed, and the famous live music performance now consisted of 5 homeless-looking former trumpet players, carefully holding on to each other. It's empty. One can't make this stuff up. That evening, we had dinner at the home of a childhood friend. The table was full of good food. Evita was surprised again and could not understand where all of it came from. She was simply unfamiliar with Chernovitzer inventiveness and the entrepreneurial spirit of the local farmers in the vicinity of Chernivtsi. By the way, about that vicinity. The next morning, we set out for Zamohila. It was an amazingly warm and clear summer day. Evita and I, and 2 of my old Chernivtsi friends, took a couple of bottles of imported vodka and a big bag of marinated kebabs. Along the way, we picked up my old Zamohila friend and colleague Octavian. In Diktanets and Zamohila, there were fewer people remaining than we expected, and the ones who did remain were not entirely sober. Even though it was only 10 a.m. When they saw me and Octavian, they recognized us at once, were happy to see us, and assured us that this was a good reason to have another drink. We made a bonfire by the Zamohila school and started roasting our kebabs. Smelling the long-forgotten smell of roasting meat, people from the neighboring villages came over. Among them were my former students, now significantly sadder. We drank, recalled the past, joked, and laughed. And I, too, got sadder. By the end of the visit, we went up to Melania's hut and found out that the room Octavian and I had shared hadn't changed at all during all that time. Time had simply stopped there. The most important discovery I'd made during that trip, though, was seeing my wife's surprise at everything she saw in the Carpathians. She was ashamed that she hadn't always believed my stories previously, and that she could see now that I was only telling the truth. Ever since then, she believes me unquestioningly. That part of the trip ended. We took the night train to Kiev, and then to Moscow. There, we met up with the Schwartzes and lodged together at the Savoy Hotel. It was one of the 2 Moscow hotels where it was relatively safe. Everyone except me wanted to take a walk around Moscow, because they couldn't even imagine how dangerous it was. Safe and sound, though a little hungry, we then went to Tver. There, we were under the care of the NGO Geophysical Test Wells, headed by Gorenstein, a person of moderate height but huge potential. His organization was mighty enough to have its own bank, a health spot on the outskirts of town, and a food supply network with many branches, including an employee cafeteria. All he was lacking was the most important thing, something to do in the field of oil well logging. We lodged at the sanatorium, where we were greeted by friendly bedbugs, hard-working cockroaches, and local ladies of easy virtue who performed a very important role as local representatives. Late that evening, Professor Gorenstein showed up, seriously drunk. He drank that much not because he wanted to, but because he had to. He constantly had to entertain important business visitors from all parts of the world. And he had nothing to show them. All the thousands of square meters of his business were lying in ruins. Just like the ruins of the Soviet Union in miniature. That's why the professor drank so hard and so much. That said, the alcoholic fumes emanating from him did serve an important function. When he came into the room, the cockroaches all ran away. The next day, according to the well-tested Russian tradition, we went out in nature to sail along the Volga to some sort of island. Gorenstein wasn't with us that day. Either he was still hungover, or he started drinking again that morning. I don't remember much of that, of course, but 2 things stuck in my brain. We had plenty of vodka, and Hermann Schwartz constantly wanted to negotiate with someone. But there was no one to negotiate with. And no reason for it. Schwartz simply didn't want to, or maybe couldn't, understand the mysteries of the Russian soul. Evita didn't understand them either. Only by the end of our trip around the vast spaces of my former homeland did I manage to teach her to use the eagle pose in public bathrooms. And every time I worried that my eagle would fly away forever. You can't make this stuff up. The egoist. I'm an egoist. I'm sitting here at the highest point of the earth and feeling all its axes passing through me. Everything is turning around my head, the stars, the planets, and the earth itself. From this point of view, I am the center of the world and the entirety of its meaning. Everything I do is correct and necessary for my personal universe. I'm an egoist. Maybe because my parents loved me a lot throughout my childhood. And with my older brother at my back, I commanded the respect of my peers in our fifth courtyard. That way, even at a young age, I got used to respecting and loving myself. I'm an egoist. Maybe this is why I am always lucky. For example, beautiful girls frequently fell in love with me. Nevertheless, there were quite a few who rejected me for reasons I could not understand, and now are lining up to at least get a medal for that achievement. They don't understand that my life belongs only to me and that I am its center of mass. And they are simply pretty-looking junk in my memory that I have to drag through my life now. A good memory causes a multitude of problems, though a bad memory is not too fun either. I am not a writer who enjoys firm female buttocks from time to time. I am, first of all, a lover of firm female buttocks who, among other things, writes books. I am an egoist writer. Because I love and respect myself, I am writing exclusively for myself and about myself, about my thoughts and feelings. If I mention other people in passing, it's only to make it easier for the reader to learn about me by learning about my environment. Not that I don't care about other people, of course. I am very interested in what other people think of me and of my books. But I don't care what they think about outer space or global warming, for example. I can ponder this and other things that interest me by myself in quiet solitude, and in my own elegantly abstract style and in a bossa nova rhythm, for example. No writer likes criticism, and I'm no exception. I write my books after spending a long time in deep thought, and I have trouble accepting surface judgments from anyone. But even worse than criticism is having my work completely ignored. Now the reader knows how to really hurt me. And finally, I am an egoist inventor. That, for some reason, sounds softer than an egoist writer or simply an egoist. Every inventor is an individualist by definition. This is more socially acceptable than to say egoist, though the meaning is not too different. Individualism is a quality that an inventor must have. It's necessary, though not sufficient. After the above, the reader will probably dislike me and feel morally superior to me. The reader wouldn't consider themselves an egoist, God forbid. Though hang on for a bit. Sometimes I think, are other people egoists like me, too? Almost every day, I look at myself in the mirror in the morning, but I never see a star on my forehead. Maybe other people are just like me. After all, I am just like any other person. Nevertheless, an egoist or an individualist could care less about other people's opinions. It was probably these, not entirely noble, human qualities that led me in early 1995 to the thought of abandoning my beloved numerolog team and my fancy job and big salary. Of course, nothing is black or white in life. Not every egoist inventor is such a juggins as me. Some of them are good people, or not too bad at least. I had good reasons to want to leave my company. They relate to my inventions. One of them absorbed me so much that I was ready to give up everything for it, including my very comfortable position in the company. Sometimes, I win and get rewarded for it, though most of the times, I lose and get punished. Nevertheless, my decision to leave became firm. For most of 1994, I had been studying the problem of healing broken bones, arthritis, osteoporosis, and the methods of measuring qualitative and quantitative properties of bones. At the time, the market for diagnostics and monitoring of osteoporosis was already substantial, but it was expected to increase significantly in the near future, as soon as some of the new medications for bone remineralization gained approval in the United States. However, the existing methods for diagnostics and monitoring of osteoporosis could not meet the demand of the changing market. During this work, I found convincing proof that magnetic resonance tomography of limbs, combined with NMR physics of porous substances, could occupy a narrow and deeply technological niche of the market, capable of satisfying the current and future demand for diagnostics and monitoring of osteoporosis and other bone pathologies. Because our company was an expert in NMR logging for oil wells, we had important advantages over our potential competitors. There were no competitors at all for now, and we could count on at least 3 years of complete domination of this market from a technical point of view. Animal and human trials could be completed in another couple of years, and we could expect the first sales in approximately 5 years, not earlier. Throughout 1994, all the information I had was regularly presented to the management of Nummer in the States, and in December of that year, it led to the mutual agreement between me and the management. The subject of our negotiations was a business plan I'd worked out, presented to the firm on January 16, 1995. The objective of that plan was the development of magnetic resonance tomography for bones. If I were a professional writer, the reader could have figured out at once from the style of my story that my business plan was not accepted. Instead, the company set out battlements and defenses on each side, consisting of the Mannerheim line, the Maginot line, the Hindenburg, and the Molotov, all at once. For understandable reasons, Nummer wanted me to concentrate all my professional and budgetary resources only on the main tool logging project. At different stages of my life, I would have reacted differently to this challenge, but at that time, the priorities of an egoist inventor were the most important thing for me. Moreover, by the age of 43, I'd learned a thing or two in life and I wasn't a defenseless baby bird anymore. Maybe I wasn't an eagle yet, but I could fly relatively high. In other words, it was time for me to become a startup entrepreneur and build my own business. By that time, I already had the necessary fat stored up for a few years if we had to live without an income. A poor person who has a family can't act irresponsibly, be an egoist, lose his income source, or spit in his own well or pollute it in some other way. I didn't need to listen to Karl Marx to understand that rich people can be egoists and poor people can't. In those situations, we can't let emotions rule our actions. Emotions dim our reason and destroy our objectivity, and both of those are needed for success. The loss of emotional control is the main obstacle and the most important weapon for your enemy. Sun Tzu teaches us the highest art in war is to win without fighting. I left the firm again, without fighting and without saying goodbye. Maybe that is why in the ensuing 27 years, I never said hello to them again either. That's how a real egoist act. A startup entrepreneur egoist, of course. Chapter 7, The Startup Entrepreneur, Alone. For all of my initial professional life, I'd belong to a large or small team and did part of the work together with everyone else. The result, too, was common and depended on everyone's efforts. My plans were always signed off by management, and that's where I sent the reports about my work to. I was very dependent on my team and on my management. And now, under pressure from bourgeois propaganda and because of my strong egoistic qualities, I finally decided to become a startup entrepreneur. That is, a professional who works for himself and sells his own innovative product. Or the idea for it. It would not be a huge exaggeration to say that I'd waited for a long time to take my place in the front lines of capitalism. But that would happen later, when I would accumulate capital from greedily and pitilessly exploiting working class people. At that moment, I had to do everything by myself. A baby taking its first steps will lose its balance and fall many times. But because the weight of a baby is insignificant, these falls don't hurt it too much. At least, that's what I think. That's what happens with a budding entrepreneur, too. He doesn't even notice his constant stumbles and falls. He will feel the pain from these falls later. I learned this from my personal experience. On the May Day of 1995, when all the workers were celebrating the International Day of Labor Solidarity, I officially became an entrepreneur and reopened my firm after its long sleep since 1988, with the official name of Electromagnetic Technologies Middle East. That same day, early in the morning, I showed up for work. Though, of course, as one of the laboring masses, I could have taken the day off. The first task of an entrepreneur is to make a list of his unique advantages over the competition. With this, one has to be as objective as possible and to write nothing but the truth. My experience shows that this is very hard. I have always tried to be painfully honest with myself about my flaws, and since I didn't have any sort of advantage over as yet unknown competitors, I'd finished that task before lunch, which turned out to be very early that day. The next stage started immediately after lunch, defining the business model of my company. As opposed to Ostap Bender, a fictional con man from the novels by Ilya Ilf and Yevgeny Petrov, who knew 400 relatively honest ways of getting money out of people, at that stage of my life, I could only consider 3 ways for the further development of my company. Most startup entrepreneurs are in a constant whirlwind of entrepreneurship. They're constantly writing and presenting new business plans to potential investors, negotiating, visiting government offices, meeting with potential clients. It's hard to imagine, but somehow, they always manage to find some sort of investor at the very last minute before bankruptcy, and they're always in debt. The other path is taken by a small group of especially passionate startup entrepreneurs. They see themselves as players on the international scale, planning to displace both Bill Gates and Elon Musk with their growing empire and to take their place in Forbes' list of the richest people in the world. As an experienced inventor, I created a unique business model for my company's further development. The model was to take my own, unique projects from idea to the first experiment and to sell them to transnational corporations that have easy access to most of the end users of the final device. At the time, I didn't know how to do anything other than invent and set up experiments. I had to learn how to sell projects and to do all this other stuff. Perhaps, in those faraway times, I hadn't formulated in detail what my roadmap would look like from idea to sale, but I already sensed some advantageous nuances of my method. It's true that it would take several years to explain my high-technology projects to a potential buyer. The representatives of large multinational firms that were empowered to conduct these negotiations typically didn't stay at the same job for years. There was a lot of turnover. I'd have to start over with a new representative, maybe from scratch. It turned out that the time for project development and the time for negotiating with the buyer were comparable. Thus, as soon as the idea appeared for a project, I had to immediately start the process of selling it. Also, talking to the market leaders for these markets could help me understand their requirements better and to define its final technical characteristics. I had a very long list of potential projects, but only 2 of them were ready and had detailed business plans. The first one was the business plan I'd developed to present to Numer in early 1995. The subject matter of this plan was the development of magnetic resonance tomography for bones. The other one was related to NMR methods for temperature measurement and was developed in 1987 to 1988, before I'd started working at Biodan. I fine-tuned the business plan individually for each potential investor. The confidential stamp on every page was a general rule for any document I submitted. There are many commonalities in the world of investors and projects. Each investor looks for a dream project, and each entrepreneur dreams of an ideal investor whom he'd only met in his dreams. To everyone's regrets, these subsets, the dreams of entrepreneurs and investors, either intersect very rarely, or do not intersect at all. Looking for something in the dark is an enterprise doomed to failure. I decided to check if I could find something in a well-lit place and sent a business plan to my longtime acquaintances in Singapore. At least, I didn't need to introduce myself. We'd known each other since Oxford and kept up a family friendship. Even before a few weeks had passed, I was already flying out to the Southeast Asian city-state for concrete negotiations. It became obvious that my partners, as Singaporean patriots, were interested in implementing my project in their homeland. At least it wasn't in Rwanda or on the dark side of the moon. In reality, they were interested in a brain drain of Israeli and former Soviet scientists and engineers to Singapore. Taking my inspiration from Sun Tzu, I would say, if there are no shells in your artillery, grab the guns, and if there are no bullets, go for hand-to-hand combat. I didn't have much choice, my piggy bank was emptying. I had to choose from the available solutions, not the desirable ones. The main thing I remember from those times is my absolute faith in the rightness of my choice and in my success in the near future. What kind of idiot was I to have this absolute faith in entrepreneurial success? Still, we inventors are incorrigible voluntarists, subjectivists, and adventurers. But what can be done? I wanted freedom and ended up enslaved to my job. I wanted to work with people close to me, and lost my friends. I wanted to be a leader and became alone. All of it is very logical and even predictable. I paid dearly for my entrepreneurship, but thank God, I did not end up in debt to anyone. Failures. One can read about your faithful servant's successful inventions in scientific and technical reference literature. My bookkeeper and my bank know about the quantitative value of these successes. But my bitter failures are not documented anywhere, and not too many know of their existence. Any fool can be a success, but not everyone can survive failure and continue to struggle for success. Nevertheless, my unsuccessful inventions are as dear to me as the successful ones, and some of them are even dearer and closer to my heart. The reader is invited to cry with me about my failures. In the long ago year of 1995, it had already been 15 years into my study of NMR, its theory, experimentation, and software. During that time, I'd been to every important institution, mostly universities, where NMR laboratories exist. I personally shook the hands of all the well-known specialists in this area, including 2 Nobel laureates, who, by the way, only got their awards after that handshake. I'd constantly attended highly specialized scientific conferences in NMR and its applications. I was well acquainted with those who sold or bought components, subsystems, and entire NMR systems, and had a very good idea of the prices for these products. I was also familiar with many technicians, engineers, consultants, and scientists in NMR, who were hired for temporary or permanent work in this area. Now, after 40 years of practice, I probably know more than then, after 15 years. By now, I've forgotten something, of course, while then it was all fresh in my memory. Nevertheless, I've always felt that I didn't know enough and that there were blanks even in what I did know. Most of those who started working in NMR before me have long since retired. In the best case, it's time for me to, which is what I'm doing, step by step. NMR is an exquisitely sensitive method of indestructible testing. You only need to calibrate it correctly. With my professional experience and accumulated knowledge, there was simply no sense in doing anything else. This is my well-lit place, my flashlight, and I have to look for inventions there. Of course, even small children understand that for a successful invention, you need profitable demand, that is, the existence of a problem and someone who is ready to pay for its solution. For a specialist like me, this was my bread and butter, and even some black caviar as well. But that sandwich can only be found at the crossroads of different scientific and knowledge areas. After a few months of thinking and searching, my field of endeavor finally became defined, and its borders became clear: NMR plus bones. It is this project for which I'd hire specialists, pack them up, and send them to Singapore until needed. By that time, I'd already had several years of study of physiology, pathology, and diagnostics of bone. I had experience working in 2 medical equipment companies. Because bone is a porous medium filled with a hydrogen-containing fluid, NMR methods developed in pneumolog for geological formations could be applied to bone as well. There were other important developments in the past that contained unique experimental data, and I had access to them. First of all, the change in NMR signal from concrete as it hardened, as a function of time. Secondly, the change in NMR signal from a bone callus during healing of a bone fracture in chickens. As for concrete, the application was good and the technology worked well, but I did not believe in its commercial success. The potential clients, that is the managers of concrete plants, couldn't afford even 1/100th of the cost of an NMR device. On the other hand, predicting whether or not a bone fracture will heal, after a few days rather than a few months, is a real gift to humanity. Do you know, for example, that 70% of all fractures heal badly and the bone needs to be rebroken? There's a huge difference between doing it after a few days and after a few months, and isn't that as sweet as a chocolate bonbon on a Christmas tree? Of course, it is, for the patient, the doctor, and the inventor. I will make something very clear to forestall misunderstandings and future accusations. I did not break the legs of baby chickens, and I will not say who did. All of it was done for the benefit of humanity, though it didn't even notice. I know very well that there are no people on earth who will believe me now. Nevertheless, I am obligated to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. In the summer of 1995, I went to Moscow with several goals, among them the acquisition of a collection of human bones with different pathologies. What can stop an inventor, especially one overcome by the passion of startup entrepreneurship? Nothing. Except for literally just a few fundamental laws of physics and the threat of incarceration in a maximum security prison. According to my information, 2 professors at Moscow State University, scientists with an international reputation, were involved in researching bone microstructure using an electron microscope that one of them had. The other one was a biochemist, who for many years was the leader of a group of scientists responsible for the preservation of the corpse of Lenin himself. So, is there still a single reader who believes me? At our very first meeting, the biochemistry professor warned me that the bones of the October Revolution leader were not suitable for my experiment, since over the years of preservation, their internal structure had seriously changed. He said it in the tone of a person who should be believed, and I believed him. In the same tone, worthy of respect, he told me that for the past few years, he'd been moonlighting at the city morgue, where the salary is 10 times higher than it is at the university or even at the mausoleum. A few words about the morgue, that point of contact between our sinful and unhappy lives and the paradisiacal life beyond the grave, full of joy and bliss. This is what was going on at the Moscow City Morgue in 1995. Every day, they would receive the earthly remains of the bandit groups of the capital after their internecine battles. Some of the bandits were so rich that in some circumstances, they could have easily paid for their return to life. In any case, the relatives and friends of the dead bandits were ready to pay whatever was necessary to make the dearly departed look good at the funeral. Everything not covered in clothing had to be restored, patched up, and look like it did in life. On the second day of my time in Moscow, I invited both professors out to dinner at a good restaurant. They came on time with their wives. From the first minutes, it appeared to me that they'd left their house in the morning and walked to the restaurant all day, becoming incredibly hungry in the process. Those who know of the economic situation in Russia in 1995 will understand what I am writing about. I'll explain it to the others later. On the third day, I came to see the biochemistry professor at the city morgue for a strictly secret and confidential conversation with no living witnesses. "Do you want trabecular or cortical bone tissue?" the biochemist asked me politely and rather competently, rubbing his hands together in a business-like fashion. "I'd like finger phalanges that have both types of bone tissue, please," I replied, and briefly glancing at my palms, added, "preferably in pairs, one sample from the left hand and one from the right. You understand that this is how we can plan and conduct an ideal controlled experiment." "There's a problem with fingers," the professor objected in an almost frightened tone. "I can't show the cadaver to his relatives without a couple of fingers. Even those who didn't know him in life will not accept it. I can saw off anything you want above the wrist, but fingers are a no-go, sorry." In addition to that, there were another two problems. Transporting a suitcase full of frozen bones across two national borders was an insignificant problem. I'd just have to give a little present to the customs officer. But the other problem could not be solved. Maybe someone knew the medical histories of these Moscow cadavers, but they didn't know them at the morgue, and without that information, the experiment was meaningless. Thus, I came back to Israel without any bone samples. At least I got to take my own skeleton home safe and sound. At the end, after coming back to Israel, I bought some kosher ribs at the butcher shop. They were lamb ribs, not Moscow bandit ribs. We separated the meat from the bones, roasted it, and ate it, and cut up the bones into small bone cylinders for measurement. Another 12 years would pass after that. Thousands of work hours, significant financial resources, and many supplementary inventions would fall away like the sand in an hourglass, with no successful result ever being reached. In my next book, I will definitely tell the story of what happened next for the bone fracture diagnostics device, and about how after a meeting in 2007, I finally put a stop to my beloved, but unsuccessful project. Everything is against the inventor. When an ordinary consumer comes into an appliance store, they notice a relatively broad assortment of modern appliances. For example, they can see different types of washing machines. They could naively think that inventors from different companies are competing with each other. In reality, all washing machines are made in just a few factories, somewhere in Italy, Slovenia, or China, and the different names are made up by the wealthy market owners, the familiar world brands. It is the brands, not the inventors, that compete with each other in sales. That happens with everything, not just washing machines. The same situation existed and continues to exist in magnetic resonance tomography. There are a few suppliers for MRI magnets, electronics, and software, and the brands are responsible for their outer appearance, names, sales, and service. There's barely any room for a professional inventor there, practically none in this sector. It was with these thoughts and a few goals that I spent some time in Moscow, in the cool summer of 1995. In addition to the bone problem, they were expecting me at the OGO company, which produced MRI devices for the radiology departments of hospitals in Russia and one small African country. In essence, this company wasn't inventing anything scientific or technological, it simply bought all the components for their device in the West and, apparently, put them together correctly, since there were no parts left over when they were done. In the conditions that existed in Russia in the 90s, the OGO firm had made the logically right choice in selecting a full-scale MRI product to manufacture. First of all, the device is very heavy, and it is hard to steal the whole thing, since it is permanently attached to a special concrete foundation. Stealing a part of it would also make no sense. Secondly, there was still the opportunity to steal something during production, at least enough to survive on. Of course, I have never worked in any sort of tax inspection or any other inspection, but I can easily spot corruption, theft, fraud, and scams, even at a distance. Even when it is done masterfully and inventively by professionals in the theft business. I think that, just like me, most people can see it all, and also like me, can't do anything about it. For example, when a Novosibirsk hospital buys an MRI device in the West, the director would get a kickback over the hill in a foreign country in easily convertible currency. But if the manufacturer is within Russia, in Tula or Saratov, for example, it's hard to find a bureaucrat who would prefer his kickbacks in rubles and in a much smaller amount. The OGO manager had a split personality, one side was patriotic and the other one wasn't. The side that wasn't knew the kickback business quite well, and bought MRI components only in the West, where it got what it was entitled to. But patriotism is often hard, inconvenient, and unprofitable. The passionate speeches about patriotism didn't influence Russian buyers in the least, and OGO sales were always infinitesimally low. I didn't need any professional kickbackers in Singapore, I didn't find anything new in the scientific or technical arena, and so I flew on to Novosibirsk. My trip to the city of my student years had at least two goals. First of all, I had a reunion of the NSU physics department, class of 1975. Secondly, I needed to select a few great specialists and professionals in NMR and related disciplines for work in Singapore. I will start with the long-awaited pleasure. Since someone had already written an entire novel about 20 years hence, I will be brief and telegraphic and present only those facts that are not like the ones outlined in the above-named book. First of all, I was surprised that some of my classmates were still alive, despite drinking like crazy for a long time already. They were professionals in this difficult business. All 5 days of my time in Akademgorodok, I was sleep-deprived, I drank 24/7 and was constantly at a medium level of intoxication, but I never fell or even stumbled, and I was not nauseated, the way one would normally be after consuming this quantity of alcohol. Moreover, I was sincerely happy that at the end of my time in Novosibirsk, My classmates, who were also not sober, did not mess anything up like in the movie The Irony of Fate, and got me on the right plane bound for Moscow, where I finally got enough sleep. Only a few scientists in the class of 1975 were still searching for themselves in the limited budget science done at government institutions, but the overwhelming majority saw no reason for it already, and no reason to do any kind of science. The few girls in our class, now mature women, were great conversation partners and great company over a drink, but they were not professionals in the area that interested me. Since nothing good had happened in the lives of the overwhelming majority of my classmates, especially in the past decade, they kept dreaming about the same things they dreamed about 20 years ago, about all that is good and beautiful. I wasn't interested in dreams at that time, I was busy. Thus, even before my Russia trip, I'd selected several academ-gorodoc specialists in NMR. Their long years of study and decades of work in this narrow area probably made them true professionals and greatly in demand. In the first 2 days of my time in academ-gorodoc, I made contact with all these candidates and arranged for a personal meeting with each one. I was very lucky, all the meetings were set one after the other in the same place, in the agricultural non-profit organization with the familiar name Poplar. I do not remember any other meetings in my life that were so interesting and during which I learned so many new things, especially in the area of agriculture. See for yourself. For example, cucumber seeds have to be sowed in soil that is warmed by the sun after the threat of frost has passed and the top layer of soil is heated to about 13 to 15 degrees Celsius. If the seeds are sowed in cold soil, they will simply not sprout. In Siberia, growing tomatoes indoors from seedlings is considered the only possible way to get any kind of harvest, and even those are picked while still green and ripens at home. As for radishes, the seeds need to be planted shallow, at 1.5 centimeters. If they are planted more deeply, the radish may never grow a root. Alas, I came to an unsatisfactory conclusion. In academ-gorodoc, just like in a supersaturated solution of science, the knowledge and capabilities of the great scientists and professionals had precipitated, forming crystals. As a result of perestroika, those crystals dissolved, turning into garden fertilizer. An unexpected phone call. Many important events on the world scale happen during a particular and finite interval of time. For example, the Ice Age, the First and Second World War, the first space flight, and so on. Many of these events were expected, and for the select circle of the extremely advanced, they could be predicted to a high degree of accuracy. As for events that were completely unexpected and happened in a single moment, I know only two. Once, bam. The Tungus meteorite fell on Earth. That's one. And on September 2nd, 1995, ring, my phone rang. That is two. Solomon Glaser residence, I answered officially. This is Zoran Glashish, the voice said over the phone, as short and clear as the rushing wind of that same meteorite. And what is your business, mister? I stretched out that last word, waiting for a hint, since I'd instantly forgotten the caller's short last name. Zoran Glashish, the president of Western Atlas International. I'd heard a lot about you, the caller said with admiration. I haven't heard anything about you, but I know of the existence of your position. Now I know who occupies it. What is the reason for your call? I have everything except for the NMR well logging knowledge you have, Mr. Glaser. I want you to help me develop this technology in our corporation. This is our job, to help people, for a reasonable fee, of course, I calmly replied. How much is an hour of your consultation time? Zoran asked carelessly. I named the number, blushing a little, though I knew well that Zoran couldn't see me at a distance. The technology available at the time was not able to do that, it hadn't even taken a single step in that direction. Even after 6 months, my fee tripled. After I learned how much my American dentist and lawyer charge, I never charged less than 10 times my initial fee. If I undervalue my work, who else will value it correctly? Tomorrow after lunch, I will also be in the Eastern Hemisphere, Zoran said importantly, and paused briefly, at which point I understood that I was being called either from the Western Hemisphere or from space. There was no other alternative. And also, I had this idea that Zoran looked at his watch as he said the next sentence, let's meet in London. My secretary will organize everything and get in touch with you today. Late in the evening on September 3rd, I was already in London. It had been 10 years since we left England, and I had serious doubts about whether I was still capable of getting 30 points in darts and then chugging an entire stein of beer. I could not have done that in reverse even 10 years ago. Anyway, my doubts were dispelled that very evening. The next morning, I met a group of employees of the London office of Western Atlas International, including Zoran Taicher himself. Zoran turned out to be a pleasant and attractive large man, originally from Yugoslavia, who had lived in the West for a long time. We immediately experienced a cautious mutual liking. Still, at first, business caution and pure business interest prevailed. At that moment in my career, I already knew very well that every business meeting requires preparation, and important ones require extremely careful preparation. No improvisation. Nothing left to chance. Everything must be planned to the smallest detail, and every possible argument your opponent could make is taken into account. It's a chess game in which you're playing both white and black simultaneously according to a pre-planned scenario. My well-calculated tactics and strategy, like two sisters, unite and mix together to help me be firm and immovable in many different ways. This was the first time, but not the last time, when I wasn't role-playing Tesla or someone else. I was role-playing myself. I was myself. Now let other people role-play as me and want to be like me. I had to demonstrate that I knew my stuff, and I did know it. They had to know that I was a reliable man, and I was exactly like that, reliable and standing on my own 2 feet. All very simple, nothing extra. Just a deep belief in myself. At the meeting, I got everything I wanted, including the fact that the opposite side felt they had won the negotiations and were very happy with the results. But the most important thing for me was that I could conduct this negotiation in the framework of my personal creative endeavor, to combine human communication with the art of invention, and rise to the as yet unscaled heights of self-knowledge. I felt the full harmony of man and nature, of myself and the universe. These are the moments when man triumphs over chaos. After lunch, all the meeting participants started yawning, and some even closed their eyes for a few seconds. Zoran Taicher disappeared somewhere for an hour, and I started worrying. I'd developed the habit of not eating anything during working lunches. I wasn't yet holding the signed agreement in my hands. Many details were not yet discussed, the dates weren't stated, and the fees weren't written down. There were still a few hours left until we could mop up the last crumbs on the table. So, it wasn't time to relax yet. The goals of the project were defined before the negotiations. It took a significant amount of time to put together a short list of material and non-material goods that I would have to supply in the agreed upon amount of time. But to my pleasure, the budget for purchasing an NMR lab was approved without a hitch, and my suggested list of tools and laboratory equipment wasn't even discussed. After all that, I felt like a victorious leech that had suctioned onto the huge motionless body of Glacius Corporation. Now it was time to wrap things up, and that was too bad. I had been ready for a marathon, but the distance had turned out to be medium, though there were obstacles. Returning to my hotel, exhausted, I fell onto the bed and instantly fell asleep. I couldn't have been woken up by any phone call. That's why I'm not sure that no one called me from outer space that night. The mature inventor. There are people who, on Saturdays after dinner, play cards, solve crosswords, or puzzle over all sorts of other cleverly designed riddles. But the mature inventor does something else on Saturday evenings. He looks for ways to get around some patent. How do you do that? There are many different ways, short and long, straight and winding, obvious and dubious. In general, it is believed that there are no less than 400 relatively honest ways to get around a patent in a perfectly legal way. I don't know whether this is an exact number or not. I haven't checked, since I haven't had the time yet. But I will be honest with the readers, I've often had to do this sort of thing, because it's fun and a great gamble. Even if you know less than 400 ways. Very often, it's more interesting and cheaper to figure out how to get around someone else's patent than to register your own. And this victory is several times sweeter. But at a certain stage, this sort of thing gets tiresome. I wanted something new, even more spicy, more unexpected. This often happens in life. Basically, I wanted something different. The task of getting around your own patents as if you are a stranger, could appear to be an inventorship perversion. But for a mature inventor, whom I now consider myself, this is the best way of getting stimulating and exciting substances into the blood, adrenaline or stress hormones. Of course, it is hard to be objective while describing the invention process of two of my competing patents related to nuclear magnetic resonance apparatuses and methods, when I know everything that would happen to them in the ensuing 27 years. But I'm not attempting objectivity. I am simply presenting a line of facts and thoughts as I remember them, from my point of view. I will be happy if the reader accepts it. And if the reader forms an alternative point of view, that's also normal, and I will not be mad. Because mature inventors aren't awarded medals or awards, special badges, or certificates, I think I need to explain what a mature inventor is and how a mature inventor differs from a regular inventor of the highest level. In addition to my knowledge, intuition, habits, experience, and finely calibrated creative impulse, I also acquired other important elements that only a mature inventor would have. First of all, now I had the support of the multinational corporation Western Atlas International for any sort of problem, with its, I won't lie, almost unlimited financial resources. I didn't need to go to a particular person with a given question, even if it was the most important person in the corporation. I could address my question to the entire department, and for example, the market demand for new patent subject matter was determined by many experienced and diverse specialists. Secondly, I now had a full-time patent lawyer just for me. Even though he was in the Houston office of Western Atlas International, it was very easy to work with him. Because Israel was ahead of Houston by 8 hours, I would send him my drafts and corrections at the end of my workday, and on the next day by dawn, I would already have a new version of the patent in my email. But the most important thing, thirdly, was that on my side, I was not alone either. I already had other co-workers working with me, some of them far ahead of me in inventorship, rather professional, and also mature in their own way. Now we had a real production process for the creation of custom-made intellectual property. The business was like an assembly line. At our company, Electromagnetic Technologies Middle East, one could always hear the mighty hum of the assembly line for making patents, and from time to time, one could hear the flourish of trumpets or the ringing of bells that announced our victory. Of course, we also had the quiet timpani that sobbed about a failure and the start of a new search for a solution to a patent problem set by the market. Nevertheless, in a few months we had created so many patents that it would take a couple of decades to implement them all, maybe even half a century. On one hand, this didn't faze our employees. In those long ago times, we were young enough to plan to live forever. On the other hand, we didn't want to wait too long to implement these ideas. For that, we already had engineers and technicians of the highest order who immediately began implementing the just created ideas, which would then generate even better ideas. Like a tank, we moved forward without fear or rest, crushing our actual and potential competitors and covering them in a pile of laurel wreaths from our victories. A beginner inventor thinks that his elegant and innovative solution to some technical problem is a good patent. A more experienced inventor already understands that his work must also close off any possible ways for competitors to get around his patent. A mature inventor, however, thinks even further ahead. He is busy preparing for future litigation. Anticipating the reader's confusion, I will say that this is all very simple. Who needs patents if they're not litigated? Nobody. If you're always ready for litigation, you have a good chance of never doing it, because no one will want to get into a fight with you. The first step of a mature inventor is the deep understanding of the technical problems set before him and a broad knowledge of the existing solutions to similar problems and their patent base. At the second step, you have to find any, no matter how insignificant, differences between your problem and all the other problems. Every difference has the chance of becoming a patent. But that's the end of only one thread that leads to a huge ball of yarn with an innumerable number of ends. At this stage, the creative process of inventing is fully engaged. And what about litigation? How does one prepare? A mature inventor is constantly thinking about it. Every step, every idea, every result is neatly written down in a lab notebook or journal, dated, and signed by 2 witnesses. Then, as a rule, rather fast, the inventor learns about the most important competitor, together with his pet scientists and engineers. Just like an experienced hunter from the Potila district of the Chernivtsi region, the mature inventor knows everything about every competing inventor. He plans to meet them in court. Who else will he meet there? His litigation counsel, of course. That's an entirely different type of lawyer, not the mild-mannered nerd who writes your patents, but rather a beast as clever as a fox and as dangerous as a wolf. Yes, the judge decides everything, and the inventor does not pick him. That predicament, and everything else in court, is not entirely fair, but let's forget about fairness when we talk about court in a capitalist society. In a socialist society, by the way, you can forget about court itself. But you do pick your witnesses, and this is another key element in preparing for patent litigation. You have to pick your witnesses at a very early stage, the earlier the better. From time to time, these people get letters marked strictly confidential, containing key elements of future patents. It is good to pick a potential witness who is a professor of a leading university who knows how to speak with the public. At this early stage, they won't even suspect that they could be summoned as a witness for a patent litigation matter in the future. And when you've engaged all the experts in the relevant area, there's no hope for your competitors. Because such narrow fields of science and technology only contain a limited number of qualified experts, and even fewer who are good at testifying in court, all of them have to be, so to speak, compromised by you. Note that an expert cannot testify as an independent witness about the facts they learned while performing confidential tasks for one of the parties. Either they become witnesses for your side and support your position, or they will not be able to work with your competitors. And this is why I am a mature inventor. I figured this all out in time and started playing by the required rules. Nevertheless, this was not a great personal accomplishment. My circumstances made me this way. Many other specialists and professional inventors would have succeeded just like me, or even better than me. That did happen once, when I was a mature inventor and a favorable situation created an opportunity for me, rather than the other way around, when a certain situation made me a mature inventor. Intellectual property is a huge ocean, and the mature inventor is mature precisely because he knows how to swim in it. Again, to battle. And so, I am an inventor. Those who do not know me well could object and call me an ill-educated bum, an unimaginative upstart, or at best a mediocre craftsman. But the question of whether I am a real inventor or not is something I decide for myself. Only I can sense and understand my professional abilities. Even if I am deeply mistaken in something else, I am not lying to myself in this. I really am an inventor, not anything else. I decided to consider myself an inventor because I firmly understood it and verified it many times. I see the world and many things within it from my own unique point of view, in my own way. Of course, every person is different in general, and I differ from everyone in particular. But the way I differ from other people is in my preference for a purely inventive creative process. That is all mine. Creative processes are different, and an inventor has a special one because invention is a special type of creativity. Its result is not music, books, or poetry. The result of invention is a product or an idea that can immediately change the lives of many people. Not like music or poetry, which can help people later and unnoticeably. An invention helps right away, right there, tangibly, and forever. An invention can only improve with time, but its essence does not change. It is useful and always necessary. People cannot live without it, or at least live much worse. That is why being an inventor is, first and foremost, always pursuing this main goal. That is why everything I do with my personal inventing talent given me by the Almighty. That is why, no matter what I do next, I will remain an inventor. Perhaps there are boundaries I am not capable of crossing. I will grant that my personal abilities and skills won't allow me to rise to the highest level of inventorship. But I will take the time and effort to make another attempt to reach the goal I'd set for myself. Inventorship has required me to pay a huge cost. My family has also had to pay it for me and to contribute to my efforts. When the joint project of my firm Electromagnetic Technologies Middle East and Western Atlas International reached one of its culmination stages, it became clear that to conclude it successfully, I'd have to move to the States. All my family members agreed to do that, paying for my right to continue inventing. Our apartment is already empty and no longer feels like ours. My silent family is around me with suitcases at their feet. Just yesterday, this had been our home. Just this morning, there was furniture here, it smelled of our home-cooked food, and our family life went on here. We will come back. I slowly squeezed out these 4 words, one after another, with short pauses between them. And added to myself, we will definitely come back victorious, no matter what the cost. Evita was silent, but her sad teary eyes spoke volumes. We had such a good life in our home, in Rehovot, in Israel. Our relatives, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and even strangers passing by on the street, were all part of us. We would leave them behind as we went into the unknown, taking only memories. What awaits us in the strange new land? How long will it take us to adapt, adjust, and slowly and tortuously get used to things? What will happen to our son? We were yanking him out of his familiar and nourishing environment that he was used to, school, teachers, neighbors, friends, and that little Chinese restaurant without which he couldn't even last a week. And myself? I am parting from my mother again. Of course, she is doing well here and I will be able to visit her often. But even so, I don't want to leave her for a long time. She is no longer young. That's where I got to with all this inventing. The only plus is that now I will be able to see my brother more often. From Houston to Toronto is just a 3-hour flight. Even 2 weeks ago, I could have not signed the contract to sell my apartment. Even a month ago, I could have changed my plans when, sitting in my lawyer's office, we were looking at my business plan for the next 20 years, where everything looked pretty good. For God's sake, Shlomo, don't sell your apartment, my lawyer begged. I need resources, everything I can get my hands on. The more reserves I have, the more freely I can think and invent. Can one think while hungry or dare while one's pockets are empty? I laid out my weighty arguments without thinking. And now, sitting silently in my empty apartment on the one remaining chair and awaiting the car that would take us to the airport, I remember my prior beginnings and the goodbyes that ensued. It turns out that my life wholly consisted of hellos and goodbyes. In 1970, I said goodbye to Chernivtsi, going to study in faraway cold Novosibirsk. My small, warm, dear town cried when it found out I was leaving. And I didn't even notice. I only saw my mother's and father's tears, but my town cried along with them then. The town that is still the best town in the world to me. Then it was Novosibirsk's turn. As a student, I barely noticed it. It was simply the background to my difficult but very interesting life. But that city, that Akademgorodok, helped me unnoticeably and persistently, teaching and protecting me. There, I found out what love and friendship were. But more importantly, I learned what real science tasted like. It is salty with sweat, white with chalk dust, it consists of sleepless nights and the anxiety of exam sessions. It consists of the caring voices of our professors and the studious dust of huge libraries. In 1975, graduating from the university and leaving it, I found myself in another dimension. I became a teacher in Zamohila. No, you heard it right, exactly there, in the village of Zamohila. There, I saw simple people, simple food that was not available every day, simple instincts and desires. My life seemingly returned to its origins. But I said goodbye to that life as well. The next year, 1976, I literally came down from the mountain. Then came 2 years of wandering and searching. During that time, especially, I made many mistakes. I suffered. I became tired of struggling against myself. I looked for the cause of my problems anywhere, but not within myself. In 1978, I said goodbye to the USSR, forever, as it turned out. Together with that country, I said goodbye to that life, the life where you are nobody. My life in Israel started over, gained new colors, and also gained entirely new meanings and goals. Gradually, I came to like it and I still like it to this day. In many aspects, Israel became a second Chernivtsi to me. Just once, in 1984, I left for a year to breathe fresh air in England, and the next year, 1985, inspired by new ideas, I said goodbye to foggy Albion and triumphantly returned to Israel. One day before leaving for the States, I shaved off my frivolous beard. When I get to the new place, I will wear a suit and tie. In addition to all my other flaws, I will learn to be since now I will be a true capitalist and businessman. To battle, businessman. About the author. As it happens, during the period from 1985 to 1996, I, like the main character of my stories Semyon Glazer, was an inventor. Moreover, my projects and inventions are indecently similar to those I present in this book. Though my road to success involved much greater efforts and enduring many more defeats than Semyon. However, even though the creative process of the main character of my book seems rather solitary to the reader, an individualist, or even an egoist, I have always been surrounded by family, friends, confederates, and helpers. All of these people supported, inspired, and helped me. This is easy to see and well illustrated in the photos I have from that time period. Acknowledgement. The author would like to thank Larissa Migakioff, Mia Taicher, and Avi Taicher for reviewing the English manuscript of this book.